Hello, everyone, and welcome to the pre-show. I have representatives from all 6 teams here today, from Hungry Like Nephew, Errors Kitten Club, Bun Bun Bonanza, Showtime, Return to Form, and the Sundubu Strikers. And we're here to discuss the playoffs, a little bit of All-Pro, and everything else. So I'm going to start with you, Mr. 2004 Lexus GX470, because I've heard that you have something prepared.
Okay. So, let's just get this out of the way while we're here. A lot of people, we're going into the playoffs, and it's the time of year where in any sport, people like to talk about things like mental toughness, finding a way to win in any situation. They talk about these things like they're intangibles. They say they're part of championship DNA. You got them or you don't. Championship teams have them, other teams don't. And a part of this that you see sometimes is the teams that know that they're great sometimes coast through the regular season, right? And they lock in when it matters, which typically is the playoffs. We've seen this in NASL before. I think that we've seen examples of this in NASL as well as in almost any other sport on the planet. But this season, I've developed a new advanced metric that I believe we can use to track this sort of virtue in a team, their ability to hashtag keep pounding. I consulted with some of the greatest minds in Omega Strikers to build the pounding index, and I'd like to show the results. We've got all 10 NASL teams, and then we can take a look at the playoff implications. So I've created a couple graphics with a Magnum Sharpie and some poster board. How do we look? So,
wow.
Scale 1 to 10. This is just showing the overall distribution, right? The least pounding team was clocking it at only 3.88 on the pound index, whereas the hardest pounders were coming in at 7.83 over here on the end. But you can see we're pretty grouped up. No one's not pounding at all, and no one never stops pounding. There's definitely some harder pounders here in the list. So what I've done is I'm showing that for kind of scale, but I've got every team here, and
wow.
I'm going to go in order and reveal who pounds the hardest. So any guesses on the least pounding team here on the pre-show?
Gotta be.
This is
Demons
all 10
Raw.
NASL teams.
It's gotta be Demons Raw.
Demons Raw. Any other takers?
Those guys don't pound, man.
Okay. Well, Josh, the least pounding team in season 6 of NASL. No, it was the Bozo Bunch.
Bozo Bunch.
The Bozo Bunch.
Oh, wow.
3.88. Okay. This is not a lot of pounding. And I think that it's kind of reflected by the fact that we're not going to be seeing them here today, right?
Oh.
Now, it's not no pounding. They've got some pounders in there, but in general, not very impressive. Moving on, number 9 is Demons Raw.
Oh.
Any thoughts on this level of pounding? I mean, are we surprised? I kind of thought they had some real... Historically, they've been pounders.
I'm seeing a trend.
Honestly.
All I'm saying.
It's a shame.
I'm seeing a trend.
I mean, you give me season 1, 2, or 3 Demons Raw, their pound index is off the charts.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
I know. They really, they just didn't pound this season. I don't know. So, unfortunately, right here at the 8th pounding team, coming at 5.21, is where the trend of not being in the playoffs and not pounding starts to break. Because we're about to see a playoff team revealed as only the 8th highest pounding. And
This is gonna
that
be Sundubu.
is Bun Bun Bonanza.
Oh.
Thumbs down.
Wow.
Oh,
We,
Not pounding,
you know,
man.
back when
Not
they had
pounding.
me, no offense to any Bun Bun representatives or any Bun Bun coaches, you know, back when I was there, I showed Scyther how to pound a little bit, but they just, I don't know. I mean, what more do you want me to say? 5.21. It's above half, more than, you know, it's not above average. It's not like 5.21 is a terrible pounding score, but what we got? What we got next? 5.42 all the way up here because I had to make room. Any guesses?
EKC.
Give me
just-
EKC.
No,
Let's just rip
no. PPL.
PPL.
PPL. The P does
I
not
think that's
stand for
fair.
pounding.
I think that's
We're
fair.
not rated as pounders, and we can go ahead and move on. Reveal the next one as well is going to be Wee's Little
Wheeze.
Bees. So we
Okay.
have the 4 teams that got excluded from playoffs and Bun. Worrying trend for Bun Bun
Yeah,
Bonanza.
not
When you look
looking
at
good
who
for them today.
they're pounding with, I don't know. I don't know. That's
Yeah.
pretty tough. But now the rest of these teams are going to be playoff teams, and I will say we actually have some teams tied at an even 7 on the pound index. So once we get to second and third, I'm going to ask everyone who they think the number 1 pounding team is. So if you haven't already thought about it, you should start thinking about it now. Moving on to the 5th place pounding. Oh. No, I'm going to reveal too much. In fact, I already did. That's EKC. You can't see it. EKC, 5th place pounding, 6.29. And I'll just rip it off because you can already see it through the sticky note.
Oh, Showtime.
Showtime coming in at 4th on the pound index at 6.88. A very respectable pounding score. 6.29 for EKC, not bad either. But we're about to get to the upper echelon of busters, of pounders, gratifiers. Moving on, who do we think the number 1 team is? Because we've got 2 tied at 7.
It's got to be RTF. They're pounding.
This is interesting
pounding every
here.
Scrim, pounding NASA teams. They're pounding.
You think
See,
RTF?
we mentioned Prime Demons Raw was pretty high on the pounding score. What was Demons Raw missing this season? The Prime Pounder himself, Pounder in Chief,
Yeah.
some call him. Kainu. I mean, it might just be a hug number 1 here.
Kainu's a bit of a pounder. Joe, you've been quiet over there.
You know what? I've been thinking about it, and while the pounding Professor Kainoob is moved over to Hug, you know, I'm a big fan of how much my good man Breezy Breezy, young Eli, keeps it pounding.
He pounds. He
That's
keeps
true.
it pounding.
Oh,
He keeps
I think
it
he
pounding.
compensates, or I should say, he over pounds to compensate for the lack of pounding from the other members if need be.
Yeah,
Yo.
he
I'm
keeps
gonna,
it pounding.
put my
Okay.
number 1
Truth.
as
Well,
Dubu.
first, I'll reveal the number 7 teams. First one, or the number 2 teams tied at 7 points. RTF.
Oh.
RTF
Okay.
tied for
Okay.
second on the pound index, and the other team, Hug.
Oh,
Which means
Oh.
naturally
correct.
that your Sundubu Strikers
Oh yeah.
are the top
Wow.
pounders in NASL
Wow.
season
Pound it
6.
out.
Hey,
A
Pound it
staggering
out.
7.83 on the pound index.
Hey, can I speak? Can I, as the representative?
This is more than double the last place team. This is a disgusting pound index score.
Yeah.
Josh,
Hey.
anything to say about this?
Listen, I knew we were going to be number 1 on the pounding index. Threezy was late to every scrim this season because he was too busy pounding. I knew that this was coming. This has been a top priority for our squad all season. Pound it out, team. Pound it out.
They've hashtag kept pounding, and I think that's something to be proud of. And you know, looking in the playoff bracket with these scores, that's exactly where you need to be pounding is where you guys are right now, coming in the 6th seed. Sorry, I switched these, but I think there's some pretty concerning stuff here when you look at the Bun Showtime matchup, right? That's a pretty big difference in pound index score, 5.21 versus 6.88. That's almost a
Big
1.5 on the pound index. So I think that spells disaster for Bun moving into today. And I think that the difference between Hug and EKC in pounding is not as great. So we might see a bit of a closer match here. Obviously, Hug still pounding away, but whatever teams drop to the losers bracket have their work cut out for them, because we've got the pounder and the vice pounder teams hanging out down here, 7.8, 3, and 7 in the 6th and the 5th seed. It's going to be tough for whoever does fall down there, because those teams they're here to play. They're here to pound. And yeah, and that's the pounding index.
Well, it sure was, and of course, a great survey to see where people really stand in this season. Unlike the survey we have that was from the teams themselves, it's time to reveal the All-Pro results. The first, second, and third All-Pro teams. The All-Pro third team may surprise you, and we're going to reveal it right now. So, first of all, Borg, you've been here for quite a long time. You've seen All-Pros come and go.
Oh, yeah.
Are there any predictions you have for this third team?
For the third team, this was the rough one for me. First of all, by the way, I'm going to point this out. I didn't even get a vote. What's that all about? I'm a staff, caster, coach. I mean, come on. Like, this is what nepotism is supposed to be for. Give me a vote, but whatever.
They didn't give me a vote after I voted Drew Danger MVP. I've never gotten a DM about voting. I've never gotten asked to vote again.
Regardless, I won't complain. I'll keep it humble on the desk. Third team is kind of weird. I actually think my one put there, even though they didn't make playoffs, is actually Carmine. I think Carmine's going to be on the third team, because I think a lot of people put him higher up on the list just because of how it actually works, like with the way he performed. And with the midfield list kind of being a little weird, there wasn't like, with Kainu being mostly absent, not absent, but mostly absent. It's kind of been weird, and Vaughn not being in the midfield pool. So I think Carmine's going to be up there. Other than that, I'm actually not quite sure who's going to be there. I think it could really be a big toss-up.
Art Smags, I believe your first time being on the desk here. Did you have any thoughts, maybe regarding Bun Bun, maybe regarding some other teams?
Low-key, zero thoughts always. Yeah. But I'm actually feeling so I know I'm Bun Bun sub, but I have a lot of really good connections to people in Weep, so I'm gonna go ahead and agree with Borg and say that really big fan of that team and of Carmine.
Right. Well, I did say it might surprise you, and if you all tune into the Discord stream right now, it will be revealed in just a second. Hook resets. I see you clicking over. I know who wasn't in there, but who are you thinking of right now?
Who am I thinking of? For third, I have a feeling people might put some members of Showtime in there, because they still had a pretty good season, but it definitely wasn't as dominant, and I wouldn't be surprised if they were not top, but still third. So I'd expect to see like either Huss, Joker, or Shianzu up there.
All right. Well, this really might surprise you, because it's now going to be revealed here. The All-Pro
I'm going to put a quick guess. I'm just going to put a Hungry Boy down in real quick.
I'm putting Kainoob.
He's MVP. I mean, eternal.
Well, we do have a perennial great analyst here who has managed to figure it out. The All-Pro third team is Moffin, Kainoob, and Scyther
Welcome
12.
to the third team, Kainoob.
Oh my goodness.
Kainoob with the unparalleled efficiency. Played like 3 or 4 series. That was it. All-Pro. Mystic, any reactions?
I mean, this is what Hug is all about, baby. We're efficient with what we do. We get people in for 1 or 2 games, and that's all it takes to show that they are all pro over here. So, and I think only playing 3 games is the reason why Kainoob is here in third across 2 different teams. God forbid he played a couple more games, and we'd have to consider him for MVP once again.
All right. Well, Davis, any thoughts on this All-Pro team?
No.
Okay. Well, move it on.
I quite the lineup. I don't know. Some real pounders, but I think I've just said pound too many times today. My brain's kind of fried.
Keyword.
All right. Well, some predictors on the desk in the chat might have been correct. Maybe a little bit too. Maybe a little underestimating of a certain midfielder here.
Oh,
The All-Pro second team is Soren, Carmine, and NXZD.
well done. Well done.
Nice.
Okay.
Very
It's
nice.
a good looking second team there.
Yeah.
Well, Soren finally does it after many, many seasons. His campaigning this season was the same as every other season, but his gameplay was truly a cut above in the regular season this time. And I'm not gonna pause for too long. The All-Pro first team is Vaughn, Shianzu, and
Wow.
Leo Leon 500.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
My
Oh,
Shout
goodness.
out
my.
Leo Leon.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, gonna go to you, Hook Resets. Any reactions to that one?
I am not surprised about Leo being first. He had a great season. I'm more surprised at Moffin not being higher, to be honest. I think RTF has played really well, and huge shout out to him. He's played great. Everyone knows he's put in some of the most scrim hours, and he's just doing great. So keep it up.
Yeah, I think this was definitely the hardest All-Pro season ever because the field was way closer than usual. I would not have been surprised to see some names not here beyond there. I was expecting some long-time players to sneak on. They did not. But let's turn to something a little bit more currently relevant. It's the playoff matchups. First up is Hungry Like Nephew versus Eras Kitten Club and the Borg. What do you think that Eras Kitten Club has to take them to the winners final here?
So a little bit of background here. So EKC, we've had a weird season. I think the biggest issue with EKC, and I knew this coming into it as the coach, and I'm not a fake coach. I helped them, I swear. All right. I've been a fake coach for half the season, but I've been a real coach for the other half. And the other half of the season, we've won all the games. That's all I'm saying. So maybe a correlation there. Who knows? 0-2 in the beginning. We've had a really good middle of the season. Rough end, but it was kind of a fake. And we got all the important games out of the way, so it didn't really matter too much. The last week versus PPL pretty much didn't. I mean, it meant we didn't secure second, but whatever. We're here anyway. We still got to take out the top. I think after getting, I'm going to be honest, absolutely destroyed against Hug. I will say all the prep that me and Soren did for that week did not include Kainub in that game. And so when I saw him load onto the pitch, I was a little bit flabbergasted. We'll say that much. I was not very happy about that one. But now that, I won't give anything away here, but, the Hug roster, I don't know if we're going to talk about it later, but I won't give anything away. But we do know it. So we are more prepared this time around for what they're going to be throwing at us. And I think, the gentlemen over on EKC are hungry for their first win. So I think we got that hunger in us.
All right. Well, the Hungry Like Nephew representative who is currently potentially hungry. Davis, what are you thinking? Wait, you're not the Hungry Like Nephew
I'm the
representative.
Showtime
You're
rep.
Sorry, Mystic. What are you thinking?
Okay, as my fellow NASL or Buzz representative, my co-caster in chief, discussed about EKC. So one thing I want to bring up is EKC, after a series or a string of losses upon losses, monumental. It's honestly impressive how many times EKC has lost to the historical Hungry Like Nephew, DLS, or Sad Boys iteration. They did, in their time of need, in person, take down Hungry Like Nephew or Sad Boys at that time. And that, in my opinion, is a clean slate. So everything before then, wiped out, because EKC showed that they have what it takes to beat Hungry Like Nephew. But we have a little bit of a twist here. And I'm going to demonstrate very quickly. Let's see if I can get it up. Where'd it go? Okay. Let's see if it works.
Oh,
Right behind me. If it went through and didn't break,
They went
we
through.
have
We're seeing it.
It's there.
we have I'm gonna just move out of the way altogether. Okay, so we can let the man himself talk. All right. So that right there is my good friend Von Hammerding, aka All Pro goalie #1, who is sending his love through that block of ice while he treks through the glaciers and mountains of Alaska. And taking his spot during this time is none other than All-Pro #3 midfielder Axel Kainub, Mexican representative, doing God's work here, coming in, being ported over from Showtime, and he will. I know he just like downed like 14 Modelos the night before, so he will come through, and he will pop off for Hungry Like Nephew. There's no doubt in my mind that this is going to be a 3-0 sweep, 2-0 sweep, whatever the BO3 series are. And Hungry Like Nephew is going to the next round. That is all.
All right, and facing them will be the winner between Bun Bun Bonanza and Showtime. And so, Smags, what do you think that Bun Bun Bonanza has that Showtime doesn't here?
I think Bun Bun's been on a really good win streak. They just got their first series win against EKC last week. They just beat Showtime's full roster for the first time this regular season. So I think they're feeling really, really good about going into that Showtime match. I think they're feeling really good about going into their winners final match for sure when they win. I think they're feeling good about EKC or Hungry Like Nephew. Bun Bun Bonanza, easily cutest team in NASL right now. So I mean, what else could they possibly need?
All right, well, 2004 Lexus GX470. I know that you have some thoughts about this matchup.
Yeah,
What does
I
the
mean,
index say?
I already broke it down on the pound index. All right, it's over 1.5 difference in favor of Showtime. They've been pounding much harder. I mean, it's predictive, right? So it's hard, I'm not saying that Scyther can't be pounding it today, okay? They've got some pounders on Bun. And sure, Showtime lost to him in the regular season, but it was what I was talking about, great teams, championship teams have been known to coast sometimes, They got here, they're in playoffs, they're in the upper bracket, they got where they needed to be, and now they keep pounding. All right. Now it's not about who won in the regular season. It's not about who's the cutest team in NASL. Which, I don't know. I've seen a lot of pictures of Sean at the gym. He's a pretty cute guy, so we can have that debate another time. But it's about this match in winners semis, pounding it out, going to winners finals, keeping on pounding. Grand finals. Yeah, I don't even need to say it, right? You already know. So, I think Showtime's going to be feeling pretty locked in for the games today. I feel pretty good about their outcome.
All right. Well, I think I've heard enough of the P word for an entire decade today. But we're going to move on to Return to Form, who is currently awaiting the loser of Hungry Like Nephew versus Errors Kitten Club. Hook resets. What's going on here? Do you think Return to Form can make the losers run?
I think everyone believes Return to Form can make the losers run. They're definitely, I've heard many times RTF is the scariest team to see, especially if you're going to be losing from topside. I think that this meta right now is at the peak. When you replace me and put in Hungry, you're just putting in like 20 times more damage. That guy is spamming his cooldowns on the enemy team, and it works. I mean, they've made it work time and time again, and legitimately, I think they can make it, whether it's Hug or EKC. They can show up, and they can take the wins. So I have full faith in my boys.
All right. And
Wish you were that confident with the last call.
Yeah, my bad. It says I was in there, okay?
final team in playoffs, the Sundubu Strikers. Grimella, what are you thinking about when you're heading into these playoffs?
Well, I think there's a lot to talk about with this team. We've got some upside. We're technically the reigning S tier champions. And that's about where the list of pros ends. We've got a lot of haters out there. We got a lot of shooters. There's a lot of reasons to not believe in us. We're We're ditching scrims to duo with e-girls. You know, we're sick. We're pounding it out. We got a lot of things that we've been up to recently to make it more difficult, but that's because we're a dramatic team. We've got a big story coming. And every season, someone from the lower bracket makes it all the way to grand finals. So it's either going to be RTF or it's going to be us. We're the number one pounders for a reason. And I've got faith in our roster to be able to come together on this final glorious day and next week, which is the other final glorious day, and win the whole thing. Hashtag 8 asterisks in the chat for everyone. Drop them, dodge the shooters. Go Sundubu Strikers. Oh, I've also never won a single playoffs game. Not even a series. I've never won a single game before. I've been in this league for 6 seasons. So we're ready to probably keep that trend going today. Okay, hashtag go on Dubu. Okay.
Go on Dubu.
Go on,
Hashtag go
Dubu.
on
Oh
Dubu.
yeah, nice.
All right. Well, and with that, that's going to be the pre-show, but we do have a special video prepared for you guys, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back, and see you for Hug versus EKC.
Tenacious like Tom, resilient like Jerry, dark like Spike, hungry like Nephew.
Oh yeah, it's time, everybody. Welcome to North American Strikers League Season 6, and we're finally getting into the playoffs. Things are about to get so insanely heated. I am Envy NYC here. I'm joined by my good friend Slav, and it's just been a whole season, Slav. Things have been just all over the place. The teams have been playing for 9 weeks, possibly planning for 10, 11 weeks about who they're playing against and how they're going to get through this season 6, man, and man, it's all just coming down to this, Slav. Can you tell me what we might be seeing for our first match and how crazy things could turn out?
We're gonna see a quite interesting combination here because you guys can see the map draft already, right? We're on Amy's app, right? Amy's app, very very strong on the KO department, right? A lot of like volatility around that hole in the middle that it can be KO'd into. There's also a Deadeye there. That is maybe a little bit of a strong awakening, and if you look at the draft as well, there might be some characters that do well with Deadeye, you know, Vice, Finny, Estelle as well. You have Erasmus pick on Amy's app as well. Like, I'm expecting a lot of KOs and a lot of back and forth this time around. I'm not sure how much is going to be control and how much is just going to be, yeah, we'll just take him out and score when we have man advantage.
Yeah, wow. Insane start, like you were saying here. Amy's app, Deadeye. They were like, no Luna, but then you have Vice, right? We got Vice coming in, Zentaro Finney, insane damage comp against Estelle, Rune, and Rasmus, though. Rasmus definitely gets, a thumbs up for the I'm going to probably kill stuff, and it only going to cost one move department there. But, I mean, Rune is definitely an interesting pick here for this start. I mean, I do kind of like Rune on Amy's app, but I mean, against Supremo burrito damage, things might get a little crazy, and the first kill has already been exchanged there. EKC taking first blood on the player kills there, getting some experience as well. Nice evade there from Y'all. Is going to keep this point alive. They're trying to get it to the bottom side. Here comes the big finish. Going to work out positive here for Hug, although Katsuna can't seem to manage to get the ball in here, though. Kind of a neutral reset here while EKC continues to hold this final barrier, and it's just the beginning, man. Once these awakenings come through, the damage might be disgusting.
Yeah, it's gonna scale a lot, and again, because you have such a volatile game start, this first set is gonna mean a lot, and you can see it already, both of the teams just fighting for it. Point almost going to the full minute there, as NXCD, though, with that Rune teleport, actually gets a strike past Yal and gets the first goal. And yeah, the Rune, it's an interesting pick, right? We can talk about it a little bit, because you do have a lot of damage in this game, you do have a lot of, like, worries, essentially, and Rune doesn't really play into that kind of ballpark, you know? He looks to play for something else. He's not doing what Finny just did to Katsuna there, but with Prime Time, you actually have a lot of opportunity to just be a menace in the control department, and if you're playing something like Vice in midfield, you don't really have a lot of solid control. You have a lot of damage output, and you're going to be playing for that damage output, but if it comes down to just pure core control, NXT is going to have a better time against Kainuk there, for certain. But again, doesn't matter if you're dead, I don't know, we'll see.
Yeah, we definitely will see. And another interesting thing about the comps here is that it's just pretty clearly double midfield here for EKC. I mean, NXZD, our brawler champion right now, is hitting that Rune. A nice kill there from Katsuna is going to net a little bit of a power play here for EKC, although a lot of energy on the opposing team. Takes own barrier here, though. Kainub might be the cause of this end here. Okay, wow, and Katsuna gets blasted into the ball, trying to get it over to NXCD, but there is the kill from Hug, dude. Hungry like Nephew, so good at getting those kill confirms. NXCD going to try to solo this moment, but can't get their hands on the ball. Soren against the big finish. Wow, interesting way to score. The Rune Pillar does not hold. Soren cannot get there, and right down the middle, y'all will take credit for that point here. 1-1 to start things off.
And going into the next point as well, Hug does have a flip on Kainub, which they can either try to use to get the barrier confirmed pretty fast, or they can just try to get a KO again, because again, you can just damage them. That is a valid strategy, because HP bars are going to be frail. You can see that NXT almost taken out completely already, down to stagger, as Soren now needs to walk up a little bit to help with that control. Katsuna almost getting that barrier down with that ultimate, and they actually do get a KO on Bell, surprisingly enough. So now power play for EKC, as they're trying to get the barrier down, but they cannot find it. Point's still alive on both ends.
Yeah, I do think that there is an interesting caveat there about having Rune on the team, but it certainly it usually goes together with a character like Juliet or someone that can like combo, like hard combo right out of the banish and just make like a true one shot. Something like Luna, of course, who was banned here though. Juliet, I think, is like a really good like stand-in for that because she can just set up so easily because the banish target can't really move. But again, we have really Estelle and Rasmus here though. Fair to take the Rasmus. Soren can definitely grab some kills on even in the goalie slot there. Wow, nice, dude. Actually has the power. Even maybe the Deadeye there, that full range with the size might have made that ball go real fast. Soren sneaking that point in there and keeps the flip as well. Looking good for EKC here.
Really good for EKC because Soren still does have a flip defensively as well if he doesn't need to use it. That's what just so far not finding any KOs, and the barrier does actually go down, so Hug has the opportunity to even this out pretty swiftly. The question is, are they going to be able to find it? Has all of this defense, and the flip has to come out, but still Hug looking at a pretty good situation, I would say, to finish off this point and even out the current set.
Yeah, double hit there from the triple take is going to be lots of damage against EKC here. But they do find a way to get the ball around Bells. NXZD kind of miscalculating that moment there. It's going to have the ball roll into Bell's hands, and it's going to result in the end of that point. Just fell out of those rune hands for just a second there. And you can see the kind of damage the opposing team can cause when that happens. 2-2 right now. It's still pretty tight. Again, this double midfield is like pretty interesting. They can pretty easily pass around Finny, as she's going to be more or less spending the cooldowns to just do a whole lot of damage. And you can already see NXZD taking a ton of damage, but they're trying to do it back to Bells successfully. They actually get Bells on out of there, though. EKC got this power play for this point. Can they end it?
They are looking to get this power play properly going, but Katsuna needs to be careful. Bells is going to be back on the field now and has all of his abilities available as well. Both forwards now staggered on the side of EKC as Soren needs to walk up and try to find a way to maybe get some time stalled to get some of that HP back. And as it stands right now, Hug cannot find that conversion on the goal. Soren still holding it strong on the back. NXCD still alive as well.
That was an interesting looking pillar there from the teleport. That's unfortunate. Katsuna was busy casting our piercing shot there. Unlucky that the ball would just go straight on through and also not get hit by it. Also, yeah, that rune pillar was a little buggy on my end. It was kind of tiny, but either way, that was probably just a visual bug here, though. Moving on to the Awakenings. Vice, one of the most deadly characters in this game, on this board, in this pitch here. It's going to be grabbing heavy impact, which is outrageously powerful for Vice in any position. That's a lot of cooldown, just gets even more damage on everything. And I mean, that could be a catastrophe right now for EKC, man.
I think it might just be. I'm not even sure if it's a could, because you get an adrenaline rush on Bells as well. You have Glass Cannon on Yal. Really great awakenings all around for the side of Hug. And this also puts EKC in a pretty difficult situation, because now with Kainoob having all these cooldowns, all that damage to be working with as well, that means if you don't have an evade ready on kickoff, you're likely just going to die. Because there's nothing stopping him from just using all of his abilities on you and just taking you out cleanly. Because now you have the cooldowns to actually have your abilities on kickoff, while also having the damage to just one-shot someone flat out.
Yeah, pretty easily too. Like you're saying, dude, these awakening, all three of them for Hug was actually so powerful. We'll see what EKC can do about it. They're still kind of holding on though, although NXCD is going to find themselves in the grave for just about 14 seconds here, though. Katsuna trying to defend against Kainoob, but can't, as Yal is backing them up nicely here with that triple take. Moving on forward, sends up the big finish. Kainoob has the supernova loaded on. Katsuna almost can make a play, but is completely staggered and at risk of dying. They have to play a little bit more defensively, and Soren finds a kill of their own. Kainoob loses the ball. Y'all missing a couple of strikes here, though, is going to give EKC enough time to move on forward and possibly set up a 2v2, maybe use a flip here from the team of Hug. There goes one of them. Soren going to play a little bit extra safe, spending a cooldown to make sure that ball does not go in that goal, and nicely get it past Kainoob once again. And EKC surviving that moment is kind of big, and in fact, could find themselves in an advantage if they get Bells out of here too.
They do need to find that. Bells also does have two evades to be working with. It's still pretty low. Kind of not giving up any kind of free space there either, though, to make sure that Soren can't properly get involved. The banish does go a bit wide there, as Bells almost taken out. Still not used that evade, holding it for the right time. as EKC are looking to get this goal in, and they do find the KO crucially here, but this is kind of the difficulty of running a Rune Estelle, because you don't have a brawler to really send forward and just force it through the Finny. That means you need to kind of play around them, and that's a little bit difficult because Kainoob is also playing an incredibly defensive line on this Vice when they are on the defense.
Yeah, Kainoob and Y'all are looking kind of impenetrable right now, making a fortress by themselves here though. Soren might be able to find use out of this flip. Y'all gonna keep that speed and send it directly up to Katsuna. They have a 2v2 situation here though. The big finish goes out. The banish again a little bit wide. No flick from Bells possible, and no mix-up, and they do find a power play here. Hug in kind of an advantage. The flip from Soren is going to be spent here though into the hands of Bells. Is going to send it on up. Katsuna spending their flip defensively as well, just to stall as much time as possible. NXD finds himself back on the pitch. Katsuna fighting from the top side. NXD holding from the bottom side. Bells is kind of the main kill target here. Let's see if they can get him. Yeah, they do. Soren with that pendulum swing. Now again, a 2v2. The big finish comes out once again, blocking the bottom side. And it's Y'all. Y'all takes the goal. EKC, though, of course, getting that point for real. Big finish. I love to say it, and I hate to say it, but sometimes it's just a big disaster.
Yeah, that just happens with Finny, doesn't it? What also happens is Vice just absolutely taking your bloodline out, because Katsuna is just not allowed to play the game anymore. HP bar disappeared in a moment there.
Oh.
Taken off the map cleanly now as well. Kainoob does have a flip, probably going to try to use that before being taken out, or they're greeting for it, making sure they have it for the next point. We'll see. The power play is still alive. Here's that brawler pressure that Bells can exert on Soren, just making sure that the defense gets so much more difficult. And in the end, great team play from Hug there, actually find their way through. Yal taking credit for that goal.
Yeah, Y'all is playing real good there, moving up exactly when they need to. Soren was playing real good on that defense there, but you just run out of health sometimes, and you gotta back the heck up, or just try to avoid some damage, and that will just cause a kind of bit of an open spot there. Bells is going to successfully grab that barrier too, which is already kind of a big advantage. Kainoob, all three of them actually have flip here though. Hug is completely charged up, although Bells once again taken off the board. Katsuna might be able to find something on the top side here with NXED to back them up. Soren also is going to be moving up to midfield, maybe just a little bit here though, but kind of has to defend against this flip from Kainoob, so not feeling too confident to move too far up there, which is completely acceptable here. Katsuna once again just taking a ton of damage. This Rune Pillar might be enough. Okay, actually does get the resource out of Kainoob, but oh, they get the Katsuna out of EKC, and now the big power play from Hug could be, and it is the next goal for this one. Hug, 1 point away from being 2 sets up here though in this playoff.
And it's dangerous if they get another set here, because that means they're just going to get another snowball from draft that could potentially make it even worse when it comes to damage, as we're already seeing the game state right now, right? It's incredibly difficult for anyone to stay on the map, as NXT taken out cleanly there by Yal with that triple take. The hook coming out from Soren, trying to disrupt Kainoob there. Kainoob also taking a lot of damage here, but can just fall back to take the orb to recover. Katsuna's down to stagger now and almost taken out. Barely missed there, and now actually Bells the target of the edge there, as there's a power play for EKC. Barrier down, barrier traded though. Open goals on both sides of 2v2.
Sorry, that Finny misdirect did so much knockback. Katsuna never stopped flying. Still, to this day, if you listen close enough, you can hear them flying away. But yeah, power play is going to be over here, though. A 3v3 is going to resume. NXED gets hit by the triple take. Not really going to take all that much damage here, though. The bulk up is going to keep them alive for just a little bit longer. Katsuna tries to get a sneaky kill onto Y'all, who's moving up so far with that flip, and they actually put on so much pressure, and then reinforced from Kainoob. Nobody is surviving that amount of knockback in that goal zone from those flips, and man, hungry like Nephew, so desperately hungry to get this win away from EKC. And Finny, Y'all already lose, going to be the first to grab an awakening, and we already saw what happened the last draft. They were the first to grab.
Yeah, I mean, team. Hug coming in as the first seed, and they're showing it, right? They're doing a really good job. Obviously, very KO based, and they're executing extremely well on it. And they get rewarded. They get a twin drive on Finny, really strong. They have some HB for Vice, which obviously not like the most crucial, but it's more important to take that away from NXCD to not give bulk up and peak performance. Overall, the drafts didn't really have like any kind of insane prio picks, other than the 1-2 punch and twin drives, which went even. So I feel like it could have been worse for EKC for sure, but that draft still wasn't what they needed if they want to make like a huge momentum shift in this game.
I could agree with that. It is nice for NXCD to grab something like Timeless as well. Now they'll even have more chance to get some ball control, and Kainoob also getting some speed. That could have actually ended up being a priority pick, right? The peak performance giving you health and speed is quite good when it comes to everybody kind of knocking skulls here, though. Bells is also trying to hang on to this last little life that they have. A nice clear from Kainoob behind the back is going to be good enough to make sure that their barrier stays alive, although Bells finally does find themselves out of here. NXCD getting kind of comboed into that finish, but gonna keep themselves alive here, though. Soren's gonna move up against Y'all, who has this flip here. Nice attempt at that 2v3, but it's gonna be foiled, and they're gonna keep a resource as well. But was that Bells again? Finds themselves out of here, though. Man, the power plays from EKC are happening, though.
They are happening, they're playing around them well, but again, they just can't find that finishing strike to actually get the goal, and now Bells is back on the field, 3v3, NXCD almost getting a nice strike in there, as a piercing shot from Katsuna almost takes out Kainoob, but still everyone alive and well, as a simple strike sometimes is just enough. Yal not in position to actually react to that appropriately, and NXCD takes a point lead for EKC in this third set.
Yeah, nice positioning there from NXCD, making sure that they are completely center stage on open goal, which is certainly the hardest for the opposing goalie to deal with. And we're going to start this next point off here, though. Soren tries to get Kainoob into that black hole there, but it's going to be no avail. Although Kainoob does take a ton of damage here, going to have to fall back and make a 2v3 for just a few seconds here. They're not stopping, dealing damage to Kainoob. NXCD has got blood in their eyes, and man, eventually they do end up finding hit. Nice power play here, and a little bit of energy bars are also showing up for EKC. If they can grab this barrier, this point will almost assuredly be theirs. Gonna spend the first flip to try to get it, and it does end up grabbing that barrier. Man, NXCD kind of felt like he won a quadra strike war there. Either way, EKC putting on enough pressure to get that next point nicely.
Yeah, and that's the pressure that you want to be keeping up and you want to be riding here as well, as NXCD has a flip soon, Soren has one right now. So you do want to get this momentum, grab it. I think it's a bit difficult to keep momentum because you're just being taken out by Bells alone. Absolutely insane, that damage output from the side of Hungry Like Nephew, as they're now trying to take this barrier. Do find it, 3v1 power play still, and Soren just barely not able to reach it. The slowdown was enough, and Hug answers.
Yeah, honestly good. Solid attempt there from Soren. I think if they got one more strike, they probably would have been able to stall it there. But either way, the 1v3 is going to be quite difficult. Going to get a huge banish here onto Bells. Going to deal a ton of damage from just the rune. And we can see if Katsuna can get a finisher here. It would take Bells' flip as well, as Kainoob is going to be fighting NXCD on the bottom side here, though. Soren moving up to midfield. Kainoob blasts their own barrier with that supernova. Gets also hooked there, though. Soren taking huge advantage of the situation. Y'all going to try to hold the bottom side, while Bells maybe set to hold the top side. They do get the ball through past midfield. Bells has no health left to work with. Going to have to spend that flip, try to move away from the backside of the goal, but ends up having to use that resource there. This 2v3 might be enough to finish it, though. Katsuna going to regen past half as well. Can become unstaggered here. NXCD cannot find the energy to move up here. It's going to be tough, although Soren going to hold this bottom lane by themselves in this 2v2. Get banished here, kind of bad. Y'all does survive, and man, at this point, Soren honestly doing a great job of holding this barrier.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job, and also getting himself involved, right? Noticing, okay, we have a power play, let's create this 3v2, right, and play off of it. And at the time, it wasn't enough, but this time around with the power play again being found as a KO Yal there, it will be enough to take the set win for EKC, and they're going to be rewarded with keeping the game alive, and more importantly, a first pick on the Estelle. Hotshots here, but so are a lot of other very fun awakenings.
Yeah, Katsuna first to grab their awakening here. There's a couple of good things. Hot shot, extra special, missile prop. We'll be seeing what they're looking for. Actually going to hold here and allow the extra special to fall onto Bells, who's probably pretty happy about that. I mean, extra evades, extra teleports, more damage is all you could ever hope for from Team Damage over here on the left. We do have Monumentalist Finny as well, and Bruin does end up getting the hot shot, which is probably what they wanted the entire time there. They're actually going to make out pretty nicely. Soren also gets specialized training, which is deadly on Amy Zap. So I would say that the team that had won that set won out pretty well. I think that whole draft was pretty strong, so, you know, Hug is probably pretty happy with what they got as well.
Yeah, I mean, they got a lot of damage, and again, they got an awakening that helps Vice a lot, which is fight or flight, because again, Vice not incredibly mobile. She does have her secondary to just teleport instantly across the field, but if you don't have that available, you're just kind of walking, you know? So fight or flight, if you are core involved, it's going to help you quite a bit, and with that primary, you're going to involve yourself quite often. So pretty happy with the pickup, but I do think that Hotshot on NXT could be quite scary, because if EKC speeds up the pace of the game, I do feel like Hug has a difficult time keeping up, but yeah, I mean, they just get another KO, so...
That they do. Another KO certainly on the board here for Hug. They are having no problem here. The big finish is going to get foiled, though. Soren keeping that alive once again, doing such a good job in these like 2v1, 2v3 situations. They do finally get a kill, though. Katsuna does actually have a surprising amount of damage on this Estelle, and XCD can at least force an interaction there, though, with Soren backing them up. Is going to make that ball move. Bottom side is going to be completely blocked off by these rune pillars. Bells does find themselves back on the board. Kainoob, nice position on the middle there to make sure that the barrier stays up. Moving in so fast. I mean, we can see that Kainoob just has a ton of speed, especially with that slick kicks going. And the ball still... Oh my god, this barrier still holds at NXZD and Soren on the bottom here, though. Finally, it does go down. But boy, did they get some resources out of there. Spent some time. But... the hardest part that EKC has been having, though, is really just getting these objectives and finishing it off. Like, we've seen a solid amount of power plays there from this team as well, but there's something about these barriers, there's something about the end of these points that's just not fully there.
That's Sentaro Dash getting caught on the pillar there, very unfortunate, but yeah, that's very much the case, right? EKC, they're playing off of mistakes, essentially. Something like an Estelle in the Rune, they are thriving whenever the goalie has a misclear, and they punish that almost immediately. Problem? Enemy goalie is Yao, you know? There's not going to be an insane amount of mistakes there that you can capitalize off of. You can force him into mistakes, but that's going to be a lot more difficult to do, because, again, baseline, it's Yao, and secondly, his midfielder is Kainoob. Playing off of mistakes is gonna be a bit more difficult, so you need to find ways to force mistakes, like in this point, where they did really good with it.
Yeah, that is a fair point, you know, when you're like, dude, how hasn't the team scored? What's going on? Well, you know, their goalie could be Yao. Their goalie could be pretty good, and that is understandable, although this barrier is gonna go be vapor... Okay, alright, so as I say vaporized, that ace happens literally at the same time. That is such a Vice moment to just blow up the entire field. Now, that's the first time we've seen it like that, but, I mean, the potential has always been there. We've seen the damage from this team, and Vice is a menace when it comes to, especially on Amy's app, bro. There's nowhere to go. You got the hole in the middle. You are just crying for space.
It looked so beautiful as well, because someone died at the top, someone at the bottom, someone in the goal in. Like, it felt so symmetrical as well. But yeah, I mean, that is the danger of Vice on a map like this. And Hug, now with that point, put themselves 1 point away from taking the first game. And they do find another KO as well. Power play now in their favor, as it does get answered, actually. 2v2. As well, we're still technically 2v2 because Katsuna is coming up pretty soon. Never mind. A beautiful card trick from Yao will actually catch NXT off guard there a bit, and the goal goes in. Hug takes game 1.
Bro, Kainoob had the nastiest combo there. It was like secondary behind. Oh, cool, this isn't gonna hit. Then primary hits Soren into the secondary, which sends them on off. I mean, that was... Oh, that was expertise right there from the entire team of Hungry Like Nephew. I mean, It was relatively close for the most part of the game, but man, Hug was just the whole time they were just like, no, we trust me, it's fine. We got this. We're chilling. Lots of kills, man. We could see right here, 20 kills here sent from Hungry Like Nephew, and how many kills on the opposing team? I'm counting as fast as I possibly can. 21. Yeah, I'm not really sure if that's right. Probably 21 kills. Not really sure, but either way, look at these, man. Big damage numbers. I mean, that game wasn't. I guess 22 minutes is fair. I mean, these guys were just, beating the crap out of each other. That's a typical Amy's app game for you guys. I mean, who knows what would have happened if Soren was not on that Rasmus and able to get kills like that. Man, Soren did such a good job defending, though. Like, you saw how many power plays were on the board, and Soren just kind of had a barrier for a lot of the time. It was just their ability to take the objectives was just ended up being limited. It possibly was because of just what happens when you have double midfielder in that regard. And I mean, the opposing team is quite good, and everyone's staggered. So that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. But a really nice hype game to start our playoffs. That was good.
Yeah, absolutely insane. And I feel like going into this game too now, EKC kind of needs to come back with a statement, because even though they did get a set right, they showed themselves, they played well. I do feel like throughout the entire game, it felt Hog favored. So I feel like EKC needs to go into the second game, potentially have some kind of, I don't know how strong on the mental games they are. I don't know the players on that level, but just have the reset and go into the next game completely fresh and say, you know what, game one, that happened. It was an incredibly awkward map and Awakening combination to be playing through, and just focus all that energy on taking this next game as much as they can, at least.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't how do you put it? It's like, this is not an RNG game. But when you click start the game and then the awakenings are completely random, okay. Because it's like, EKC, I felt like, was doing a really good job with ball control. I felt like Kasuna was doing such a good job with a lot of their delayed strikes, and NXZD was just there blocking what they needed to be. It was just man, they were staggered the whole time. Hug was just doing what they were supposed to be, which was killing the opponents. And if there's no opponents, it's really easy to win. So I feel like if we can get an RNG start, that isn't really hey, Deadeye, hey, Amy's app, hey, I'm about to just die the entire time, I think they have a way better shot at out-controlling Hungry Like Nephew here. And as we see our first starting awakenings, we do have Spark of Punching, which is, I mean, that's damage, but not a ton of damage. I wouldn't say that's whatever. And we have our Demolisher, which is solid. We got some size. Size could mean ball control. It is possible.
Yeah, I feel like there's still gonna be a decent spread of damage still, because yes, Spark of Strength on its own doesn't really do that much, but it's more so the comparison, right? There's few characters that really enjoy taking size because their abilities just benefit from it, and every single character that's going to get locked in this draft that doesn't necessarily need size is going to go Spark, because you want that potential to scale, you want that potential to snowball with these awakenings. And looking at the draft so far, has been panning out. You have Affinity and Luna, again, almost insta-bans from both sides. Amy instantly picked, Vice Estelle instantly picked. None of these characters, maybe Amy, I guess, could go Demolitionist, but most likely all three of these are going to go Spark of Strength. So this game, again, has potential to go into that KO department, but I wouldn't fully expect it to. And actually, I really do like the Juno pickup here for EKC, because Juno does extremely well against non-lockdown goalies. And looking at the team comps that have been locked here, you have an Estelle and you have a Vice. Doesn't matter which one Yal is playing in net, Juno's going to be incredibly efficient into them.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. Juno also has a lot of range, which is nice for Night Market. I understand the Finny ban. I think she's also quite good on Night Market too. And Luna, yeah, like we're saying, get her out of here. Let's just have a fair game, right? But not really, because we're gonna play Vice anyway. As Hug is easily, like you're mentioning here, locking that Vice, getting that Estelle. Man, they are enjoying this Vice. And Zentaro, too. Bells is going to hit that Zentaro once again, no problem. Katsuda on the Juno is probably going to be... Honestly, the team here from EKC being Juno Brawler now, I feel like it's going to be or is it Amy Brawler? Or wait, is it Is it Era goalie? I've seen these things happen before. Their team comp is definitely a little bit of a cycle here through some of their players. I feel like anyone could be playing anyone here. We just saw NXDD play Rune, who is usually punching people in the face with maybe like Juliet or something. But should be an interesting game as they are. I mean, sometimes the double midfield can kind of out control a non-lockdown goalie. So. We'll see it happen. I think Hungry Like Nephew is going to go for a pretty similar strat here, though. Grab that spark, punch the opponents with it, and if they die, that's pretty sick. And if not, well, they're probably staggered.
Yeah, most likely. And I'm expecting the Era to go in net because it feel a bit weird to play the Era outfield with either of the other two characters. And this time around, the double midfield, I do feel like is going to be a lot more effective because Finny is a lot more defensively gifted than Estelle. Which to me, I can see how it works a lot better, especially on a map like Night Market, where if you're controlling the core correctly, you can play around the enemy goalie a lot easier as well. Because again, on Amy's app, if you want to play around the enemy goalie, if you position a little bit wrong, you're just being taken out. And it is actually the Vice in net, which I guess is the more obvious one. But the same thing applies for Vice, right? Vice does not have incredible defense against double midfield, so I'm curious to see how EKC are going to play this out.
Yeah, I think it's going to be something to keep your eye on here. Is really going to be this Era against the Zentaro for the most part. I feel like Zentaro is probably laughing when they have to deal with Era as the goalie there, though, because there's not a lot of defensive capabilities there. Era can kind of get around the map, especially with that really cool primary buff, getting a little bit faster, sometimes too fast, but then they nerfed that a little bit. So we're back to being pretty fast and still a great buff as the first kill is going to be coming through here from EKC. Hug is trying to hold on to this point. Oh, the ball being so small is actually not going to touch that wall and is going to go right on in there, though. The sneaky goal here from Soren. I mean, that's just what Era brings to the table, right? Makes the ball small, and now everyone doesn't know where it's going.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Soren also did go Pauldrons here as a beautiful KO from NXCD, unable to power play here. But yeah, Soren on the Pauldrons, which I actually don't dislike, right? Because you are going up against a lot of damage again, and as the goalie, if you're something like Era, you are a KO target. That's not something that you can be avoiding. So the Pauldrons is going to help you stay alive, and now together with the Demolitionist as well, you're just putting yourself in a position where as Era, you are always favored in Strike Wars.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like you're saying, the size is going to be great. That primary makes you even bigger, too. I mean, nice kill there from NXDD. The Cyber Swipe is going to take that one pretty much no problem. But they have to get the ball around Kainoob and Yal here, though, who seem to have just enough cooldowns to stall this one out. 1 second left here, though, from Bells. They are back, ready to strike. Ball on up to Kainoob, and they clear that one out and give it right on over to Bells, who has kind of a center situation here, though. They get the flip out of Soren and continue to hold this possession, although the Juno Blobs in overtime are going to be pretty deadly, but now a forced strike war from Soren and Bells is going to be taken by Bells. 1-1 here.
1-1, and again, I said it last game, and I'm gonna say it again this game. This first set could potentially mean so much, because we are on a spark start this time around. Which means if you can get that spark stacking going early on the right players, it can be quite difficult to be dealing with. And both teams are definitely aware of that, looking to take this first set home, but they can't. As of right now, again, just damage being dumped. NXCD almost being taken out, and he doesn't really want to use his evades because he's so close to a flip, forced to use one now to even stay alive. And I'm sure Bells isn't going to let him just roam free for all too long there either.
Yeah, another interesting thing is that this meta so far has been mostly Siphoning Wand. Like, we have seen some double Siphoning Wand matches. We were really thinking that Siphoning Wand was the true end-all be-all for the most part, and we do see one of them in this game, but NXCD deciding to take pummelers, is actually not taking any prisoners this match, is going to ensure that these kills are completely set and done, although the ball is going to fly at Mach 5000 due to y'all probably hitting that Supernova. I blinked, couldn't see it. Supernova, the ball's going to fly right past Soren. And that's going to be 2 points here for Hug.
Yeah, very fortunate angle for Yal as well, because that means they got the goal without Bells having to use his flip. So you now have that available to be playing with, as NXCD sends out his own flip there, but cannot get a barrier off of it. Bells now looking pretty good here to take the first barrier off of Soren, but never mind Soren with a very solid defense. Both sides still having all of their barriers, and almost a power play for the side of EKC.
There they go. Power play has been set. The goalie has been slain. Let's see if we can get a point here, though. Soren moving up all the way. Going to play a little bit of passing here with NXCD. They do end up passing around Bells quite nicely, though. Going to bewitching beam that ball. Trying to get it through the top side with that Maelstrom, but they can't seem to squeeze it on through. Down over to Katsuna, who also has a flip here, though. Is going to move up as far as they can. Possibly get this flip onto the barrier. Boy, is it so much easier to score when there is just no barriers. And by that I mean you could flip for the last barrier and not feel too bad about it. But they do end up flipping, not getting the barrier, and hey, also getting killed in the process. So not a great situation there if you're named Katsuna. But we still do have a couple of flips here though from EKC, but they're probably going to end up spending it defensively. But I suppose that will be worth it as long as you survive this point and keep these barriers.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, the power play not finding a single barrier, and NXCD now finding a barrier of his own. They're open net now on the side of Hungry Like Nephew as it goes into the blubble. Almost goes for a funny angle as well. Yal now taking a lot of damage here as NXCD is looking to finish him off. So Hug needs to be careful to not let this core go past the midfield as both barriers drop on the side of EKC. The flip comes out, Katsuna not there in time. And EKC, not EKC, sorry, Hug finding themselves the first set of this game.
That was definitely a little bit of like, I dropped all the spaghetti out of my pocket and I'm going to try to put it back in my pocket. Yeah, kind of hitting that center on, like the center block there on Night Market is going to be kind of a death sentence. But no problem here, though. We still got a couple sets to work with. We're going to have Kainoob grabbing the bulk up here, though, getting some damage, getting some health, going to keep themselves alive against any kind of power. Although NXCD with Pummelers is trying to kill people without really staggering them. Lots of knockback there from Amy. And man, Soren actually gets Monumentalist. I mean, not a lot of creation here at all, actually, for the side of Hug. So it's pretty much going to float on down to Soren, who's probably like, yes, that's all I wanted from this entire game. That is probably the most impactful awakening that I can see being exchanged here on that draft. So gonna keep my eyes peeled here for this Monumentalist. I think Soren is definitely happy about that one.
Yeah, most definitely, especially because that gives you now two large ultimates that can just carry core upfield, the Amy ultimate and the Monumentalist era Tornado coming out as well, which means getting into an attacking position for EKC is going to be a bit easier, but it's still not going to be easy, right? Because you can see it right now, they're struggling to get it out of their own half because Kainoob and Bells are just positioning so well. Yal now also getting involved with that Supernova, not finding any damage from it, but again, it just puts pressure on them, and with pressure comes damage, and with damage comes kills, as Hog is now back into a power play situation. And I can see Yal trying to get involved, not able to do so properly, and actually a negative power play for the side of Hug, and now a proper power play for EKC. We'll see if they can convert this.
Yep, flip from Soren gets the ball right on down there into the hands of NXCD. Now Katsuna has it bottom side there. The piercing shot is going to clear the ball quite easily. Man, this team has a lot of ball control, but they do not have so much push that even Vice and Estelle just defending could be enough here. Although Katsuna gets in there nicely with that bounce, it's going to be good enough to take this barrier as well. Bell's trying to make a play here with that Irish, but it's not going to work out just yet. Soren trying to get this ball away from Bells, but they do get it at a really good spot for them. Hug has a flip here, though, from Kainoob. Once again, they can't get it past. Lots of Wabos, and the Firewall Sentry is going to hold that top side. Once again, though, we have Bells against Soren and Katsuna. Katsuna could move up here, though. Finally has a flip, spends it to try to get a kill on Y'all, but does not work out there either. Kainoob constantly playing defense here with Y'all. They're just trying to give the ball to Bells, and NXCD finally finds a situation where they can block a pass with that glitch pop, and they get it nicely. Point over to EKC, and they need this next set.
They very much do, and they worked very hard for that point as well, as they do take the lead. But Katsuna and Soren a bit low on the evade bar. Now, Soren probably not going to be ability dumped here, because again, Pauldron's on the era. You're going to be staying alive quite a bit, but you actually don't need to ability dump, because Hug just took both barriers right there. And almost a double barrier for EKC actually, but it didn't drop yet as Yal drops that supernova down as well to just clear the situation. Hog now back on the attack, trying to close out this point, but they can't get it past Kitsuna's midfield right now. Juno being so oppressive in that position.
Yeah, Kitsuna doing a great job of holding the midfield and just playing like a really good defense here for Soren, although now that defense has been basically vaporized here from Bells. Getting that flip kill is going to be quite nice. Y'all uses that flip, but when the ball is small, it actually goes a little bit slower here, though, so that flip was not nearly as impactful as they wanted it to be. Ball going to go right on past. We're going to hit that wall. Barrier is praying to the gods that they stay alive, but Soren not big enough, simply not big enough to get that ball, and no cooldowns left, and Kainub getting credit for that kill, though. 1-1 for this set. EKC, don't lose hope here. You guys need some motivation. This is the playoffs. Keep yourselves together.
You do need to find these goals, and you need to find them soon, because again, Hug is just kind of riding the momentum, and NXCD does a really good job at breaking it up there completely, as a KO is being found for EKC now. A flip coming up from Soren. They do want to get this barrier, they want to get this goal, they want to get the point lead, as Soren is walking up here as well on this arrow, uses the tornado, but the court does not get stuck on it. Bells now back on the field, it's 3v3 back in play. NXCD almost getting the hit through there, but no, Yal holds on, and now Hug trying to get a counter push going.
Yeah, wow, they are scuffling so hard in this top lane here. Blabo is going to help hold this barrier as well. The 2v2 on the top side is going crazy. Giant Maelstrom is going to be way more consistent at holding the ball. Nice primary from y'all. That power cord is actually going to hold the line, bro, keeping the point alive, and the barrier is finally taken from Kainub. Now going to put the ball onto the bottom side here, though. Almost grabs a kill onto Katsuna. Kind of for free there, though. Y'all going to teleport on back. Holds that flip. Over time, it's going to make things a little bit awkward here with these blobs. The kill is going to be rough, though, but Hug could move up. Bells is looking a little staggered here, though, but a nice pass is going to let Kainub grab the final barrier. Soren going to spend their final resource. It's going to be that flip. And, man, Kainub, just knew where to go, man. Trusted Bells on the middle and just pushed onto the bottom. Kainub, brain expanding every game.
Yeah, the plays from Hug were just lovely, and EKC are finding it incredibly hard to actually get past that final line of defense. So some approach has to be changed, something has to be found, because again, the power play is coming out for Hug, as they're one goal away from taking a second set to get a barrier, to get the flip in front of the goal as well. Kainub does use the piercing shot, but it doesn't go through, as the strikes still find their way in, and the ultimate from Estelle will confirm it. Kainub finding themselves a second set and putting themselves one set away from just taking this first series 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, Soren even has the pauldrons, but, I mean, Hug was like, we're going to go kill Era. Yeah, here it goes. Boom. Era is completely vaporized instantly, so, you know, we try to take Powerhouse, and we just hope, but sometimes it does not work out. Although, Kainub going to take one of the greatest kill awakenings there ever was, Adrenaline Rush, which is going to certainly entice you from spending those cooldowns onto the players. Juno, though, grabbing a 1-2 punch, which is going to be quite big. Oh, man, Vice gets heavy impact again, which is a little rough. It was kind of a trade there, though, right? EKC was like, okay, I mean, as long as we can get something good like this 1-2 punch, we'll let this Zentaro have Super Surge. Not sure if they could have denied it that way, but either way, they're saying this is what we got. NXCD, I kind of like that he got Twin Drive, though. I feel like he's been mostly going for this like combo gameplay and then just trying to get as many kills as possible that way, and I think like for the most part it has been working. So an extra cooldown could be exactly what they're looking for, as they're completely out of cooldowns right now. No health, no evades. They're just running in circles to try to live, and Kainub is certainly not going to let that happen. And look how good at confirming kills this team is, man.
Yeah, the Adrenaline Rush coming through for Kainub there as well, trying to get the second barrier, but Soren and Kitsuna doing a really good job holding on to the point for now. The tornado coming out and unfortunately actually interrupting the core there a little bit. And now Soren, the player that we thought wasn't really going to be at risk of being taken out, is also just getting overwhelmed now by Bells, down to a stagger. Needs to evade it to actually stay alive. A really good job with that, but the KO still found, and the flip finds its way up to Bells. Hug, 1 goal up in this third set.
Really rough spot there from Soren. I mean, had the perfect evade, got that strike, kept themselves alive, and it was just cooldowns upon cooldowns. 4 Bells there, had that final kill for them. Now we're going to start off at this next point here. Grabs that first barrier, EKC. Although Bells is going to fight onto the bottom side. Going to rush right to the top. Has that super surge. Can really cover a lot more options. NXCD tries to get a nice glitch up to the top side there, though. Soren trying to mess with Bells here, though. Worked a couple times earlier, but not going to work out this time just yet, as damage is already being sent onto Soren, who has no evade here, though. They're going to have to be a little bit more careful if Bells decides to deal some damage to them. Although, as I say that, we see a lot of combo potential coming in from the side of EKC, and they do exchange kills, although one of the teams has Adrenaline Rush and one of them does not.
Adrenaline Rush doesn't matter if you find strikes like that, though. NXCD with a beautiful interrupt gets the second barrier out. Now everyone back on the field, 3v3 again. NXCD needs to be careful not to be taken out and definitely falls down to that supernova now. Power play for the side of Hog. EKC, you were looking so good at the start of this point, and you're just finding your ways to actually get the barriers and this goal, but as of right now, again, Hog found their way back. Again, another KO, another power play, just extends itself. Juno with 1-2 punch doing the work and making it difficult, but nevertheless, the defense from Hog stays. Yal not making a mistake there. Soren back on the field, trying to get this core over to enemy side, and no, just another beautiful intercept from Kainu. Those piercing shots are on point.
That was a really good intercept there. And it was tricky too, right? Because we had Soren like hit the ball up into Katsuna, who had 1-2 punch that also just struck the ball and just became red. And Kainu was just kind of on the board there. So, all right, I'll just say Kainu's pretty good at this game. Possibly at the last point here, though. EKC is going to be fighting for their life. Bells getting on in there with the Aya Rush. They do end up losing a barrier, though, one for each side. This Firewall Sentry is going to be nullified a little bit here, though. The Maelstrom kind of angled a little bit too much at the wall. Will carry the ball, but not into the barrier. And that's what they wanted. Bells has flip. Y'all has flip. This is really close to the goal. And there you go, man. Hug taking the first. It's not best of 3, right? Imagine if it was best of 5 or something. Hugs takes the first game, guys, from EKC in our playoffs for our first round in an engaging set here. What a crazy one, Slav.
Yeah, Hug just played it so efficiently and so well throughout both of these games, right? They had their team comp sets at enabling them to find KOs, and they do that over and over and over again. And they still, while playing so well for those KOs, they didn't give up any core control, even in games where I would say, or in this game specifically, where I would say they would probably have a harder time core controlling against what EKC is playing. It still felt like they had the control over the core most of the time. They still had the core always in places where they wanted it to. And that just makes it so difficult for EKC to play. You can see that as well. This time around, EKC only able to find 2 goals across the entire game. Hug just being so dominant in this night market.
Yeah, no, I do agree with everything that you're saying. Hug is here for a reason. I mean, they all played their roles very well. I mean, Kainub just kind of the king of the midfield for the most part. But, I mean, the defense from Soren is, like, really, really good. It's just the situations that you're put in as, like, era goalie, right? Like, you have a lot of agency over, like, where the ball goes for the most part. But it's like dueling a character like Bells while Estelle is behind them. Or a character like Zentaro while Estelle is behind them is just... It's a little too much for Era to handle sometimes, even with a little bit of extra speed. And, yeah, the ball is just going to kind of get past you sometimes. Like you're saying, only 2 points. Again, it was just kind of like really tough to break the walls here to get past the midfield from Kainub. And then like Kainub was just playing such a good second goalie here with y'all too when it came down to it. And that's just kind of how the team got here, though. Hungry Like Nephew moving on here in our playoffs. Well-deserved. EKC did a really good job there, though, but maybe they'll be able to bring their, maybe not A game, but their S game when it comes to the lower side of the bracket. Although we are going to go to just a little bit of a break here, though, as we load up our next gamers here. When we come back in a few minutes, we will have Bun Bun Bonanza against Showtime in our next round of playoffs. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hungry like Nephew.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Season 6 of the North American Strikers League playoffs, and we are not even close to done here, though. We are getting in another huge game here. Bun Bun Bonanza against Showtime Sloth. Thoughts on this one? I mean, I know these teams have certainly been trying their best on the winner's side here, though. Man, they're going to do everything they can. What are your thoughts on what we might be seeing here?
I feel like we're gonna have some interesting goalie picks from both sides because obviously Showtime still have their own unique way of playing, right? They still play lockdown goalie, some kind of high movement speed midfield, and a good shove up front, and they've been successful with it. And even though I wouldn't say it's necessarily the strongest in the current meta, they continue to prove me wrong, and we're seeing it this game as well, right? They locked in an Asher now and a Kazan. They're just saying, Barcode, you're gonna hold down everything on the defense. Shianzu, you're doing a good job just being everywhere in the midfield, and then you have Joker up front with a Kazan, all that outplay potential as well. So they have an interesting approach to the current meta, but it seems to be working for them. On the other side, you have Bun Bun, who have been playing really well in recent times, and especially in this game as well, they got all of their comfort. Lilybun being such a menace on the Sundubu as well. Again, another lockdown goalie. So I feel like we might be going into a lot more control than what we did last series at the very least.
Yeah, no, totally fair. I mean, the starting awakenings here being Size and Glass Cannon, both pretty good starting awakenings for a lot of different characters. I mean, look at all the Size that's already shown up here, though. Only one Glass Cannon, and like you said, 2 lockdown goalies. No eject button to be found, and that is going to be a significant lack of damage. We might actually be playing ball here with Showtime and Bun Bun Bonanza. We can see Lilybun already moving up as far as they can midfield, just waiting for that fortress to show up. Got to strike the ball a couple more times, and they'll be able to hold the line. Nice weight there to get the ball right past Joker. Lilybun a little bit locked in there, though. Liari is going to take that speed gate with Shianzu, but they're actually going to end up winning out here, though. Finally gets the fortress, going to lock up that top side. But a nice strike there from Barcode, and Shianzu is going to clear it out once again. 2 barriers still held by Bun Bun Bonanza. Look at this Dubu, who covers so much space. Scyther, the second they get their hands on that ball, is able to slice it right past Barcode, and Bun Bun Bonanza starting out nice and quick here, though. I do like the picks. Yeah, like you said, nice comfort pick coming in from Bun Bun Bonanza, and like the size of this Dubu is going to be able to hold these side lanes nicely.
Yeah, most definitely. They have a lot of pressure that they are exerting. In that first point as well, you saw Bun Bun just completely playing in the side of Showtime to show them not able to get the core out. This time around, it's a bit different. They do get 1 barrier, but and they almost get a second one here, actually. Joker has have to use the flip to stay alive, and a nice crooked leverage there will actually get the barrier out. Now Showtime, the team that is keeping up the pressure, as Bun Bun doing a good job defending, and this touch so crucial from Scyther 12 there to actually keep the point alive. Flip has to come out from Lilybun, and now Bun Bun trying to get these barriers off of Showtime. We'll see if they can do it.
Going to be a tough situation here, though, but the sheer size of this Duber from these awakenings is actually going to make the somersault that much bigger, and it's going to clip the ball here, holding that line for this point. Lilybun going to self-dribble there a little bit off the top side there and finds a kill. Scyther uses their flip to grab a power play here for Bun Bun Bonanza. Barcode does have their flip available, and we've seen what Asher Goalie has done before. One of the best lockdown goalies in the entire business here, though. Spends the flip, going to actually hold the line here, though. Block that healing from Scyther. A flip from Liari. He's actually going to strike both Shianzu and Barcode for the stun, which is going to allow that barrier to go down. Liari trying to get their hands on the ball once more. The Fortress is going to clip that last little donut, which is going to send the ball straight down the line, right past Barcode, and that was a little bit of a shocker for everyone on board, I think.
Yeah, a really fortunate angle for Lilybun there, as now Bun Bun are putting themselves 1 goal away from taking this first set, and they do try to do that as swiftly as possible, get 1 barrier down already, but Showtime is ready to answer, get 1 barrier as an answer, as now Scyther 12 in a 1v1 with Barcode. Gonna be difficult to execute, though, because again, you said it before, Asher's such a strong lockdown goalie, 1v1s are gonna be incredibly difficult to win out against a pick like that.
Absolutely true, and Scyther is playing that Rasmus, though. I think Rasmus and Kazan might be actually one of the 2 best brawlers to play around these lockdown goalies by themselves, as the hook moves, the hook abilities simply are just so good at like using those strike mix-ups. You know, getting the opposing goalie to like use a strike or use a committal like dash of some sort, and they can just kind of hook the ball back. So I like both of these goalie picks to be fine in lockdown, but I also like these brawler picks to play against them.
Yeah, and the midfield picks just being ever present, right? Juno and Now doing such a good job with the Blobos and all the mines to just continuously interrupt core and just have it be in beneficial situations for their team, as we see a lot of like back and forth continuously, because it's mainly just Liari and Xianzu just trying to get the better of each other, trying to get these cores past that midfield line and get into an attacking position. But again, difficult to do that because a lockdown goalie's right behind it and will just send the core right up again as a beautiful KO actually for Bun Bun Bonanza. Will get them a power play here. Joker trying to get the goal in but cannot find it. Surely Bun Bun looking to take this barrier off of Barcode, but as he's still holding on excellently.
Yep, incoming Fortress here, though, onto the top side. Gonna hold the line, but Scyther kind of takes it by themselves here, though. Joker gets the hook, almost causes a catastrophe. Scyther staying so close, almost making it happen, but a great defense from Xianzu, and Barcode is gonna hold that line too. Liari got their flip ready to go. If they can just grab the ball a little bit closer to the goal. Yeah, I mean, that's understandable, because Kazan's got a lot of cooldowns, and you do not want to end up spending something into the pop-up there, which would cause a little bit of the end of the goal. Liari gets that flip, but maybe a couple of degrees off of getting the perfect angle, but finds a kill. Nonetheless, though, this power play is going to be big, and Barcode tries to load up the breakthrough, but it was just has too much cast time there. 3-0 start to this playoff game. Bun Bun Bonanza is looking good, and look who is striking the ball just a little bit too much. Lilybun first to grab their awakening, and how much bigger could this Dubu possibly get?
Ooh, a lot bigger. I wonder if it is just simply the size or if we are gonna go to cooldown, but no, it is just gonna be Might of the Colossus. You do have Joker getting built different here potentially. No, that's gonna fall down to Scyther actually, as the 1-2 punch gets picked up, and that does lean into one thing that I've noticed in that first set, Bun Bun Bonanza. They've just been finding edge KOs a lot more consistently, even though we are in a very heavy control game. These pendulum swings, these Friends slings, I think, are just finding KOs, getting these recovery drones out, and then getting power plays on a second KO. And I think that's what kind of led to them finding that convincing 3-0. And I feel like picking up something like a 1-2 punch for Joker can open up the possibility for this Kazan to look for KOs as well.
No doubt on that one, as the Fortress comes onto the top side here, though. At least stalls long enough for Scyther to get some healing, just a second away from being unstaggered. There they go. Lilybun just doing exactly what they need to, right? Moving up when it is imperative for them to do so. Joker tries to use the hook to get past Liari, but we do have Lilybun right behind them to block this barrier completely. Xianzu gonna get their hands on the ball into the top side, but gonna get pendulum swing. The ball's gonna get through, cleared. Scyther trying to beat everyone by themselves, and it was kind of scary. There's a chance that it was a 1v3 situation, could have worked out, but now they find themselves kind of ruined, as they might have overextended directly into the triangulation of the enemy team. But they are completely unstaggered here, though. Just the drone is out. Actually taking a lot more damage here, though. You can see that the team is really spending resources to try and kill Scyther, and it is basically working. Kazan, there might not be a better kill-confirmed single character in the game than Kazan after you are staggered. So a respectable opportunity here for Joker to try to find a kill onto Scyther.
Yeah, but he just can't find it. Like, there's so many abilities used, and in the end, the flip even had to be used by Joker there to get this power play going now, and Lilybun doing such a good job waiting that out there to just get as much time back as possible to make sure that Scyther 12 is back on the field. The barrier does drop in the end as the flip comes out from Lilybun, but we're down to, or back to a 3v3 again. Liari now taking a lot of damage, has a flip and doesn't want to be using it without any value, as the goal almost gets in, but no, it does get defended by Lilybun, and Liari, again, trying her best to stay alive, uses the flip now, but Xianzu right there to answer it. Still, the attack on Showtime's side here, very strong. And the parry does drop. What an angle to be found by Lilybun, as now both sides have open goals, and Barcode needs to use the flip to keep this point alive for the side of Showtime.
Yeah, I mean, another, like, pixel edge clip there from the Tofu Fortress is going to net Lilybun that final barrier and another objective. Just gonna get them experience as well as closer to this goal. But we do have the fight back here from Showtime. They're really pushing in here. Joker and Xianzu They're really trying to maintain control, but man, the sheer size of this Dubu is really becoming kind of a problem. Even Scyther is also just like kind of out strike warring due to this size. Liari trying to fight from the top side, getting kind of hit a lot, so that glass cannon really is not doing all that much. A flip here from Scyther, gonna try to reinforce it with that pendulum swing, but the ball just goes a little bit too fast to get like a direct like reinforcement there, so Barcode's gonna hit that one away. Lilybun gonna have to grab that speed gate and get on over there though. Nobody was worried, not even me, as Barcode is gonna hit the ball right on over to Xianzhu. Kind of close there though, as Asher might be out of cooldowns. They finally get a kill here though. Joker gives Scyther the hook, and now it is a 2v3 situation. Kind of strikes it right as the log hits it. Kind of a situation that Dubu runs into sometimes, right? Where it kind of seems like it goes right through the log, but it's usually because the ball like eats the log on kind of just about the same frame.
Yeah, just really good timing from Joker there to actually find that strike timing and gets the goal. They do get rewarded with one, and they're looking for another one as Scyther 12 down to 1 HP. Has one evade available, but I feel like Joker's probably going to start debilitating dumping on him pretty soon, as actually Barcode's the one to do it. And Scyther 12 not trying to get the attack going down to Stagger, and sure to die here as the flip comes out. Showtime back into a power play situation, and they find themselves a lot more KOs compared to what they did in this very first set, and you can very much see it because they're so much more oppressive in their positioning as well.
Yeah, another big kill there from Joker is going to result them in at least a barrier, right? I mean, they're really not getting a lot, and this could be one of those situations where they're spending a lot of cooldowns getting kills, but not having much to get past this humongous Dubu. Lilybun is really just holding this down here, though, as we have a nice 2v2 on the top side. Joker getting really involved, so incredibly involved, that Scyther is actually going to be taken out there. Lilybun not going to move up too far, but definitely going to hold this entire side lane by themselves. This Dubu is enormous, but wow, one great stun is going to result in that final barrier. Scyther does come up in time, though. Make sure that this point does not get out of hand just yet. A couple of blobs here from Liari is going to not do just enough. The Fortress comes out here to foil at anything that Joker had planned here. Not going to go in just yet. Close, though, with that pop-up. Going to have to get a flip here from Lilybun. Can't risk strike warring Kazan there. The really great strike angle from Scyther there is going to get it right through Barcode's barrier beam. And now we have a completely open goal. Oh my god, Liari having the patience of Jesus to not flip there, though. That is pretty crazy.
I mean, did not get punished.
I was afraid.
Get now, though. To get punished now. The 1-2 punch overtime for Joker, just sending that core red immediately in closed form. Just difficult to handle, as Dubu has limited range, right? So Showtime now 1 goal away from taking this second set without dropping a single goal of their own, and another KO. Scyther 12 has a pretty hard time staying alive here. This 1-2 punch just doing such incredible amounts of damage with this Kazan on Joker, and Showtimes they're finding their groove in this game. They in the set 1, it felt a bit difficult for them to play out, but they're locked in now, and you can definitely see that in the results of this set so far.
Yeah, I do think it was an interesting pick, right? They actually completely forgone all of the size just to get that 1-2 punch, and honestly, it does seem to be working out. You could say size isn't everything for Kazan, but it is kind of a stretch, although 1-2 punch, again, is working out quite well. A lot of damage being dealt from Joker here, especially knockback as well. Once you were completely staggered, I mean, they just kind of switch their sights onto Scyther, and everyone just kind of smacks him. I mean, even Barcode getting too close to that enemy is going to get you hit, but Scyther got that hook and is going to completely take that final barrier. Now, if we could just hold the line here for 14 seconds, we have a really good chance at scoring here if you are a Bun Bun Bonanza fan. Yeah, I should have said Funanza. I messed up, guys. I'm sorry.
Well, it worked, so, you know, they did get the goal in the end. And they do get their attempt at making their way back into the set. However, Barcode has a flip soon and Joker has one already. The other side, Lilybun has a flip and Liari gets close to hers as well. So we'll see who gets more value out of their respective flips here. As, again, a lot of midfield contention from both sides. Flip comes out from Lilybun and does get denied. One barrier down. Joker getting a bit low. Potential to be finding a KO here, but we'll have to see if they can actually do that, because you're limited in your damage output. Again, right? The KOs that Bun Bun has been finding were mainly around edges and not through stagger, just through pure knockback. So we'll see if that's going to come into play or not, as a barrier gets taken out on both sides now, even game state.
Yeah, for the most part, on the edges, I could say for sure. I mean, they could think about getting more damage, right? Kazan does not have a huge health pool, and the Joker, you know, they do have drone, just like everyone else here, but, I mean, with that low health pool, they might be able to find more kills than they think, although currently prioritizing a lot of size, and a nice stun strike there from Xianzhu is going to make it so Lilybun's going to have a really tough time with that one, and a 3-1 here for Showtime. They are not even close to done with this game, evening this set up, and now Kazan first to grab this Awakening. We've already seen a lot of damage come out from 1-2 punch. Could it possibly be Adrenaline? Super Surge. They might be looking for more damage as well, or get some utility here, Fight or Flight, which is also fair too. Actually, when they cause Stagger, they'll get their secondary back too, so that could just be another kill confirm in itself, which is totally fair. Not a lot coming in here for Lilybun, although we do have, I mean, I think Aerials is super duper good on Liari. I'd say that is definitely a power pick for Juno. That just does a lot for her. Scyther not getting too, I mean, Super Surge is completely fine. Barcode Adrenaline, I mean, it's not too crazy. Everyone getting kind of average stuff for the most part, but Joker and Liari, I think, are really going to be the winners of that draft.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate for the side of Showtime because all 3 Dash Awakenings were in that draft, which made it impossible for you to actually deny Liari a Dash Awakening. And Juno is just so unlocked when she does have that range to be working with on her jumps. Just so much more pressure that can be created through that. And yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, but again, you're pretty happy. You get movement speed on the Kazan. You get, I guess, movement speed on now because explosive entrance with the mines are going to be pretty effective as well. But going into this first point, you see Bun Bun just being a lot more controlling. They took both barriers already. Showtime very much answering right now, though, trying to take the second one off of Lilybun as well. Xianzhu has a flip already. Doesn't use it quite yet, but there the aerials on Juno comes in, almost finds the strike bar win, but Barcode is ready for it and just clears it out cleanly.
Yeah, 2 barriers down here, though. One still up for Lilybun. Having a tough time of getting it past this Sundubu as usual. It's made it a lot easier when they can get a kill onto Scyther, and now they're actually dealing a lot of damage to Xianzhu. Joker might be able to put in some overtime work here, though, with some of these Kazan abilities, and deal some damage right on back. The team is low on energy, although Barcode can't maintain control of that ball while Scyther is there, and they're going to fold right here to Bun Bun Bonanza on that point. Could be an interesting situation here, though, with the spark of leadership, though, with Lilybun. I wonder if they'll be able to find some more of those. That could be, you know, it's interesting when one of the characters, when one of the players in the game starts to take sparks, then it just kind of forces some, like, weird denies, and then it kind of takes away, like, it's like if you get a spark of garbage, and then they have to take a spark of garbage, then you just, like, eat 2 awakenings, like, just out of nowhere, you know what I mean? Because they have to deny. Kind of an interesting dynamic when it comes to the drafts later.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely. And the thing is, looking at what sparks are still in rotation, you have leadership that's out, and you have... oh, there's another spark in that draft. Was it strength? I think it was strength. But that means you still have some pretty solid sparks in the draft that need to be accounted for in future rounds as well, which, again, can create a little bit difficult situations because you need to give up a really good awakening just to deny one that doesn't really do anything for you. Don't like doing that. Scyther 12 just, by the way, playing out of his mind in the first goal there, finding the angle perfectly past Barcode's flip, and here, the flip into the top bounce, into the pendulum swing. That's rough.
That was a really good top bounce there. Scyther pretty much locked in right here with this pendulum swing, with these angles, with the degrees that we're seeing here, though. Joker's going to steal that one away. We can already see a lot of damage being placed onto Scyther. They've taken out that drone. Joker still has theirs. You can see that Bun Bun Bonanza really is not trying to deal a ton of damage. They're focusing a lot of the resources on getting these barriers, and it is kind of working. We see most of these points, the barrier's kind of gone down just about instantly. So the resources, I think, are being spent where they need to. Scyther is running around with their head off, literally trying to get any healing that is available anywhere, and they are going to end up surviving with the assistance of that speed gate. Xianzhu and Barcode do both have flip here, though, and might be able to make a big... They might be able to make a big play if they can get maybe the ball to Joker right and center there and get a double, but it still is just so hard to get the ball past Lilybun here. They also have flip. They can cover every inch of that top lane with flip.
Yeah, did you see Lilybun here? It's just turning into the brawler essentially because Cypher doesn't have the HP bar anymore. But it's fine because you're on Night Market. You have a Dubu with insane amounts of size as well, so you can just take over that role as the barriers are completely gone on the side of Showtime, and the Ahri tries to jump in, tries to find that strike, but doesn't. Joker has a flip and potentially wants to use that pretty soon because you're in a pretty desperate situation right now. 2 barriers down, not a single barrier taken, and your HP bars are going as well, and the flip doesn't find anything. Showtime in a rough spot, and Bun Bun looking to close this out, but they can't. Solid defense from Barcode and a barrier take from Joker up front.
Yep, first barrier here from the side of Showtime. Definitely have one more, and how much difficult is going to be, or how much difficulty is it going to require to get this last barrier out of here, though? It took the entire minute into overtime to get that first barrier away, but they also did get Joker's drone. Recovery drone is completely gone out there, so they might be able to find some damage onto this low health Kazan. Scyther gets that flip as well, though, had enough energy with that hook too, but got kind of foiled with the double goalie, although smashes with that maddening descent. That was insane. I'm going to knock back from Joker, and that's what you can just expect here from that 1-2 punch. Wow, Lilybun actually ends up keeping that alive, spends the flip just in case, just as an extra little reinforcement, though. Scyther does finally come back here, though, after that time. Xianzhu pass onto the Joker, which is going to get the ball in almost right through into the goal. Triple goalie here, though, from Bun Bun Bonanza there. Desperate to get this clear, and Liari jumps on forward to help clear it once again, but the pop-up is going to keep possession for the side of Showtime, although Scyther does have their hands on it. Barcode does have a flip for this defensive situation in case they need it, maybe an offensive situation if they can get a move up here, though, as Bun Bun Bonanza doesn't have any flips, so there's no real shocking situations, I think, that are going to occur.
Yeah, not yet at least, because the point is continues. It's just dragging itself out, right? Both sides are just trying to get an attack going, and that means the energy bars are going to be farmed up, right? Scyther 12th and the Ahri currently still around half of their bar, but if this point keeps up as it is right now, they're going to find their flip eventually. Liari actually being pretty close to hers right now, trying to farm a little bit there as well, just keeping the core close, trying to get interactions going. But again, both goalies just doing such a good job defensively here, showing us what lockdown goalies can do even in the current meta, and it's just so difficult to get past them, as Liari actually does find it in the end. The blob as well be enough, flip wasn't even needed, and Bun Bun gets a set lead now.
Yeah, 2-1 right now here for Bun Bun Bonanza. You know, that's just what happens when Juno strikes the ball towards you in primaries. You need like 3 hits to get the ball through that primary. Sometimes it's just easier to pass, but sometimes you just do not have the benefit of being able to pass there, though. Scyther grabbing some more size for this giant Rasmus. Gonna have to make sure they're not too close to these walls. Extra special here, though, from Xianzhu is going to be able to keep those heals going. No Joker is probably not going to find themselves killed at any point, although now the killing is on. Stinger chosen by Joker, who's already dealing tons of damage, and now no regen will basically be happening as this thing stops you from regenerating for just about ever when you were getting hit by this thing. So big awakenings already here taken here from Showtime, although Bun Bun Bonanza in advantage when it comes to this set count. The kills might come through, and that will be the deciding factor.
Yeah, big awakenings taken, also literally, difficult word for me.
Yeah.
But because you have every single size awakening in the game, actually, or currently in the game, on Bun Bun. Scyther 12 with 3 of them, and Lilybun with 2 of them, so yeah, the strike wars are going to be difficult to be playing out there. And what's unfortunate as well for Xianzhu there, he was the second pick, which you really want, right? You're happy to pick that up, but unfortunately the Monumentalist still not shown up in draft yet, I believe, which would be such a strong awakening to help with that midfield control. And now, as Showtime, you're trying to win this set to force a set 5, and if you do, you are likely going to get rewarded with that Monumentalist, which is going to be really good. But winning the set is going to be the difficult part here.
True. It is definitely all on Xianzhu to get pretty far in that draft pick there, though. Nice. Again, the pendulum swing from Scyther has just been so good, especially with the sheer size of it, just being so much bigger with that size. But yeah, I think the positioning here for Xianzhu is going to be important. Lilybun could take Monumentalist. Liari could take Monumentalist. We have a couple of creation gamers on the side here, though. They'll probably do a good job of denying that from Xianzhu if they have the choice. But man, Scyther gets kind of slain just about instantly. That drone is nowhere to be found now. A flip from Liari is going to be instantly snuffed out by Barcode, and another one coming out to just try to clear the ball. One barrier left here, though. Everyone's kind of focused on getting Scyther. Lilybun's going to try to move up, but still, even on the brink of death, Scyther big enough to impact the board. All right, baiting them to try to use maybe a couple of cooldowns to get that ball, and now gets unstaggered, and not yet. Not unstaggered just yet. Going to be slain by the top spin there. Joker doing their job nicely as the Stinger is just making things even more difficult to stay alive, but again, we just come into that situation where the team spends cooldowns to get the kill, and then the goalie like Dubu is just impenetrable. It happens all the time, Manslav.
Yeah, it happens all the time, and that's why Bun Bun is currently up in sets, right? Because Showtime has such a difficult time getting past that defensive monster that is Lilybun. But we'll see. We'll see if there's going to be a bit of a change. The pressure's still very much alive for the side of Bun Bun here as they try to get it past Gionzu and Barcode. But again, also Showtime so good defensively there, as the Juno blow was actually with a beautiful play, incredibly difficult to read, especially with the core speed like that. Liari jumping in and finding the goal, putting Bun Bun now 1 goal away from taking this first game.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed there, though, also Lilybun has 205 power and easily red balls that in overtime with simply just striking. So the core speed is going to easily be in Bun Bun Bonanza's favor, especially with the Juno as well. Scyther finds himself just about dead once again, but going to be removed from the game for a moment. But that's when Lilybun takes the reins and makes sure that this ball is just staying on the opponent's side of the board. The aerials right there also coming in handy too for Liari. It's doing a whole lot of work. Once again, Scyther stealing the enemy's orb, just walking into the enemy territory constantly. But, I mean, look what's happening. Scyther is getting kind of owned, but, like, the Bun Bun is taking those barriers no problem. Even holding the line after Scyther's been killed. Like, we'll see it right now here. I bet you. Bun Bun is going to hold this barrier here, Liari and Lilybun, and it's just the same thing over and over. See? This is exactly what I said. They're going to take the barrier, and it's just going to be a tough spot here for Bun Bun Bonanza.
Well, definitely, as you perfectly predicted, that definitely did not find yourself in a cast of curse there, but still, Bun Bun looking pretty healthy here.
Oh,
And no, the dash from Barcode not hitting properly. Scyther 12 still would have been there with the pendulum swing to interrupt properly, but the core speed was a bit too much, and Bun Bun find themselves a Game 1 win here against Showtime, which is definitely an advantage you're going to be very happy with going into this series.
Yeah, I mean, what a strategy there. It almost felt like Lilybun was just thinking, okay, I'm just going to get, like, all the size, and then I'm just going to get all the power, and then we're just going to have core speed. And it's just, core speed is so good, and, I mean, we've seen it so many games, man, throughout the season, how core speed just steals those barriers. Even Juno, without power in overtime, gets, like, the red ball core speed, and it's like, this will just steal your barrier. This will just shoot that corner shot you just can't reach. And it's like, oh, core speed is just about king. Killing could be king, but core speed is also pretty good. We can see a lot of redirects here, though. Lilybun, queen of redirects for this entire game here, though. Lots of kills being sent over by Showtime, 9 of them, and only 3 here from Bun Bun Bonanza. And we just saw Lilybun lock it down with this Dubu, holding that barrier as much as they possibly could. I mean, that game was like pretty actiony. There was a lot going on here, though, and it really was 3 goals. 3 goals in all the same set from Showtime. Not like that was way less than I thought. It felt like it was really back and forth, but Bun Bun just had the full control. Their clutches were gripped around that neck, and they had it all going for them. And they take the first game nicely, and we will move on to the next one. Sloth, mat me, Sloth.
Give me 1 second, because I did also just happen to forget that, unfortunately. Let me scroll up like just a second and get a little bit more time. Okay, Atlab. It's Atlab.
Ah, yes. The Atlas Lab, everybody. We all knew it was Atlas Lab. We could have guessed. Honestly, this is like picking C on the test, bro. We could have guessed. We would have been right a pretty high amount of the time for Atlas Lab.
Yeah, but I mean, Atlab, it's interesting, right? Because in this last game, I feel like both teams, they did a really good job core controlling and playing into that, right? That's why the game was so long. We were like in that game for like 26 minutes, I think. And it felt very close because the points just were so drawn out. I think very few points didn't go into overtime. So Night Market, that was kind of a handshake of like, we're going to play control and we're just going to see who executes that better. Atlab has the potential to just go, okay, oh, it's heavy impact Deadeye. Oh no. Okay.
Oh, you said heavy impact Deadeye. Oh, okay. Remember when they handshook the last game and they were like, guys, we're going to pass the ball to each other. It's going to be great. We're going to play strikers. Things are going to be just like they were in beta. It's just, well, things might not have been like that in beta, but we're just going to play ball, but not anymore. We are done playing ball. Incoming Vice, Finny, Luna. I mean, you already know. We talked about this. We've been talking about this not all season, but we talked about this all new patch. It's really just the Vice, Finny, and Luna show, and who's going to get it? I mean, you can only ban one character. Maybe you just ban none of them. Maybe you just ban none of them and you just play the red side and you're just like, I'm taking two. I'm taking two.
I don't know what it, like. There's so many like nuclear weapons at your disposal with a start like that. You have Finny, you have Vice, you have Luna, you have Amy, you have Drakkar, you have Zentaro, you have even Juliet at this point. Like you have X potentially. Like there's just so much. I don't think there is a correct way to go about this. You're just gonna be choosing what's best for you and what you can execute best on. And that's, I feel like, where I'm a bit worried for Showtime here, actually, because Bun Bun bans out the Atlas, which is like the best choice for Barcode to keep his team alive. And Bun Bun, I would argue, is gonna be better playing this KO gameplay than Showtime. Showtime, again, very, very controlled in the way they're executing it. And I don't know how much you can control in a situation like this. As Erasmus' first pick comes through for Showtime and the Luna pickup coming through for Bun Bun, that Luna is going to hurt.
Yeah, maybe somehow this is a nerf to Vice, because if a team picks Vice, they can only get one of these two things. That means they can never get both. So maybe you just let the opposing team have Vice and be like, all right, you're going to be pretty strong, like really strong. Like, you're going to be really fucking strong. But you're not going to be so nasty. And I don't know. That's fake. Everything I'm saying is basically fake. They're going to take Luna. They're going to take Amy. And that's going to be a lot of damage. I mean, man, we had so much fun last game, dude. We were doing a strike, strike the ball. I'm striking the ball over here. Now, we're just striking players off the map. Bro, we got Deadeye and Heavy Impact. Estelle showing up here for Showtime. It's almost certainly going to land on Xianzhu, but what could be left? What's Lilybun gonna play? Are we locking it down? Could we lock it down?
I just feel like,
what do we do?
Locking it down on these awakenings just feels like so bad. I don't know. It's gonna be difficult. You have value in lockdown goalies still, right? But I feel like Barcode does lock in the Asher. Asher with heavy impact, still pretty good, right? If you find someone close to the edge, you can find KOs, you can find damage. Barcode has been doing a good job at just pumping out damage last time as well. So it's gonna be possible to do so. But if I'm looking at what Bun Bun's playing, man, that's gonna be difficult to play into without just consistently risking yourself to just be taken off the map.
Yeah, certainly we will have our Scyther playing Drakkar. We will have, I've seen Liari play Luna. Are we gonna have Lilybun playing Amy? I guess so. Let's see. We'll have Barcode. Man, is Barcode really just gonna be like, I'm playing Asher? Is he just unplaying Asher into heavy impact Deadeye? I mean, honestly, I respect it. Stick to your guns. Do what you want to do, my man. You just do Barcode. But, like, Asher is a totem, and we have Deadeye heavy impact. I'm a little afraid.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how it plays out, because Asher, obviously, like, there's an avenue of just killing her, but Barcode isn't just gonna let that happen, right? Barcode has his evades to work with. He's gonna go pauldrons. I don't remember what did they remove in the Asher patch recently? Was it the damage reduction? They changed something about Asher, so if it was the damage reduction that is gone, that's going to be a bit more difficult, but he still have pauldrons to be working with. The outfield players that cannot pick pauldrons is what I'm a bit worried about, because Joker and Xianzhu, yes, they're in Estelle Erasmus, yes, they can make good use of these awakenings as well, But they're just gonna get ability dumped all the time. Like I don't see a world where they just permanently get shotgunned by Drakkar or Molten Bolted or just eat the entirety of Amy's abilities. It's very difficult for them to execute it. They do have the benefit of a lot of their abilities that are going to be playing on core hitting enemy as well, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough in this specific matchup.
Yeah, I can't say for sure. I have seen some nasty stuff come out of Drakkar though. For the most part, nasty stuff come out of Scyther, and when you just have like nasty squared, you get some disgusting stuff. You know, when you're just like the opponent's team is actually just walking into the Atlas circle by accident, or you're just causing that to happen. I mean, that thing does like 60. No, it does like 40% of your health or something. I don't know. It does a lot of damage. So we'll be seeing a lot of kills here, though. I expect Scyther to be really kind of like the shark in the water and waiting for the injured to just kind of walk past and then just blast them off the board. And it's really going to be probably this Estelle that's going to be the number one kill target here.
Yeah, most definitely. Estelle going to be that connecting piece, right? Again, because you have a lockdown goalie and a brawler up front, you do need that midfield to bring the core up to you most of the time. Although Rasmus does do a pretty good job on his own to actually get the core up front, but it's still so much easier if you have the Estelle helping with that. And I agree. Scyther 12 is going like he's almost going to be farming KOs with a heavy impact because it is just so good on Drakkar. You're like, imagine your Drakkar, you're basically just a Julie dash punch with your shotgun like Molten Bolt, but you also have to add a benefit of being able to go invisible before you do it. So the enemy can't even see you coming unless they know you're on your way. Difficult to play into properly. And again, like just the damage output, that's just Luna with a Deadeye. Like, it's Luna Deadeye on her own does so much already.
Yeah.
But there's also the potential that she just gets missile prop, spec, extra special. That just makes it so much worse. So I don't know. It's I think draft is going to dictate a lot in this game.
I think that's certainly possible. I'm going to go ahead and say Showtime is going to have to play really precise around this Atlas black hole here, though. It's going to be probably like everyone's probably going to play ball for the most part until the first person is struck by the orb, and then it's just like, oh, well, I mean, get him. To be honest, get him, because that'll be the kill target. That'll be the trigger in everyone's mind to just be like, okay, we're cyber swiping, we are throwing molten bolts and stuff, and you know the same could come out here for Showtime. I think that Rasmus and Estelle do like a decent amount of damage. I feel like they are kind of like the poster children for like main court control stuff. So I think they'll still put up a lot of pressure on to what we have here from Lilybun, which is indeed going to be Boots Amy. I mean, Lilybun truly a Boots gamer. Boots Amy, guys. I mean, how many Boots Amy's have we seen in the North American Strikers League? I can't say all that many, but we are interested to see it right now as we're starting off this game here. Barcode certainly grabbing those pauldrons. Lilybun running into the enemy goal strategically to make sure that that thing is nice and cozy. And yeah, we're going to keep this point going here, though, as one barrier goes on down. You know, honestly, just like BM, to be honest, from Bun Bun Bonanza. I mean, they're just like, I don't really need that barrier. And you know what? I'm going to prove it.
Yeah, I mean, it is rough. Probably a little bit unfortunate to start it off with. And the Mon Boots Amy, I do think it's very interesting because it has a lot of potential. Obviously, you can't really use your cyber swipe like you would with an eject button as consistently. However, we've seen Bun Bun play so well on rotation, you know, like noticing, oh cool, Lilybun has a really good opening to walk up here and to go help up with a push, and then Scyther falls back or the Ahri falls back. So I feel like if Bun Bun plays that rotation as well as they have been so far, the momentum boots can actually come to play. So we'll see how it's going to pan out as one barrier down on both sides again. And the black hole is going to be enough to find a KO. Power play now in favor of Showtime. Liari now holding the defensive line there. Has a flip available for herself as well, as the shotguns is going to be enough, and flip still ready. It doesn't get it past Barcode though. Again, Asher being such a good character, dealing with flips as well with that primary. Just so difficult to get it past.
Yep, flip here from Lilybun is going to actually result in 1,000,000 damage. Gonna get completely staggered there from Xianzhu and slain by Joker, although the flip and the wait from Scyther is going to cause a goal there. Barcode simply cannot cover every single option, though. Just has to hope that Xianzhu just happens to have the strike at the right time and is going to block mid first. Not first, but well, first point for a Bun Bun Bonanza there, though. Yeah, keep your eyes on this momentum boots, Imi. Honestly, getting around the board is really important for every single situation. Speed is continuously the best stat, I think, in this game for the most part. And it's going to be shown here, though, as this boots is going to make an impact, even for Amy. As Scyther does come back here from the grave. Combo onto Joker from Liari is going to completely vaporize Joker with the assistance of this glitch pop. I mean, that was a 3-hit KO clean onto that Rasmus there. So Bun Bun Bonanza is certainly ready to deal the damage, even though for the most part, I kind of know them as the core control team, but they are kind of smashing right now.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job just getting these abilities out, contesting core while hitting the enemy, which makes it so difficult. Again, Joker down to 1 HP, taken out by the black hole there. Unfortunate. As now Scyther 12 is going to walk up on Xianzhu and Barcode here. They do try to set themselves up, but the piercing shot will actually interrupt. Getting a lot of valuable time for Showtime here, as Xianzhu uses the flip as well. Scyther 12 now almost being taken out, just barely not enough power on Joker there, as Liari is trying to set herself up to maybe dash this goal in, and does find it. Being so smart about it as well, not using the strike immediately after the dash, but knowing that Xianzhu is very likely going to try to strike it through her, holding her strike until Xianzhu does do that, and then scoring off of it.
Yeah, that was a great delay there, though. Just a good play. You know, patience, taking our time, making sure that we have all of the aspects accounted for there, as the Firewall Sentry's going to make things really awkward for that bottom goal. Joker's going to steal that one away, but not going to grab a barrier as it sends it right in between. Lilybun going to move up here with that Cyber Swipe, although Barcode's got the cooldowns for it. Lots of damage taken on to Scyther, though almost staggered. Now completely staggered. Xianzhu is as well. Joker's low health. I mean, it's kind of a bloodbath, but it's not nearly as a bloodbath as I thought it could be. Well, we haven't even had any awakenings yet, so I'm not going to even say that. Xianzhu almost completely taken out here, though. Joker trying to 2v... Oh my god. Okay. I need Lilybun to just like send me a message and said I did that on purpose, because actually redirected it with the edge of the black hole there. I mean, excuse me? Excuse me. I mean...
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit unfortunate because they saw Scyther 12 at the bottom trying to get a KO on Xianzhu, and Barcode moved down to assist it, maybe taking out Scyther 12 for being greedy like that, but in turn, Showtime got punished for being greedy for a KO because Barcode just couldn't get up in time anymore. But here, awakenings are coming through. We do have a few damage awakenings, a few size awakenings being picked up as well, as the 1-2 punch finds its way onto Xianzhu with heavy impact, as Estelle is going to do a lot of damage now, especially if she does find multiple hits on you. Fight or flight, not to be underestimated either, though, because Scyther 12 is going to be faster now, and that's always scary. You said it yourself as well. Speed is just so strong, and a fight or flight pickup on a Drakkar, yeah, could be a bit rough to be dealing with, just because he's going to be ever-present with shotgun and just movement speed at this point as well.
Facts. Movement speed never stops being insane. And a nice kill there once again from Scyther. It's going to result in a big old power play there. Not even losing possession of the ball there, too. Liari now has it onto the bottom side. Going to get reinforced here by Lilybun just a little bit. Keep some cooldowns for Liari. And we did see Liari pick up Super Surge. I think with Deadeye Super Surge, it might actually make the ball red before overtime with her secondary, but we shall see in a couple of moments here. Maybe not, maybe a couple 14 seconds or so, as they're going to get a kill onto Liari. Lilybun going to keep that one alive here with that Cyber Swipe. Scyther trying to make it happen onto Joker, who was completely aware of what was going on. A nice flip angle there from Lilybun, almost soloing the entire game there, though, but at least stalling long enough for the teammate to come back. Liari is now on board. Nice passing plays here, though, from Joker and Xianzhu, but don't make it happen just yet. Scyther reinforcing Liari onto the top side there. Lilybun going to take the bottom, using the orb to actually hold the line. Mega stall there from Scyther, but we do have a lot of defensive capabilities here from that Asher, and Scyther, blocks the down clear with that Molten Bolt. Pretty perfectly precise shot. That's Scyther 12 right there, guys.
Yeah, what a read as well, right? Because instinctively you would think that Xianzu was going to try to clear up there because Barcode's right there with him, but goes for the down clear, and Scyther 12 reads that perfectly as a power play now coming out for Bun Bun. Barcode did find the clear out, and they do get a barrier in turn, actually, now. Joker being back on the field as well, but immediately being met with a Luna ultimate. Barrier does drop now. The pressure from the Jakar shotguns just being a bit too much. The HP bars are just gone. Xianzu taken out. Lilybun a bit low herself, but she can just stay back while Liari and Scyther 12 are going to get this goal very likely. Flip comes out. Barcode not there. Doesn't have the abilities nor the strike. And Bun Bun 2-0 in the second set, and they're looking comfortable. They're looking real comfortable this game.
Yeah, Bun Bun came to play. Like, they are actually just kind of on another level, at least for this start of the game, doing so well in all of these situations. Set up the Firewall Sentry onto the top side. A lot of damage being taken by Bun Bun Bonanza, though. Going to use the Crater Maker to at least open up a spot there. Scyther not stopping the determination of this Lizard is going to get that one through. Man, the shotgun is so good. Even more cooldowns coming out, dealing damage to Xianzu. Joker completely staggered. Lilybun keeping that barrier alive as well. Barcode going to have to spend some cooldowns as well just to hold the possession. Lilybun taking a lot of damage here, though. Has this flip, might be able to make it work. Going to spend it to deal a little bit of damage to Joker and try to keep them staggered as they are now completely staggered. A double hit possibility. Yes, it does actually happen here for Showtime. All of that, and now we have only zero barriers left. Scyther trying to get some stuns onto Barcode to get the ball on through. It's not going to work out just yet. 2 more seconds for the respawn, but the team collaboration. Scyther and Liari are just locked the heck in right now, guys.
Yeah, really well played. They realized that Barcode's going to be locked at holding that top angle, so Scyther just dribbles the ball for a little bit and waits for Liari to get in place, and then together they force it through Xianzu. Obviously, this cell not having all of that crazy, or a lot of possibilities defensively there, as a prize fighter is going to be picked up for Scyther 12, and if the game continues as it has been, that's going to be stacked rather fast. Hotshot for Barcode is very helpful, obviously, with cooldowns, with core speed, getting it over on the map like Atlab as well, where you can find funny little double barrier angles. So we'll see how that comes into play, but I feel like overall, you also have a timeless creator on Lilybun now. That's going to help with pressure. I think even though the awakenings are decently even, Bun Bun's still just better off in total.
Yeah, I could agree with that one here, though. And I mean, we haven't stopped having Boots Aimee yet, so it's like we're really seeing it work out. Nice stun from Xianzu, who's actually going to steal both barriers, although Scyther does find the kill onto Joker. Another power play situation, trying to give the ball to Liari for another kind of sneaky situation here, possibly with that boost. Trying to maintain possession of the ball onto the bottom side, but Barcode smashes it out. Like you said, the core speed from a Hotshot was just enough to get it on through. Lilybun not only can't get there in time, but spends their secondary as well, so that'll be on cooldown too. I mean, pretty nice win out there for Showtime.
Yeah, most definitely, and the Black Hole Home is immediately being taken out. Barcode does not want to be messing with that variety there, as one barrier does drop on the side of Showtime. Barcode's gonna be there to answer it, and Xianzu just being hunted down by this prize fighter. Jakar, but a beautiful redirect from Joker together with that flip, gets a double barrier. Now Showtime looking to get this goal as well, as the turret comes out, and the defense is still strong. Xianzu, unfortunately, gliding around there a little bit, but yeah. The game state's still pretty even. A lot of damage onto Joker again. Scyther 12 down to staggered as well, so who's going to find the KO first? The evade comes out from Joker, but still no one finding the edge there. As the barrier gets taken, Lilybun with a beautiful take there, but a power play and an even better pendulum swing off of Joker just completely denies Lilybun any kind of defense there.
Yeah, really good stun combination there from Showtime. Certainly going to make it so Lilybun can't go anywhere. Scyther still at 1 stack here of prize fighter. See if they can get some more of these kills. Liari smashing it again. Yeah, indeed. Before overtime, just these 2 awakenings will be enough to give you that core speed to get it on through. Glitch Pop, once again, to give it over to Liari. A flip all the way into the corner is going to be kind of a back pass there. Kind of a flip and dip situation, but... oh, actually huge kill onto Xianzu. That a full bar of energy stacked there. Now Liari trying to get their hands onto this ball. Scyther 12 certainly going to be up a little bit quicker than Xianzu. If they could just get the ball past this barcode, they cannot do it. Asher Lots of defensive capabilities, continue to hold the line. Scyther just, man, pushing in as much as they can, even though they're taking an entire health bar of damage. Lilybun also trying to get in there, though, but man, you can see this is like a lot of defense from the team. Xianzhu is really helping Barcode with this defense, and once again, this power play shows up. Double power play shows up. Great passing play, but Barcode actually makes the decision to hold that flip in this 1v3, which is completely fair. Holding the flip can definitely be used to get a double barrier here, but man, Bun Bun looking good, but Showtime is really fighting this next set back. I mean, look, he eats the thing, is just not trying to let the team take damage. I mean, I get that.
I mean, it's incredibly valid because you have pauldrons, right? If anyone should be doing it, it's probably going to be you. It's a little bit unfortunate because you're using your secondary for it, but if you can make sure you do have core control, you're not going to be missing it out too much. As again, damage gets found, and the heavy impact coming through. Barcode with the KO there. Power play for Showtime now, and they're finding themselves a little bit more confident in this game. They find the control, and they're just playing so well. Get a third goal and a set win for themselves. And the question is, what are you looking for in this Awakening draft as you have Xianzhu on the first pick?
Barcode nicely scanning themselves into the next set here, though. We got Xianzhu grabbing our first Awakening primetime. Estelle's certainly going to be her best move. Going to get 2 of them, which is going to be pretty great. Lilybun, big decisions to make here. Team player, which is totally valid as well. I mean, I would love to get team player here as well. Going to be an extra special deny, most likely, from Liari. Just going to let Scyther have peak performance, get some size, steal that one away from Rasmus. But, you know, I have seen some cool stuff with with specialized training on Rasmus. I mean, that's a lot of damage that we can see from Joker, even as Stinger. I didn't even know they had Stinger, I'm not going to lie. But now that I'm seeing it, Joker could be the best damage dealer in this entire game, except for the part where, you know, kind of have Luna.
Well, yeah, there's a few characters that have a lot of damage output as well, but Joker definitely has opportunities to find KOs, because keep in mind as well, specialized training Rasmus, you don't even need to have the enemy low. If you're just playing around the edge and position yourself nicely, just base knockback might already be enough to get someone dead on the edge. But we'll see if that's going to come into play or not, as one barrier is down on both sides now. Scyther 12 still keeping up this pressure on this Rakar, doing such a good job at it as well, but not finding the second barrier, as Bun Bun is now back on defense, but they find the angle out. That Asher ultimate, sad boys, that Asher ultimate is going to come into play as well, actually, because that extra special, together with the fact that Barcode does have like a pretty strong ultimate on Asher on the baseline, that can make the difference with some barrier takes, because Lilybun isn't going to have an easy time defending against that solid wall being thrown at her.
Could definitely agree with that one here, though. Scyther might be able to make something happen here, though, although the piercing shot from Xianzhu is going to steal that final barrier, and they're not going to die for it. Right on through the center. That's the 7-10 split. Well, it's like you didn't want to hit the 7 or the 10, so you went right through them. Understandably. Nice shot there from Joker. Yeah, that's a 7-10.
Yeah, that's definitely. I mean, you have a lot of energy now for Bun Bun, though, by the way, which is very scary if you are Showtime. But you do find a double barrier there. Beautiful piercing shot from Xianzhu will actually be the difference maker there. As Scyther is going to try to make use of this flip. The Timeless Creator Amy ultimate coming out. 2 flips being used, 1 KO. Xianzhu low HP as well, but the defense still holds up. Showtime being so efficient with this, as Xianzhu on basically no HP, Barcode not there in time, unfortunately. So evening out this current set 1-1, and 2 stacks on Scyther 12, which could snowball a lot harder depending on how the rest of the set is going to go.
Yeah, big opportunity here from Scyther to get even more damage and just become that much more. I mean, damn! That's okay. Everyone just taking 1 million damage. Liari completely staggered instantly. Xianzhu kind of running for their life towards the corner, gets sniped by the whammy as well. And damn! Oh my. Okay, guys. Xianzhu didn't do anything wrong. Although being on the enemy team might be just tyranny enough to get yourself killed. Lots of time wasted here, though, on this power play. But man, Liari is not done sending out those whammies. I mean, it really hasn't been like, oh, Liari getting all this damage, but they've had Deadeye from the start, so every move that they use has been insanely powerful. Lilybun cannot hold the line against Xianzhu and Joker here, though, as Liari kind of books it with that boost. but repays the team by getting that final barrier here. Scyther and Liari can make it happen with this flip really close to the barrier, spends it instantly though, which is, I mean, it's all mix-ups either way. Can't say that any of these shots were wrong when it comes to flipping right on top of the goal, and a nice kill from Scyther is going to make things even more difficult here for Showtime unless they get kind of a cheeky core control, sorry, not core control, but core speed shot there. Kind of like that, like a piercing shot would do it.
Yeah, but the defense from Lillybun is still there. The flip does come out, and the dash from Liari would have actually saved that, but a beautiful pendulum swing from Joker just interrupts that almost immediately. A point lead now from Showtime, but they do need to be careful. Scyther 12 up to 4 prizefighter stacks, up to the max here. So this Drakkar is going to hurt. She also doesn't have an HP bar. I don't think it's long for this world. Taken out almost immediately, as now Bun Bun are looking to take the second barrier. They do find it with another dash, with another shotgun, and didn't even have to use the flip there. Liari just gets it past Joker and Barcode. Showtime just being completely ran over, as Bun Bun put themselves 1 goal away from taking this series 2-0.
Yep, Bun Bun is looking good right now. Scyther getting an incredible amount of kills with all of these prizefighter stacks. Xianzu certainly attacking from range now. Going to try to hold this center to avoid any kind of doubles. Clearing it out quite nicely there. Liari, the one to take a whole lot of extra damage. Going to clear the ball over to Scyther, who is going to stall out a little bit of cooldowns here, though. Try to get some control of this ball as Lillybun, it might actually move up and make it happen. We can see Joker actually avoiding the spawn of the black hole, which is kind of possibly crucial here, as we've seen so many kills being spent. Scyther really is just kind of dribbling here, that maybe looking for a little bit more energy to get this flip. Liari gets kind of sniped there and loses one of these barriers. I mean, this is a huge point here, though. This is a huge point in this set. This is Showtime's chance to bring it back. Scyther ends up getting a flip, gets the kill, although we do have Lillybun out of here, though, from Xianzu. A 2v2. The piercing shot comes in, but it's not in an angle to get the ball. Neither is that arrow shot. Oh my god, so clutch. Scyther ends up evening this one up. The power play is now on the side of Bun Bun Bonanza, and we're going to continue this point here, though. Can Joker make it happen with Barcode? The Atlas thing spawns again, but oh, the force speed. Oh, it's just too fast for Barcode. Liari with that redirect is going to send Bun Bun Bonanza in further into the winning bracket here against Showtime. Well-deserved. Bun Bun came out, they played, and they rocked.
Yeah, towards the end, the damage, again, it was just a bit too strong. The KOs were being found. If you look at the comparisons as well, you have a total of 18 KOs on the side of Bun Bun against the 7 from Showtime, which is, to be fair, more than I would have expected out of the comp that Showtime has. But the core speed was just too difficult to deal with. Barcode on the Asher pick doesn't have the mobility to make up for that bounce in the end, which is a bit unfortunate. But again, both teams really strong showing, but this time around, Bun Bun just edged them out a little bit. And yeah, I mean, they just had so much pressure, right? They had so much like damage pressure consistently, and that's kind of the threat of certain picks here as well. It's not even about actually executing on the damage, it's more so about having the potential to do it, which just changes how Showtime needs to play this completely, right? Scyther 12, I think he got a few good KOs on the edge, but it wasn't like always happening. Quite often it came through stagger as well, but just having that Drakkar with heavy impact disallowed Joker and Xianzu from playing around the edge completely, which obviously makes it a lot more difficult to pilot this team comp.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Scyther, oh man, surprising amount of like threat that the Drakkar ends up putting on, right? I mean, we've seen Drakkar on Amy's app, and you know, oh, okay, Drakkar on Amy's app, you know, this is a problem, whatever. But I mean, we're on Atlas Lab, and we have Luna with Deadeye, and that's like what you're focusing on, right? Like, you're thinking, like, I have to have evades for this Crater Maker, bro, and if she hits me with this whammy, things are going to be so bad, and it's like, I might just take a couple of extra hits from this Amy turret, but it's like, I have to dodge this Luna. And then just out of nowhere, Drakkar just has 4 stacks of Prizefighter and becomes this, like, also colossal force to try to deal with, and that is just where a lot of the kills ended up coming from. A really good combination for this team damage that we have seen, and Bun Bun Bonanza played that comp well. I mean, Boots Amy. What could I say? I mean, Boots Amy really actually ended up making it happen. We saw the Boots really come in handy, and we saw the Boots kind of have their shortcomings a little bit there. You know, you push up, and then the ball kind of, it gets past you at all without secondary. You really can't do anything about it, but using the speed to just about the best use that they could, I would say that that was a fine pick. And that, on that note, that will do it for you and me, Sloth. That was actually such a sick combination of sets there for this playoffs, man. Holy shit.
Yeah, most definitely. And as much as it's a bit boring, right, the seeding holds true for now. Bun Bun and Hug are going to meet each other in the winter finals, but we have more games coming up, and that's the loser side of things. And I believe the next matchup is going to be Return to Form against EKC, so that's going to be very exciting. And even Showtime Dubu, like it's going to be great. A lot of great OS being played today, that's for certain.
Yeah, so do not go anywhere, guys. We will continue our playoffs in a few minutes. We always got to get our players loaded up into the lobby, getting those maps and characters picked out. So we'll be back once again in a few minutes with some new casters, and you will continue your day in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Hungry like Nephew.
And welcome back to NASL Season 6 playoffs. We're going in to the lower bracket quarterfinals here. EKC versus RTF. I'm Lego Mage, back from a very prolonged break. And once again with Cloak Oak. Yippee! Cloak, what are we looking at going into this Game 1 on Demon Days? It's going to be a wild match, I think.
Yeah, undoubtedly. I mean, both of these teams have some iconically explosive picks for Demon Days, right? We have Hungry Boy's Vice. We have Katsuna's Luna. Soren plays any number of goalies that can just absolutely blow you out of the water. And of course, Moffin has his Finny. A bunch of those are not going to be showing up today, but it does look like we'll be seeing the Hungry Boy Luna, Katsuna on that Luna, Soren on Aimi. The Finny was banned out by EKC, which means that Moffin will be rocking the Kazan goalie, one of his signature picks. And yeah, Leo Leon on the Zentaro as well. So lots and lots of comfort picks going into this match. But certainly, let's keep our eyes on Leo Leon, who has not only been performing incredibly well in recent history, but he is rocking the Vicious Vambrace today. So he's going to be crazy tanky on this Zentaro, while NXZD and Katsuna have both opted for Slip Kicks and Magnetized Souls. So they are going to be a little less tanky, perhaps a little more susceptible to the KO potential that Return to Form can pump out here.
Yeah, everyone picking up that peak performance as well, looking to stack up that stagger, get some of that scaling going with Bulk Up showing up perhaps later in the draft. And we also have the Sparks. This is going to be a very interesting match for the scaling on a start like this. But the first barrier here going over to EKC after a bit of a prolonged tussle. Katsuna boosting is going to pick up the second one. A lot of damage taken for it though, is now NXAD with the core looking for the pendulum swing. Not quite able to line it up as Katsuna forced to back up, drops the Crater Maker and will recover some health. The Rocket comes in, doesn't find much, but now NXAD with the Whiplash up looking for the core. The top side, Soren can't quite find the blink, but a boost in also misses. The core floating all the way back to EKC's side of the field here. I'm going to do a little bit of work to get this one out. Hungry Boy able to set up the hit stun and bring down the first barrier for RTF. A big pass around onto the red core, but Moffin right there in the goal box fighting over the midfield. Lots of strikes coming out, but Moffin still uncontested in the goal box so far. And that will be EKC's barrier going down. Hungry Boy teleporting in and able to get it past Soren, trapped in the top side by the turret, and the first point going to RTF.
Yeah, and really RTF couldn't have asked for better timing there. The flips for Katsuna and NXCD were both about to come up, and they had no barriers left. So scoring that goal right there is massive value for them. But of course, that does mean that those core flips, when they come up here momentarily, are going to be a massive threat to their barriers. But for now, it's Leo Leon and Hungry Boy that are on the hunt for barriers and finding their prey quite effectively.
Flip here from NXCD. He's going to be able to trade it. Another nice shot around the back. He's going to pick up a second one, and Katsuna right there to burn his as well in the goal box to tie it up. EKC burning a lot of energy there, but able to even up the score. And so far, I mean, this is just a pretty neck-and-neck way to start this one out.
Yeah, it does put a lot of our players here on no evade, though. So we see the Luna Nuke immediately dropped on Hungry Boy, the Supernova dropped on Katsuna and NXCD. That peak performance is putting in a lot of work for everybody right now, but it is RTF that come out on top, grabbing both of those barriers. Leo Leon will flip here. The Death's Touch from NXCD cuts off the best angle. Nice Death's Touch there from NXCD, saving the goal there. And it will have to be RTF waiting for their opportunity to score another goal.
Yeah, good heads-up play there. Just scramble back to the goal box for Soren. Core flip here from Moffin sends it across the field where Leo can be able to catch it in the Zen ult. Not too much pressure coming out as Soren trying to force it back out of there. We'll have the core flip available now. It's Katsuna with the core in the midfield, but it's three-man defense for RTF. They'll be able to hold it down. Soren blinking in, drops the glitch pop. Can't find contact with the core, though. He gets rotated back to EKC's side. Up to Katsuna. Moffin jumping into the mix here. Big aggression coming out from RTF, but they just can't seem to get it past this midfield into a good corner. Both teams having a little bit of struggle with that this round. Defense from both sides has been holding firm. Blinking in, Soren able to get back just in time. Hold on, core flip here from Katsuna, sends it around the back. Doesn't find the angle for the barrier, though. NXCD looking to bring the return around with the Whiplash. Is going to be able to bring down the first barrier for EKC. They're looking for another one. They got a lot of damage here onto Leo Leon. Looking to pick up a potential KO, but need to focus on the core here as Moffin bring it back out There's a Supernova coming in to buy some space. Soren uses the flip to pick up the second barrier from across the map. Leon still alive somehow. NXCD, big play on the net, but not able to find the point. Boosting and Katsuna able to make it happen to force it through Moffat, and EKC bring it to set points.
Yeah, nice play there by EKC. I want to talk a little more about EKC's comp. In particular, NXCD on this Rasmus. It's relatively uncommon that we see Rasmus played as a brawler on Demon Days nowadays. He doesn't have a whole lot of stagger, so I'd imagine this peak performance pick, played into that decision. But I think that probably the biggest reason that NXCD is rocking the Rasmus here is because they wanted to deny it from Moffin, right? They banned the Finny, and kind of the next logical option for Moffin to play is that Rasmus, which we've seen him play on Demon Days repeatedly over the course of this season. It's notably a good pick, and Moffin is one of the better Rasmus goalies out there. So NXCD taking away this Rasmus, even though it does, put him on slip kicks, put him at maybe a little bit of a disadvantage when it comes to avoiding damage, does mean that hopefully Moffin is playing at a disadvantage. It kind of doesn't seem that way, though. Like, Moffin still on this Kazan, even though it's an unconventional goalie for Demon Days. He seems crazy comfortable here. He's doing a really good job keeping those barriers alive.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the strength of Moffin. So good. So talented on these unconventional goalie picks. Makes it feel so natural. Leon, a nice strike war against Soren to tie it up here on set point as RTF making yet another comeback here. This first set, no one has really found a decisive advantage, and going into this first draft, that might be what ends up tipping the scales later, but I mean, from what we're seeing so far, this looks like it could be a Game 3 type series.
Yeah, for sure. These teams, I think they're very closely matched, and we're already seeing on this, like you just pointed out, on this first game, Demon Days, which is notably a very snowbally map, right? We're seeing 2-2. We're already on 5th point for set 1. So there's a chance, that somebody could really snowball out of control in the Awakening draft on Demon Days and maybe in this game quickly. But this first set is an indicator that probably everything we're going to see after that is going to be about as long as you can imagine it. Wow, what a strike war. That was the Kazan empowered strike with the help of Pauldrons from Moffin there, securing that goal as well as the set for return to form, and that'll be Moffin taking set MVP here.
Yeah, a bit of a stinger one to lose that point on, but some big options showing up. 3 sparks in this first draft. Not ideal to see, but we do have heavy impact on the board. Looks like Soren is going to be the one to pick that up as Moffin holding out, make sure his team gets something good. Extra special for the Vice is a huge pickup. Denies away from Luna. Spark of Strength. Getting him to be the pickup instead. Katsuna doesn't really have any sparks, so just some later investment. Get all the sparks getting taken here. Get them out of the way. NXCD picking up the leadership and Leon on the speed. So not a wildly crazy draft, but that extra special, I think, is the most highlighted thing for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Extra special on Hungry Boy. It's going to be a massive boon. And actually, this is just a fun fact to point out about the sparks in that draft. Since it was a spark of focus start, and Soren picked up that first spark and then didn't pick one up in this draft, that does mean that this is one of the rare games where all 4 sparks end up on different players. No one in this game is going to have 2 sparks. There's just going to be 4 people running around with 1 spark each, which is a little funny. But all the barriers on the map going down, actually. Both goalies kind of struggling to hold on. Both offensive duos doing their jobs fantastically and cracking open those goals wide open. Soren now has a flip here on the back line and is getting a lot of pressure come out from Hungry Boy and Leo Leon. Actually burns it there a little preemptively, and now with no evade is taking a lot of heat from Soren and Leo Leon. With no peak performance on the board for Soren, he is at great risk of being KO'd in this match.
Yeah, a lot of pressure in this top corner, though. Katsuna and NXCD helping to relieve that a little bit. Soren having to use the last bit of that evade, but Moffin, a rare misplay there with the crook leverage. Went the wrong way, couldn't find the cord, and it'll just float right in. EKC gonna get a free one here to start off this second set. Big energy, though, for the side of RTF. Only Katsuna gonna have an immediate flip available here, and Leo Leon has one to match. There's the first Supernova coming out, just get some damage. Core flip from Leo Leon, finds the first barrier. Katsuna running around, trying to stay alive. Avoiding a Wrath of Hungry Boy, but Leo Leon going to come back to pick up the KO instead. The power play for RTF. They'll bring down the second barrier. Leon looking to bring on the pressure and just try and force this in. They're trying to get it to Hungry Boy with the flip, but burns it too early. Pass down to Leon with the strike war. Nice play there. The Crater Maker comes out. We'll find the elusive. Often still with the core. Pass over to Hungry Boy in the corner. There's the Supernova. Soren evades, but can't stay in to block the core. It's checkmate from Hungry Boy as RTF tie it up.
Yeah, wow. I gotta say, I'm very scared of this Leon guy right now. Rocking 516 as a result of speed, as a result of peak performance, and Spark of Agility. And on that Vambrace, I mean, this guy, he's basically playing core controls in Taro, and then when his abilities, happen to damage people, it's preventing the healing. But he's pretty much always saving his abilities for when this core is behind the barrier to both be hitting Soren and Katsuna, as well as influencing the core. And he's fast, so he can be anywhere he needs to be to make those abilities come out. And if Hungry Boy keeps giving him these setups, they keep getting these passing plays in front of the net, I mean, Return to Form are looking incredibly dominant in this match right now.
Yeah, finding their footing here in the second set. They're getting it around Soren much easier here. Soren forced to burn so much every time the core comes his way. Eventually, it's just going to wear down a poor Aimee. So EKC going to start off with the first barrier here in round 4. The Crater Maker comes out. Core flip here from Moffin. Send it to the other side of the field. Leon pretty hurt here, taking a lot of damage. Core flip from Hungry Boy, has to get it through 3. It won't go far, but Leon with the Zen ult's going to be able to lock down Soren and pick up a double barrier off of it. And now attacking that top corner yet again. A nice hook from NXAD, but it doesn't go very far. Hungry Boy setting up the Thunderstruck. Core flip on the line. The Supernova. The core doesn't go in, but big damage onto all of EKC. Hungry Boy, though, getting knocked around. Is staggered, has no energy, trying to stay alive, but Katsuna boosting in, looking to pick up that second barrier, able to get around Moffin. Drops the Crater Maker. Doesn't find the KO, though, or the core, unfortunately. Leon with the core, trying to bring it back around, but NXT finds the KO, dribbling up the field with the whiplash, looking for the shot, but doesn't find the angle. Going to go for it again, looking for the pendulum swing setup, but Moffin able to clear it just in time. NXT, a third possible chance here, but Leon with the Zen ult to deny it. Blocks the boost from Katsuna as well, and Hungry Boy back online. RTF able to hold on through that power play here. Supernova comes out, doesn't find much but air. Hungry Boy now with the core, but Katsuna right there in the midfield to hold down that line. Drops the Crater Maker. Moffin able to defend it off, and NXT now with the core flip available. Soren just got to get it up the field to him, but can't quite find it. The blink! What a save from Soren! But now Leon passed on to Hungry Boy. Core flip from Katsuna, able to intercept it, but can't get it to NXT, who burns the flip too early. Now Hungry Boy with a clear shot to the bottom, and RTF take the set.
Yeah, wow. Well played. They almost lost it there. There was some fantastic defense for both sides. We had EKC hold on there through that massive Supernova and core flip. And then when they turned it into a power play, Leo and Moffin had their backs against the wall. And eventually RTF were able to turn that back in their favor. They get rewarded for it here. Tons of damage output in this draft. I'm eyeing Stinger here, potentially for... I thought that it would have been picked up in the first 3, but actually it falls all the way down to Soren, who's very happy to grab Stinger on that Aimee. Hotshot going actually all the way to last pick on Katsuna. A massive boon for Katsuna's Luna. More core speed, more cooldowns. So I think just about everyone is happy with that. I also want to point out Moffin getting Might of the Colossus. Even more power scaling on this Kazan goalie means that he is getting ever closer to just being able to red core with that closed form strike. So both of these teams are very much angling towards how they're going to play out the rest of this game. I was just about to talk about how EKC picked up a lot of damage and KO Awakenings in that last draft, but actually it is NXZD who gets KO'd here. A nice combo between Leon and Hungry Boy will send him off. But he's back online now. EKC are going to be putting out a lot more damage with the help of that Stinger at this point. But they're getting KO'd again. I keep caster cursing them. They're just getting blown up.
That's crazy. I mean, when you have Primetime Vice here and Twin Drive Zentaro, like that's just 2 more abilities that are just going to be doing that much more damage. And I mean, Soren, has the Stinger, but oftentimes I think we have to see that he's got to use his abilities, like the glitch pop and stuff, just to keep the core from hitting the barrier and try and keep it off this side of the field. So it's not really, a lot of it times it's like not even targeted at RTF, but they will pick up a KO here, and that procs the ad rush for NXED as the barrier goes down. Core flip from Soren to bring it around. Moffin standing in the perfect spot, but pass up to NXED. He's going to find the top corner, and EKC finally able to put a point up on the board now as they look to make some kind of a comeback here in this set. But as long as they can keep proccing that ad rush, there is a way back in this game for them.
Well, and I gotta say, the fact that they were able to win that point on the other side of 2 power plays in RTF's favor is quite impressive. That being said, their barriers are the ones to go down here in record time as well. I believe those were 10 seconds for both of those barriers to go down, and now it's actually Moffin walking all the way up to the midfield here, filling up that triangle offense, but it gets cleared around. The Katsuna sending it behind, snags a little barrier there, and is angling for a second one now.
Supernova coming out. Soren a nice preemptive evade. Stay alive, but EKC a nice eject button back from Soren. Trying to get it off their side of the field here and get some offense going. Hungry Boy and Moffin trying to hold it down. Big red core bounces around though, and that's going to open up RTF's side of the field. Soren up on the midfield line. Katsuna with the flip available. NXED pushing up with the whiplash into the top corner. Hungry Boy burns the core flip a bit early. So does Katsuna, but it doesn't matter. The hit stun's just enough on Moffin for NXED to find the points. And now EKC bringing it to set point, 2-0 in this set. And the gates have opened for them to bring this one to a set 5.
Yeah, those are kind of 2 miracle Cinderella-esque points from EKC there. Both starting out so far out of their favor and then somehow bringing it back. And now on this third point, it's theirs to take it. I mean, they've got a power play here right off the bat. They're only 1 barrier down. Katsuna and NXT sweeping in on this barrier, and Soren is blinking in on top of it to apply even more pressure. They're going to force out Moffin's flip there. And I think if EKC keep up this tempo, they're going to tie up these sets in no time.
Yeah, big Crater Maker coming out. Just forced everyone on RTF to burn a lot of energy here. NXED able to find the gap and open up that barrier. Now Leo Leon trying to fight back, but gets staggered, getting knocked around with no energy to work with. Hungry Boy pops a Supernova, though. Does buy some space and enough to pick up that second barrier, but Leo Leon going to get taken out here by Katsuna. The combo from the Luna. Now Soren pushing up with the core flip available. Moffin not going to be able to cover the entire empty net. And EKC bringing it back, taking a set of their own, 3-0 there, and looking to snowball out of control potentially. Katsuna going to be the MVP. And ooh, there's some good stuff on this board.
Yeah, I'm liking the side of this prize fighter. It looks like NXCD is wanting it, perhaps to combo with the Adrenaline Rush here. Katsuna might be angling for Super Surge, 1-2 punch here, maybe Fight or Flight. He's holding off for now. Okay, it's the Super Surge, denying it away from Leo Leon. I'd say that's a smart play, especially because Leo has that twin drive that he picked up last draft. But he'll be settling for Demolitionist again. Normally, Demolitionist would be a bit of a sketchy pick. You'd be making yourself a bigger hitbox against all of these heavy hitting abilities. But since Leo has so much stagger speed and is rocking that vicious fan brace, he can absolutely tank any additional abilities that come this way and can instead just take advantage of the bigger strike box, the bigger abilities to influence this match even more. That being said, he gets killed. I'm not even sure what killed him there. Was that a stray Luna rocket?
That was Katsuna. I think that was the rocket into boost there. That was the Super Surge putting in some work to dash punch that guy off the board. Now Hungry Boy looking on, shooting into that is NXZD with the hook combo. Pops the ad rush here. Crater Maker coming in. Moffin going to have to eat that one up, but they're short-handed right now and trying to keep this defense strong. Looks like they'll be able to wait it out, but now Leo Leon staggered yet again, has the Zen ult to try and stay alive for a little bit longer, but back in EKC's lines here, going to get knocked around by Soren, it looks like. Still managing to stay alive, trying to find some Van Brace hits, but has no energy. NXZD could just find a good hook here, and it could all be over, but nice Soren with the core flip. Does pick up the second barrier now, and RTF in a rough position. NXZD picking up the KO, and the core flip off of the Crater Maker right into the goal. NXZD picking up the point, and EKC, they've officially really come online here.
Yeah, in those first 2 sets, Return to Form were able to look incredibly strong because they were constantly keeping possession. So Leo was consistently able to influence the core, stay alive, and it was always behind Soren's barrier, right? So EKC were constantly in grave danger for those first 2 sets. Now, Katsuna and NXED are doing a much better job of approaching this offense, keeping possession. That being said, what's happening right now does not reflect that. They actually got a little miscoordinated there, and even Katsuna dashing behind there with the hot shot Luna dash. Not enough to find anything. But when they are keeping it behind the barrier, it's doubly bad for return to form, because not only is, Moffin and Hungry Boy being forced to burn defensive cooldowns in an effort to keep the barrier alive, Leo Leon is left out in the cold, where he can't influence the core, can't benefit as much from that Vambrace healing, and is at risk of being KO'd. And with NXCD rocking 3 prize fighter stacks right now, the kill pressure from EKC is looking stronger than ever.
Yeah, and 3 prize fighter stacks on NXCD. Well, Moffin able to red core it past all of them, and it doesn't even matter. Just going to end the point right there with all that Kazan power to tie it up 1-1, but yeah, I mean, NXCD is an absolute force to be reckoned with, and with all the extra range damage just coming out from the back line of EKC, it's pretty rough for Leo Leon, who ends up kind of taking the brunt of that damage, just usually being in their ranks, usually having to be the one close up. But big core control moment here is, what a save from Soren, again with the sword angle, but Hungry Boy able to find the power core and finally knock it in. They've decided, RTF, that they're just going to not let them fight. They're just going to score the goal, so that's how they'll win. Now, on game point.
I think Katsuna nearly saved that. Hit a sword angle with the Luna dash there, but unfortunately, it just sent it right back up into Leo's hands. So RTF, I mean, look at how comfortable Moffin is towing the midfield line here, along with Hungry Boy, who actually gets staggered here. That's very dangerous, but he'll just back off, grab this orb for a minute. Leo now has flip. Both of these teams only have 1 barrier, but it's a power play for EKC here as Hungry Boy finally gets taken out. Leo and Moffin win the strike war on the barrier, though, in the reverse power play, but they're quickly punished for it. And Katsuna, what a boost into Rocket combo, will find that final little tip-in, tie up the set in terms of points. It's 5th point here, but of course RTF are on the verge of closing out this match if EKC aren't careful.
A critical moment for EKC. They have the energy to work with. Hungry Boy burns the supernova here, doesn't find much, but Leo Leon picks up 1 barrier, looking for a second one with the Zen ult here. Core flip from Soren sends it wide and picks up the second barrier, but on the return, they're going to lose that second one. Katsuna boosting into the midfield. Pass up to NXED. Hungry Boy intercepts past to Leo, not able to find the dash, but Moffin now looking for another pass up. Firewall sentry dropped here defensively. NXED trying to catch up with the core. Thunderstruck set up now. Hungry Boy and Moffin passing it around. Sets up the supernova here, but Soren able to direct it around, and that's going to be a KO into Leo Leon. Now the power play for EKC, but they got to worry about this open goal. Hungry Boy setting up another Thunderstruck here. Short-handed RTF looking to defend their final barrier. Crater Maker comes down. Leo Leon back online. NXED, what a hook set up to bring down that second one and open up RTF's goal. Now Soren just has to get it off their side of the field. Core flip here from Katsuna. Bounce off the wall, but Moffin with the crook leverage able to make the save. NXED trying to recover, but Leo Leon right on top of him to send it back around. Hungry Boy with a flip here. Looks to send it to the center. Leo set up, but can't get it through all of EKC. And now up to the top corner, a power cord. Not able to get it past Soren. Another pass up to Hungry Boy with Katsuna on the defense. A pass over to NXED. Boosting in is Katsuna. Doesn't find Moffin, though. And that's going to be cleared back out. Soren with the core, but Hungry Boy looking to bounce it back around. Katsuna bringing it down to the bottom side. Moffin able to recover possession. Back over to Hungry Boy. And Soren blinking out of position for just a moment. That's all RTF need. And Leo Leon getting the last hit there. RTF taking game 1, 3-1. I mean, that was a pretty wild one for sure.
Yeah, I mean, EKC definitely found their footing in the middle of that match, right? We had NXCD rocking 4 prize fighter stacks in that final set, but it didn't matter because RTF found their stride again, found the magic that made those first 2 sets happen. There was so much explosive barrier play from them, right? It seemed like anytime that they could get it up into Soren's face, Leo was able to just confirm both barriers, one after the other. And then Moffin and Hungry Boy were so comfortable that they were able to pretty much just play on the midfield line for the entirety of the point when it was in RTF's hands. And so if you can, consistently get Leo up in the face of that IME goalie, like you said, there's only so much that Soren can do there. before barriers are gone, goal is scored shortly thereafter. So really well played from RTF.
Yeah, well played indeed. 50,000 damage from Hungry Boy, and only 1 KO, by the way. I thought that's kind of funny, but yeah, definitely that Supernova was a huge zoning tool. Big passing plays coming out all across, and just able to find the pressure when they need to. But EKC, they almost made the comeback happen in there. I think they might have started to get a little bit too kill hungry almost, or RTF just kind of figured out that they needed to win the sets quickly, or the points quickly rather, and get it done. So EKC certainly not counted out of this series yet, as we still have at least one more game to go here in the losers quarters. What map was it again? By the way, I don't remember what it was. I'm gonna be honest.
There's a good question. I forgot to look.
Well, we'll find out in a second.
Days.
There it is.
I started thinking about Demon Days.
It's IB's app. So, okay, interesting first two map choices here. I don't think this is what we see for game 1 and 2 very often at all. But yeah, IB's app. Oh boy. So, knowing these players, knowing the Rasmus pick, this is going to be an interesting draft. I very well think it could just be another moment of both teams just kind of do their damage thing, and just ball out and see who wins. Honestly, because I'm really not sure how you strategize around this one.
Yeah, I mean, I know that both Moffin and Soren are eyeing Rasmus as a goalie pick. We saw Soren playing Rasmus goalie up against Hungry Like Nephew just a couple series ago. And then, of course, Moffin is always angling to play that Rasmus goalie whenever he can, but especially on a map like Imi's app, where, you can constantly be threatening kills around that hole in the middle. So both goalies are eyeing Rasmus. I would imagine that there's a conversation happening on these teams right now that's, if we're not first pick, perhaps we need to deny away the Rasmus goalie from the enemy team, right? So I wouldn't be surprised at all if we see Rasmus show up in the bans, not just because it's Imi's app, but because both of these goalies have been angling for it in particular. As for the forward picks, I think there's a very real chance that we just see more comfort come out. So NXCD is probably going to want to play Julie. I'm guessing that we're going to possibly see a Julie in the bans as well, because NXCD is just notably an absolute demon on that Juliet character. Katsuna obviously has tons of picks, but Luna is probably the one that would be most iconic for this map. Similarly, Hungry Boys Vice. Leo Leon is kind of the one wild card here, where I'm not really entirely sure what he's eyeing. There's a chance that maybe he tries to snag the Julie as well. There's a chance that he goes for, Kazan, or maybe he just sticks it out on the Zen. I'm really not entirely sure what Leo is going to want to be playing here.
Yeah, I think there could be a world where RTF could ban the Luna and pick the Juliet, depending on what side they're on. They were on red side last go round, so we'll see if that changes or not. But yeah, I think the Luna is definitely a thing to keep your eye on. It's always kind of like this. I don't know if it's like a motto or like or what you would call it, but you kind of always want to not let Katsuna have the Luna if possible. But on this map, and with how many problems there are, it's very likely that it could go through. We do see the Juliet actually get banned first by RTF. They are first pick here, and EKC going to ban out the Finny. So Luna, Rasmus, both on the table. I imagine RTF probably going to want to first pick the Rasmus here for Moffin. It is a side start on the Built Different. Castellas is here as well, but they actually first picked the Vice. Very interesting.
Well, and what's also interesting here is that a character that I didn't even mention that I'm almost certain is going to show up in this draft is Imi. We have a lot of Imi players in this game. Obviously, RTF probably not going to be picking up the Imi, because I would imagine that Vice is being played by Hungry Boy. But either Soren or Katsuna can comfortably flex that Imi pick in the midfield and goalie slot for EKC. So I think there's a very solid chance that either one of them picks up Imi because, notably an impressive pick on Imy's app. It's her app after all. And you kind of just can't go wrong with her, right? It's a massive comfort pick for both of them. And she can constantly pressure both damage and knockback KOs on this map. So there it is. Imi Zentaro picked up by EKC. I absolutely agree with that drafting decision for them. That leaves what looks like a Rasmus goalie for Moffin, and then that Kazan will be falling to Leo Leon. With the size start, I think that's, the Kazan is now a significantly better pick with the size start, right? And there's not too much damage here yet, so he'll probably be playing Vambrace Kazan, and with the hope of that size, we'll be trying to just pressure the goal as soon as possible, trying to stay alive with the Vambrace before the explosive KO potential that EKC are drafting here can take him out.
Yeah, and there's the Luna pick for Katsuna right at the end there. Yeah,
this is the EKC canon comp here.
Yeah,
this is
pretty much
their team.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, yeah, both teams really they kind of just did what they're doing last time. They're just running back, looking for some KOs to make this happen. And another wild card game for sure. This could very well be a snowballing moment, but Imy's app, I think, a little bit more volatile in terms of how the scaling works than Demon Dice, in my opinion. I feel like Demon Dice, it's one team can get out to a lead and then start to snowball just with the fighting power. I feel like Imy's app, because you're looking for wall KOs, it's a little bit less about the damage that you can do and more about the knockback you can apply and the positioning you're able to find or deny as a team. So it's going to be a wild one for sure, but jumping into it now, see these gear picks, these starting awakening picks as we get into game 2.
Yeah, I'd imagine that we're looking at built diff on a lot of these players. Hungry Boy is almost certainly going to be one of the few going for that cast to last pickup, though. It's very strong on that Vice. You get stronger slows on your primary, you get stronger stuns on your secondary, and then, from there, Bob's your uncle, right? It's Hungry Boy on Vice. What are you going to do if he stuns you for like 10 billion years with the secondary and primary combo that Vice players have come to know and love? But we're off to the races here. Imy's app. Let's freaking see what shenanigans lie in our future, Lego.
Yeah, Soren also going for the cast to last here. Looking for the smaller hitbox, notably, and also longer turret uptime. So, interesting pick there, going for the safe play. Katsuna on the Mom Boots and Lilion on the Vambrace. Everyone going for different gear awakenings, which is pretty kind of interesting. No two forwards have the same one, so rare opportunity where all four are making an appearance in this game. But a quick KO here for the side of EKC as they take Leo Leon off the board. Not able to find too much pressure here. The Crater Maker coming out. NXED not able to pick up the barrier. Everyone just respawning. Soren able to catch the core with that glitch pop. Leo Leon looking to press the issue though. Nice Kirk leverage, brought it back to NXCD and was able to open up that top corner, and it'll be RTF who strike first.
Striking first and getting Leo Leon up to level 2 on that Kazan is the best outcome that they could have hoped for from that point. Not only did they get to score the point, but Leo actually gets to unlock the other, 2/3 of his kit. Kazan isn't really much of a threat, which we saw early last set. When he doesn't have his ultimate unlocked, he can just kind of be bullied and pushed around for the first couple points. So now Leo can actually start to make an impact on this game. Nice supernova there from Hungry Boy will force out NXCD's flip, but of course Hungry Boy is now low, staggered with no evade. So it's a little spooky, and the goal barriers are cracked open. Moffin here staggered as well, KO'd by NXCD, and it's a power play for EKC.
And a flip available here on Soren. Big Crater Maker dropping in just to deny some presence, and the Firewall Sentry cutting off so much of the map there. EKC able to close out that point firmly and tie it up 1-1. So we're able to preserve the core flip here as well. We're definitely getting a lot of pressure on the Leo Leon this game, trying to keep this Kazan away from the core as much as possible, even if that means taking him off the map. And that might just be the ticket for EKC to win this.
Yeah, I definitely think that they're, well, I mean, obviously power plays are going to be good for them, but Leo and Hungry Boy, between the two of them, if they're getting to play near the midfield line, they can take up a lot of space here. That being said, just like you predicted, the KOs come in full swing for EKC here.
Yeah, and that's Hungry Boy off the field here now. A lot of room for EKC to work with without having to worry about the range attacks from that Vice here. Not able to find much, though. Hungry Boy respawns. Soren will have to fall back just a little bit. Nice catch here from NXCD, finding some time. But Hungry Boy in good position to cut the pass and find the goal to the top corner here. Teleportation move and the mobility from those two forwards is definitely the strength of that RTF comp. And EKC, I think they recognize that and are trying to find some way of dealing with this.
Yeah, I mean, we saw last game that Hungry Boy and Leo Leon being able to push up in tandem and get, parallel across the goal box. It's a common goal for many teams, right? On offense, you want your forward and your midfielder to be linked up, have a clear passing lane. It just seems like when Hungry Boy and Leo Leon are able to do it, it's something else. That being said, they're not going to be getting any passes. That's Leo Leon taken off the map. Another power play for EKC. Let's see if they can convert on this one. Oni's Blade will secure it.
Yeah, now all tied up on set points. Going into another 0.5 on set 1 yet again. Just like in game 1 here. We'll see if EKC are able to close it out or if RTF bring it back. Quick kickoff here. It goes back over to Leo Leon. Katsuna boosting back up the field, trying to find something. Both teams just kind of poking at each other. No one able to make a huge committal play right now. But Hungry Boy got caught in the firewall sentry there during the supernova and ended up taking quite a few hits. Out of energy, out of stamina. Getting bounced around. The Slice and Dice not quite enough to KO. Leon and Moffin holding onto the core for dear life, though. There's the Crater Maker, but nice reposition from Hungry Boy. Able to find the bumper and stay alive. There's Yoni's Blade looking for the barrier. Core flip from Moffin, able to drag it out. And Hungry Boy still alive, knocking NXCD around. Now NXCD is staggered, has a core flip available, though. Not looking to burn it too early, hiding in the corner. Has to burn it for survival, and now looking to run away. Miraculous that no KOs came out during that whole sequence. But finally, Leo able to find the Kazan combo. And it's a power play for RTF, taking the forward off the field. Katsuna boosting in, but Moffin, good control to pass around, gets it through the Crater Maker over to Hungry Boy. Then they're looking for this barrier. They'll be able to find it on the bottom edge. Moffin sending it back in, and the huge pressure on EKC that they are struggling to get it off their side of the field right now. NXCD pushing up with the Oni's Blade. Will be able to get them a little bit of breathing room. Nice power core from Hungry Boy to make some space. Katsuna boosting in, though, and NXCD able to bring down the barrier in return. A pass up to Katsuna, back down to NXCD, looking for the dribble here in the midfield. All three members of RTF on the defense. Hungry Boy teleporting up, sets up the Supernova. The Crater Maker on the top side in response. A nice dodge from Leo. Will hold on. NXCD, though, brings it up to the top side. A bounce off the center, not able to line up the dash, and Leo Leon gets hit stunned out of the strike. Could potentially had it there. The top spin, not able to connect with Soren, but Hungry Boy another shot on the net, and able to get it through past the glitch pop that popped a little bit early there, and Hungry Boy able to take the set here for RTF, and will be the MVP as well.
Yeah, another set 5 point. Like we predicted, these teams are giving one another quite the contest. And I'll say it, this is not the way that RTF would want to see this draft go. They've lost both of their back draft priorities, but Hungry Boy being able to take explosive entrance here from both NXCD and Soren is a very high value first pick. And we do still have plenty of size on the table for Moffin and Leo. So even though they lost that draft priority, just because there were plenty of other things that EKC were interested in this draft. Because, like, EKC, they got fantastic pickups, right? You got Timeless on the Ivy. You got Peak on NXCD. You got Hotshot and Katsuna once more. But there were plenty of size awakenings to make it all the way to the back of the draft for Moffin and Leo. That being said, size is not going to do anything when you just get absolutely blown up by EKC, and it is going to be a swift 7-second goal to start off set 2.
Yeah, EKC just walked up and dropped everything into that corner. It's a massive firewall sentry at this point. You have the double creation things. That thing is taking up space, and it is lasting for a while. Which in a way is taking up space, as space and time are effectively the same thing, but that's just a tangent for another day. Katsuna staggered right now, but still keeping the offense going for EKC. Leon pushing hard, but able to pick up the KO now onto Katsuna. Bit of a mishook there from Moffin, ends up bringing the core back, wastes a couple seconds on the power play, but looking to recover, but the Firewall Sentry is just eating up. Hungry Boy can't get it past. They can't get it past the Ivy-ult, and that's going to be now a reverse power play for RTF. Core flip here from NXCD brings down the barrier. Soren boosting up, has the flip available, goes for the glitch pop for the setup. Somehow RTF fend that up, and NXCD another shot. Leo Leon respawning just in time to help Hungry Boy make the save, and RTF holding on. Their goalie staggered though at NXCD. Oh, he wants to kill it. Slice and Dice doesn't have enough knockback, but Katsuna able to pick it up with the rocket. Leo Leon forwards in the box for RTF. Dribbling on the bottom side, NXCD looking for the shots up to Hungry Boy, but the rocket able to intercept into the top of the goal box. Set point for EKC.
They're looking incredibly clean, and I think you're absolutely right, Lego, that Firewall Sentry is putting in way more than its weight in gold for the side of EKC. But that being said, for once, there's a power play on the side of RTF for this set. Once more, though, that Firewall Sentry completely stalls it out almost. NXCD already back on the board, and really no purchase found there for RTF.
Hungry Boy versus Firewall Sentry, who wins? You know, so far, it's 0-2 on that front. Katsuna boosting in. What a dodge from Hungry Boy, and they end up getting the KO onto Katsuna in return. And the power play, but NXCD can even it up for a 2v2. Leo Leon boosting in, looking to make it a 2v1, finds it with the top spin. Katsuna back online here. Not much able to happen with the core during that. The Firewall Sentry dropped offensively. Katsuna boosting in, but Hungry Boy's back as well. Hungry Boy just saved EKC's goal, or EKC's barrier with that Thunderstruck, I think. Maybe, but it doesn't matter because they'll pick it up anyway, and then just a couple abilities flying in. It'll be an instant point there. My bad, I guess. As RTF putting a point on the board.
Yeah, I mean, they finally found some downtime between the Firewall Sentries, in addition to that double power play that they found KOing 2 of EKC. So RTF showing that, you know, they're totally capable of absolutely blowing up the field whenever they feel like it as well. But it's Hungry Boy being blown up right now. Has to walk all the way back for that orb, but NXCD finds him with the Oni's Blade there. Has this passive now, pushing up with the Firewall Sentry. Leo Leon looking low here. Vambrace trying to heal up, but of course the abilities just keep coming. Almost gets taken out there, but he's healed back up now, and Hungry Boy back on the table now. RTF trying to tie up the points here.
Big Supernova locking Soren into that corner. And that's going to be the barrier, but trading his life for it. Hungry Boy taken down. Now EKC with an opportunity here on the power play. Soren down to NXCD looking for the rotate. Dribble from Katsuna with a rocket. Not able to find the barrier just yet. Moffin and Leo Leon holding up. Now Leo Leon staggered. The Firewall Sentry coming out. Core flip burnt from Moffin. NXCD going to bring down Leo Leon. A pass up to Katsuna here. Looking for the barrier. Core flip from NXCD is going to get bounced around though. Now another power play for EKC. The Crater Maker comes in and adds a lot of damage. Katsuna picking up the goalie KO. And another power play for EKC, but Leo Leon dribbling up, but NXCD able to intercept it. And that's going to be the point. Just passed right back. They committed to the offense. A valiant effort, but EKC, what are you going to do when you don't have a goalie to block them? EKC picking up the set.
EKC looking quite strong on all of their signature picks here. And this draft is a pretty dang rewarding one. You've got Missile Prop and 1-2 Punch here that you could pick up on the Luna. It's going to be Missile Prop. And of course, with Hungry Boy sitting all the way back at the back of the draft and Heavy Impact being on the board, that feels pretty bad. Leo Leon will pick it up just so that NXCD doesn't get the chance to take it. But NXCD happy to settle for Fight or Flight. And this is Soren getting some dash range with the aerials. So, I mean, we've been seeing these Firewall Sentries being placed down from midfield. Now, Soren can blink in and place them as far up as he wants on offense. In addition to the fact that the projectile range just sends it all the way across the map. I mean, yeah, this is an absolutely disgusting ultimate ability that Soren has built around, and he's playing it exactly how he needs to.
Yeah, I mean, extra special, anyone? Where's that showing up in the pool? Nice boost from Katsuna to pick up the first point, but Soren now unlocking the ability to basically sanction off essentially half of the map for a pretty solid period of time. It's going to make it real difficult for RTF to make any big plays, but Moffin finding the classic Rasmus angle onto Katsuna means it's a power play for RTF. The barrier does fall down, though. It means RTF does have a little bit of work to do. They're able to get past the firewall sentry and pick up the barrier themselves. Soren burns the flip here as well, but no point going to be found just yet. Soren up in the forward position. NXCD trying to catch the core, isn't quite able to land a hit on it. Has the Oni's blade in the goal box. Moffin a nice elusive to make the strike. Now all three members of RTF looking to hold it down on the defense, so they rotate it back around. Leon and Hungry Boy pushing up into position. Hungry Boy getting bounced around a little bit, but Leon looking for the shot. Katsuna able to win the strike war, though, and clear it on out of there. Soren up with the Thunderstruck, and quick thinking from Katsuna to get it out of that Vice secondary. Core flip here from Leon. The Firewall Sentry going up here, though. That's going to make it difficult to find an angle. Katsuna boosting in. Big Crater Maker coming out, but that's going to be the recovery drone popped on Leon. NXED still looking for the KO. Maddening Descent to avoid that, though. There's a Supernova to bring it down in, but a simultaneous KO. It's a 2v2 now as the forwards are taken off the board. The Hungry Boy around, but Soren able to just send it back. Not much probably going to happen during this. As we know, 2v2s tend to take a little while, but the Brawlers now back online. Should be speeding things up. Hungry Boy pretty hurt. Katsuna finds the boost, but Hungry Boy, with his dying breath, barely blows the core right into the goal. And the goal camera zooming in on the black hole, and that's now it's 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams demonstrating that once more still have the power to make progress on their opponents, right? I do think EKC is slightly more advantaged here. They seem to have gotten a little bit more stupid builds. But definitely, if Leon gets the core just slightly more, the double size on this Kazan can do a lot when it's actually able to get up into the defense of EKC. And a nice power play here. Another hook found by Moffin onto NXCD there. As long as these hooks keep on coming out as well, RTF is going to have a plethora of power plays for themselves. So, yeah, both of these teams have their win conditions clearly set out for them, and I think it's still anyone's match, very much so.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 1-1-1-1 on the scoreboard. It certainly feels that way. NXD with the passive picks up the KO, though. Moffin with the hook rotation to try and just buy some time. A core flip sends it all the way to the top. What speed on that thing! Soren thought for sure he could get it. I thought for sure he could get it. But Moffin, wow, finding the goal from downtown to bring RTF to set points.
Yeah, well played by RTF once more, and getting another set here would obviously be a massive boon for them. But more importantly, Moffin is the one who I believe will be at the lead of the draft if they're able to win this. And there's several pivotal Rasmus picks still on the table here. As the Supernova sends it in, we'll see what rewards RTF are able to reap from this draft. There's still specialized training. There's still Deadeye on the table as well. There's more size. I think that Deadeye and Extra Special are the two biggest picks that need to come out here. So I imagine Moffin's going to take the Extra Special to make sure Soren doesn't get that. And then if Soren doesn't take the Deadeye here, it will fall to Hungry Boy. Soren, of course, going to deny that, make sure it doesn't come through. That'll be 2 Thunderstrucks now from Hungry Boy with the help of Twin Drive. That does mean that Katsuna ends up with Adrenaline Rush, and he's been finding a lot of KOs with all of the damage that EKC is putting out. So definitely this Luna has some crazy snowball potential within any given point. And there's not really too much left at the back of the draft for the Brawlers. I don't know how much benefit NXCD is going to get from stacks on stacks, because he's been dying a lot. And a first Spark pickup on Leo is also not going to do too much.
Yeah, the Brawlers left a little bit high and dry there at the end, but the midfielders and goalies eating extremely well today. And that Extra Special on Moffin, I mean, we're going to see that for sure. He's got the Manu, he's got the double size, got the might. The hook is guaranteed to kill, like no matter what. They do lose the barrier here on the power play. They're not too concerned, though, as they have a lot of forward pressure at the moment. Big damage on NXTD, but Leon able to find the gap, split the uprights. That'll be the first point going over to RTF. Notably as well, this twin drive on Hungry Boy is actually pretty big with the explosive entrance. This guy can kind of go wherever and also just do a lot of damage.
Well, and it's CTL. Look at how long Leo was, not Leo,
Yeah.
NXZD was stunned for there.
Yeah, forever. Wild.
That's
Stuff is
crazy.
big passing plays coming out now. I mean, Moffin's just up in the goal box right now. Unrelenting forward pressure from RTF. Katsuna and Soren just getting withered down on that power play against that power play. And now 1 point away from clinching the series. Are going to have 3 flips available. No energy for EKC. They are praying for a miracle at this point to stay in the playoffs. Katsuna boosting in with the rocket. Moffin first to burn the flip, though, and just sends it right back out of there. Soren setting up Firewall Sentry, but keeps the core trapped in the bottom for a moment. Leon with the flip available. Gets around the barrier. There's his gun. Goes for the flip and just wins the strike while after it's stalled out. That is RTF taking the series.
And what impressive feat to be taking that match up against EKC on all of their comfort picks. Like, not just characters that they, know and play very frequently. No, those are literally the 3 characters that are used as those are the 3 characters of EKC, right? And we look at all of the intro animations for NASL. Those are who they choose to represent themselves. So that is EKC's team, but RTF's victory over top of it, right? And in quite convincing fashion, Hungry Boy once more dishing out top damage in the lobby at 32,000. And then both Hungry Boy and Leo rocking 150 redirects, out redirecting both of the forwards of EKC by a small margin. But more importantly, all of those KOs coming out from Moffin and Leo Leon, 10 over the course of the match. Not as much as EKC's pumping out with 14, but it seemed like those power plays were so much more valuable for RTF, right? The 3 of them were surging forward as a group on those power plays and getting a ton of value off of them, scoring goal after goal. Whereas it seemed like EKC's power plays were very effectively defended away by the side of RTF. So incredibly well played from there, and a very well done series from Return to Form.
Absolutely. Very well played team there. They looked really strong in that series, and excited to see them as they move on through this bracket. And I mean, speaking of the bracket, we're going to probably be going to a quick break here in just a minute before we come back with our next set of games. But anything else you want to mention about that, Chloe?
No, I mean, we're done with this one, and I'm ready to see what the next series has in store for us. So after this quick break, we'll be right back.
Yep.
Hungry like Nephew.
All right, and welcome back to NASL playoffs. We're being going into our next series here, Showtime versus Sundubu Strikers. Continuing on in this lower bracket, battling out for these spots here. The reigning champs versus the newly returning team. So got our lobby set up. First map looks like it's going to be Inky Splash Zone for game 1. Spark of Agility, Timeless Creator start here. And Cloak, what are your thoughts going in to this series?
Well, going into this series, I'm gonna let the series speak for itself on that point. But going into this game, I do want to talk about this draft here. So it's Timeless and Spark of Agility start. I'm fascinated by the Finny ban from Showtime. I'm fascinated by the Finny ban. There's got to be some lore there that I'm not aware of. I know that Grimella is a fan of the Finny midfield, but I think it's unlikely that he was going to play it here. I think it's far more likely that he goes for something like this now, which he's also, a big fan of for Inkies, but also certainly it's one of Shianzu's signature picks. So, that being said, Shianzu's not at all upset with settling for the Estelle here. This is Rasmus Estelle that Showtime have managed to secure on one of the strongest maps that you can possibly play that offensive duo. And meanwhile, it's a little bit more unconventional comp on the side of the Sundubu Strikers. They've got shapeshifting on this Era goalie, Freezy on Juliet, and then of course Grimella on the Now. So it's in the same sense that this series is kind of the old versus the new. We have the old classic comp played by Showtime, and something that I've never seen before played by the Sundubu Strikers. But we'll see how it plays out, because it's Sundubu who find their barrier first.
Yeah, a lot of just straight up fast running. Oh, what a save from Barcode with the strike shot, and that results in a barrier getting taken here as well. That guy locking in right here. Fires the water jet, and Shianzu setting up the piercing strike, but Joker right there to finish it off. That was a crazy offensive push from Sundubu Strikers. They brought the whole squad to just run up the field, and Barcode destroyed it all with a single strike shot save there. That was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, Barcode is kind of the strike shot maestro, I'll be honest. We really saw Barcode's rise to fame and greatness in the era where strike shot was like really the only playable goalie gear. And now that we're in a little bit more of a balanced meta where you can kind of play all of the goalie gears to some extent, Barcode is still making strike shot look like the most broken thing in this game. He finds some absolutely insane plays with it. So it's not going to be the last one we're going to see today. But this time, both teams getting down their barriers once more. But it's Joker and Shianzu who are getting consistently more offensive attempts here, having a little bit more pressure in the midfield.
Yeah, Shianzu and Joker definitely able to keep possession of this thing for a lot longer. Core flip here from shapeshifting, but Shianzu just a piercing shot to keep the control up, and the Joker, a nice dribble to bring it all the way around the defenses of Sundubu Strikers, and Grimella not quite fast enough to be able to catch up, even with the speed. Another point over here for Showtime. So far, asserting their dominance early on in this set, and we'll see if they're going to be able to close it out here. Breezy does pick up the quick barrier, but the Joker firing right back in return. A piercing shot sets them up, and they're not able to find the good Soren angle. They'll just bounce right in, and Showtime taking set 1.
Yeah, well played from them. Barcode getting some real numbers in with those Mako secondaries. There isn't really a ranged stun except now primary, or maybe like a fully formed Arenado on the side of Sundubu Strikers. So Barcode is going to get so much value off of those Mako secondaries. And when, the two people that you're buffing are Shianzu and Joker, it's massive news. Especially when Joker gets some extra size from this draft, and we're looking at a heavy impact Shianzu Estelle. But Sundubu Strikers are also pretty pleased with this draft. Grimella gets Monumentalist out of that. Shapeshifting is rocking team player. And 3Z gets more speed. So I think that, all things considered, it's a pretty even draft. but certainly there needs to be a little. Well, okay, wow, that was beautiful there from 3Z and Grimella finding that first goal. I was about to say there needs to be a little bit more defensive resilience on the side of Sundubu Strikers to make it through the onslaught of abilities that can be thrown out by Showtime. But they did it just then. They pushed through the opening onslaught and then found a barrier and a goal shortly thereafter. So let's see if they can replicate it.
I feel like this team player should definitely be helping them out quite a bit. The name of the game seems to really just be run fast, hit core fast for Sundubu Strikers here. And we'll see if they're able to make that work or not. Looks like they've got some of the tools necessary, but the Joker throwing out that hook made things a little bit scary for a moment right now. The pressure coming out big between these two forwards. I mean, the Joker and Xianzu have some of the best forward synergy of, in my opinion, almost anyone in the North American Strikers League. They show it time and time again. They're almost always on the same page for what's going on, and they're about to have some core flips up. Sundubu gonna have some to match. Xianzu burning his for the KO there. Grimilla gonna burn one, sending it across the field, gets rotated back around, forces shapeshifting to go for the flip as well. And there's the Joker looking for a KO. Doesn't quite find it though. They'll be able to stall out this power play. Breezy back online, but now it's Grimilla who gets taken down. Xianzu pretty staggered, but drops the Thorns just in time to beat Shapeshifting Strike. And Showtime come up in that point, and we'll tie it 1-1 in set 2.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking incredibly dominant. You take such a strong offensive duo, not just in terms of, these characters, Rasmus and Estelle, but like you said, Joker and Xianzu have incredible synergy as players. And you give them this Mako speed from behind, and of course you've got Barcode playing comfort as well this game. And it's a recipe for some seriously oppressive offense that Showtime can churn out. And I mean, even in between, all of these abilities that Rasmus and Estelle have to throw out, the Joker and Xianzu are just winning strike wars left, right, and center. So it's constantly putting Sundubu Strikers at a massive disadvantage on defense and really making them work to make progress in these points.
Yeah, for sure. They're definitely having to put in twice the effort for what feels like half of the result. Showtime almost making it look easy for the moment, but going into overtime here, Sundubu Strikers holding on against this open goal and looking for a barrier of their own. They've got 2 flips to work with, though. Showtime are going to have some of their own in just a moment here. Carmella first to burn, a pass for 3Z Breezy. Got hit stunned, but looking for a shot on the barrier. Barcode right there to block it. Carmella looking for a pass up again, but the Joker able to intercept, and now a hook up to the Joker. Almost takes it to the top side, but shapeshifting just fast enough to catch it out. 3Z Breezy going to pick up the KO, drop the full combo in the flip to take Xianzu off the map. A big power play here for the Sundubu Strikers. Flurries come out, not able to catch the core. There's the water cannon, but the core on the wrong side. Shapeshifting going to be able to send it right back in. Team player passes coming out. They get it at the 3Z, and that's the barrier gone. Both sides opened up here. Water cannon from Shapeshifting sends it all the way up to 3Z Breezy. Xianzu trying to stop it, but doesn't quite have the angle, and 3Z able to find the dash punch, stuffing it in, and Sundubu Strikers bring it to set point.
Yeah, well done there, those Sundubu Strikers. If they can last till overtime, their odds of scoring go significantly up. Those team player passes gave such high value there multiple times, and they also had fantastic coordination around their water cannon there at the end. Sent it onto the far side so that Xianzu couldn't influence it, couldn't pull it out of that water cannon, and got it up to 3Z at just the time that he wanted it. So yeah, certainly. But that being said, they might not even have to wait. That was a perfect play, not only getting up to 3Z to snag that barrier, but then immediately sending it back down to Grimella to set up the goal. And that's a tie-up in the sets for the side of the Sundubu Strikers.
Yeah, big, potentially pivotal moment here. Breezy. First pick, Fight or Flight. We see on the board, we see a couple sparks here as well as Twin Drive and Extra Special. Demo possibly available, though I don't know if anyone's going to go for it. It'll be Twin Drive for Xianzu, 1 spark going to 3Z. Fight or Flight on the now, just continuing to build this speed. Demo will go over to the Joker for the extra size. Shapeshifting picking up the aerials. It's a good haste awakening. Also denies away from the Mako. I think that's a pretty big pickup there. Extra Special going untouched as Barcode opts for the Spark of Leadership to match the Spark of Speed that he started with. So pretty interesting choices here on that Spark start. We've got a couple double Sparkers out here now.
Yeah, I definitely think that shape-shifting, picking up that aerials was an incredibly smart play. Like I pointed out earlier, Barcode pretty much gets these Mako secondaries off for free unless Grimella and 3Z are able to apply enough pressure to him that he has to release it mid-channel. They generally, you know, are able to get full value out of this. That being said, very nice passing play from there. Even with the Mako speed, Shianzu caught a little too far towards the top of the goal. A nice strike war against the Rose Warp from Grimella will secure the first goal. It looks like Sundubu Strikers are finally hitting their stride in this match.
Yeah, I mean, they are flying across the map right now. They got the haste bonuses. They have the, you know, all the speed is like really coming online now. The aerials from shapeshifting is definitely helping put in extra work in Grimella as well. Seeing that double 6 kicks value almost. They're able to move around with, make this normally slow Juliet character quite mobile. That being said, Sundubu Strikers do have their barrier down at the moment and are looking to try and even up the playing state. 3Z has a flip available, won't need it for this barrier. Grimella looking to set up on that goal gate. Will bounce right off though, unfortunately. Shape-shifting, pass down to Grimella here. Looking to pop the water cannon. Just cut off part of the map for a little bit, but the ensnare drums from Barcode going to shut down most of that play. Dribble here into Corflip from Shapeshifting. A perfect pass to 3Z Breezy. In the corner, doesn't catch it with the flurries. Grimilla, though, right behind him, pushing up. Corflip KO from 3Z and dunks it right in. Sundubu Strikers now bringing it to set point, and they are looking to turn this game completely on its head.
Yeah, 3Z able to threaten so much more with that spark of power, now rocking 140 power on that Juliet. And, I mean, he was, you know, sort of pressuring and controlling space with that dash punch for most of last point, but finally found Barcode getting complacent in the back of the net and snagged that KO. But, I mean, this is a classic Inky's point happening right here from Showtime. Quickly get the barrier down in the first 15 seconds, and then the water cannon forces nearly all of the defense out from the side of Sundubu Strikers. But they managed to find a barrier of their own and are now looking to end the set right here.
Grimilla strikes on net here. 3Z jumping in the mix as well, but Shianzu able to hold strong in the corner. The Joker also trying to fall back and just get the core away from these two. They move so fast, it's hard to catch them. Finally able to push it back over. Showtime with an opportunity, but Shapeshifting just sending it right back across as the tornado set up. Joker trying to lob it back in to the offensive zone and able to find the strike war against Shapeshifting he's looking for and take it right into the goal. Showtime able to put a point up on the board here in this third set. Sundubu Strikers still in a pretty good position. They do have to deal with a couple of core flips from Showtime's side. We'll see if they're able to close the set out.
Now we'll see. I will say one thing that I do want to point out is how much speed Barcode is rocking. When he's got this glass cannon maxed out, this dude has had 563 speed, the fastest base speed of anyone in this lobby, which is definitely helping him to make up for some of the weaknesses of this Mako character, right? She's really slow. Sometimes it's hard for her to control large spaces, like this massive Pinky's barrier. So Barcode having all this speed to respond to what 3Z and Grimella are putting out a little bit more is definitely giving Showtime a lot more options than they would normally have. That being said, those options are being cut down rapidly as the Joker gets KO'd by 3Z Breezy and the barrier is shortly thereafter.
Water cannon activated. 3Z in position, gets it around the drum and bass from Barcode, and Sundubu Strikers will be closing out this set now, taking a total of 2 sets of their own. Grimilla going to be the MVP of this one. Let's see what's on the board. Siege Machine, Missile Prop. We got another Spark, importantly. With so many people going double Spark so far, that might be a big ticket item, but it will be Hot Shot here for Grimilla. Shianzu only has 1 Spark at the moment, but we'll just opt for the double to prevent 3Z from becoming effectively the mayor. The recovery drone for the Juliet. Spec training here for the Joker. Missile Prop for Era. Good deny once again against Barcode, who's going to have to settle for the Siege Machine, which is still going to give that those projectiles that extra long range and the creations. That cage will definitely be hurting hard, as I think 3Z is about to find out right now. I mean, stuck in there off kickoff.
Yeah, it was definitely a draft of denies, right? Really the only big winners there for Grimella and the Joker. That spec training Rasmus is quite dangerous. We've already seen the Joker get some crazy plays with hit stuns on the Death's Touch. And with that spec training now, those hit stuns are only more deadly from here on out. But Grimella, already, having Timeless and Monumentalist, and now Hotshot, all of his abilities, but in particular that secondary, are just that much more valuable, and he has so many more of them with Hotshot now, right? Oh my gosh, a whiffed strike there almost sent the point away in favor of the Sundubu Strikers, but Shiadzu and Barcode able to push back 3Z, who now has a flip, but is staggered in the midfield. Meanwhile, the forwards of Showtime find not just the barrier, but also a goal. They'll take point 1.
Yeah, core flip from Joker. Bit of an edgy point there. Almost fell away, but it's going to be 1 flip for each side heading into point 2 here. We go into the kickoff. Looks like Sundubu Strikers able to win it and bring it into that bottom corner. Core flip from Xianzhu to try and get it out of there. The drum's getting dropped across the map. The 3Z able to recover and push up. Uses the core flip here on the wall. Barcode able to make the block. The Joker trying to recover possession. The Thorns dropping, but shapeshifting right there to block it away and save the barrier. Now 3Z pressing hard on that bottom side. Not able to find too much though. Shapeshifting with the core. Trying to lob it back around. And now we see both teams just kind of scrambling for possession to try and bring down these barriers. It will be the Joker who comes out on top with the Whiplash speed boost. Bring down the first barrier. Water cannon activated for Showtime. Elusive from Grimella to stay alive. The tornado comes out. The Joker barely able to survive that one. Xianzhu winning the strike war and bringing it up to the top side. The Joker trying to find possession. Core flip comes out from shapeshifting. Blocked by the ensnare drums. It almost gets piercing shotted into the goal. Barely able to save that one with the strike. Sundubu Strikers, though, need to bring down this barrier here in overtime. A speed boost up with the Joker with the hook into Whiplash. Able to force it through shapeshifting. And will be set point for Showtime.
Now the Joker has 2 size awakenings, which with the help of the Mako secondary means that this Rasmus is rocking over 50% size buff when Barcode is channeling that secondary. It makes the Whiplash an incredibly oppressive tool, more than it usually is, right? Because he can pretty much walk right alongside that secondary. He's probably going to channel another one right here as the water cannon comes up. If he can steal it away from 3Z here, the Joker is going to pretty much immediately be able to chug it through shapeshifting. There we go. Out comes the Whiplash. He does immediately use it, though, to try to kill 3Z. Xianzhu will be the one to finish it off there. But yeah, no, definitely when the Mako secondary is up, there is potential for about 1 million different ways that Showtime can make plays happen on the barrier or goal of the Sundubu Strikers. So they have to be really careful. Really careful when Barcode has that secondary up.
Snare drums dropping here again. Xianzhu looking to catch the core, but 3Z comes out with it and brings it to the top corner. Big defense. Barcode able to clear it to the bottom side. Shapeshifting up in the midfield, dropping the NATO, looking for the charge up. But the Joker able to clear it and get it off of their side of the field. Barcode and Grimella both flip available. Grimella purge it quick from the midfield all the way to the bottom corner. Takes it right into that goal. Sundubu Strikers staying in this point so far. And still 2 away, by the way, from taking game 1 if they can win this set. Barcode still has a flip available, so it'll be a good defensive stand here from Showtime.
Yeah, the defensive flip here. Of course, Barcode putting out numbers on the Mako goalie, but I really got to talk about Grimella and shapeshifting a little bit and how wonderful they're doing with this defense, especially as they get that fantastic sequence of saves. A beautiful set of 1 interactions there will successfully take the core off their barrier. But yeah, I mean, I've been talking about the importance of the Mako secondary for the side of Showtime. The Era and Now secondaries are exactly what are allowing the Sundubu Strikers to actually contest Joker and Xianzhu when they're sped up like that, right? And Shapeshifting and Grimella have been doing a fantastic job using those on defense. Like, look, there we go. The Era secondary comes out, and pretty much immediately Grimella is able to worm around the Joker and clear it out. Unfortunately, the Joker, with that specialized training, is able to find a play shortly thereafter and grab the barrier. But definitely we're seeing both visions come out. That is a scary power play, though, in favor of Showtime.
Oh, a nice redirect there from 3Z. to find the sword angle, but Showtime, shots on net, up to Joker here. Grimilla able to respawn, but this core is moving very fast here in overtime. One misstep, and it could all be over. Shapeshifting has to be real careful with his positioning, even with all the speed that he's got. And they still got to bring down this barrier. Barcode almost has another flip available again. That's how long this this round has taken so far. Xianzhu with the core, just rotating it around 3Z. Almost effortlessly. They got to get into a corner. The Joker looking for the hook play. Has the core flip available here, but 3Z just barely able to connect with the flurries and buy a little bit of time now. Up to 3Z Breezy, but Barcode lobbing it back in. The Joker with the pendulum swing gets control of it and finds the shot to the bottom side, and it will be a set 5 here. Showtime dragging this one out, and the Joker will be the MVP.
Still plenty of scaling potential on this Rasmus. We have Might of the Colossus here. We have Bulk Up. He could potentially grab some speed in the forms of stacks on stacks or a Haste Awakening. It looks like he's going to go for stacks on stacks. The Joker, as an Octavia main, is a big fan of any form of speed he can get his hands on, so it makes sense there. That'll be prime time on Xianzhu. But the Haste Awakenings fall to Grimella and Shapeshifting. That provides some absolutely massive burst speed potential for the side of Sundubu Strikers, and with extra power falling down to 3Z Breezy, this is the strongest that they will have been this whole game. So I think that Sundubu stands a really good chance to take it home here. But if Showtime can keep their momentum from the previous set, it is still anyone's game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this has kind of been back and forth the entire time. I mean, so many good awakenings coming out there, and core gonna slip on through just a little bit. 3C picking up the goal there. It's a little bit of a defensive collapse there from Showtime for a moment, but that's all that Sundubu needed. And I mean, Shapeshifting is gonna pop one speed boost, and they essentially can fly across the map and reposition very, very quickly. Look how far up he's willing to play on Inkies, because he knows he's got that net. Look at that! Look how fast they can run now. Oh my goodness. They do lose the barrier here though, with the offensive snare drums up in their faces, but they have some energy to work with. 3Z has a flip. Grimilla's almost going to have the flip, and Shapeshifting should have one shortly. 3Z first to burn it. Brings down the barrier. Going to block off the hook from Joker. Core flip from the Joker. Blocked by the punch from 3Z. They activate the water cannon. They bring it all the way up. 3Z trying to get in position, forcing Barcode to make some crazy saves, but eventually they will keep it out for the moment. Xianzhu up to Barcode, trying to get it past 3Z Breezy here, and force Shapeshifting to make some kind of interactions. But they're just keeping the core on Showtime's side of the field for so long right now. Xianzhu blinking up with the snare drums. Finally, some leverage in Showtime's favor, but Shapeshifting has a flip available and is just going to hold right on. Grimilla forcing it back out across the midfield line. Barcode making the save here, though. Shapeshifting back down as we head into overtime. Tornado coming out. Xianzhu forced to back very far up. 3Z Breezy now with possession in the top side. Xianzhu trying to get him to back off Grimilla, racing to the bottom side, up to 3Z Breezy, looking for the dash punch, able to connect and send it in. It is a match point for Sundubu Strikers.
Yeah, such a clean offense from them. That being said, not a completely rewardless couple of points for Showtime. The Joker is rocking 110 stacks, but that's the barrier down already, Lego.
Did you see it? Did you see, like, there was like about 3 frames of kickoff and like 18 like things that happened in those like 3 frames because everyone just like ran at that core at mock speed. But now it's Sundubu Strikers with the open nets and looking to close out this game 1. 3 dribbling up in the dash rush is going to be enough. Textbook Juliet right there to close out game 1 for the Sundubu Strikers. A great start against the reigning champs. It'll be looking really good for them going into map 2.
So I tried to catch those speed numbers. I believe when Grimella was popping that secondary, he was getting the whole team generally, because he had both Monu and Timeless to reach that now secondary to everybody. He was getting pretty much the whole team of Sundubu Strikers up to about 750 speed. When Shapeshifting would pop his secondary, it was getting the whole team up to 850, or in the case of 3Z, 900 speed, which is absolutely insane. Yeah, I mean, there was I was really laser focused on like the guaranteed Mako secondaries for the first part of that game. I thought that those were going to be super valuable, that Barcode was going to be able to get them out. But at the end of the day, so many Haste Awakenings, all 3 Haste Awakenings falling to Shapeshifting and Grimella, just gave them all of the speed that they needed to totally override any value that those Mako secondaries could be getting off and just rule the match. I mean, look, this is Grimella with 248 redirects, only one less than Xianzhu, but when you look at the goals and assists, it's clear what direction the tempo of this game was headed in. Grimella assisting off of 7 of 3Z Breezy's 8 goals there and scoring 2 more for himself. So just a really, really impressive and fun game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Great showing here from Sundubu Strikers with a really fun comp as well. You know, I'm a big fan. I've always been a big fan of Aragoli, even when it wasn't cool.
You were on the train before anyone else.
I was so far ahead of this. I was so far ahead of my time, and you laughed at me. They laughed at me. But no, it's awesome to see it all culminate together with the. I mean, they got like basically every awakening they could have wanted to make the speed train, the foot race, happen, and boy did it happen. So yeah, Sundubu Strikers looking really solid, and going into game 2, I'm curious if they're going to keep this up. If the Era goalie is going to continue to make another appearance, and they're just going to keep playing with the speed here on AtLab. It is a Stacks and Twin Drive start. So, like, could you ask for something more perfect? I mean, I don't know. That's a very interesting start.
It is a very interesting start. Stacks is now more than ever an incredibly risky awakening to take, right? If I had a guess, I'm guessing that Showtime are probably going to go double Stacks on their forwards. Barcode is the one that might opt for Twin Drive, depending on which goalie he ends up picking here. But I am not sure whether or not the Sundubu Strikers will go for Stacks, but certainly when people pick Stacks, the biggest thing that we see is that the value of KOs increases dramatically, right? Because if you can get rid of your opponent's Stacks, you're essentially, applying a swing to the speed of the game, right? Because they're getting a dead awakening, essentially, if you're killing them enough. And if you're picking Stacks on your own team and staying alive, then you're getting to take that tempo and run away with it. We're seeing a bit of a run back here. It's a now first pick for the Sundubu Strikers. And we're seeing Mako picked up, presumably for Barcode again, because that Atlas was denied away. But this time, it's Asher, and I have to imagine that is the Joker running his Asher pick, one of his signature strikers. I'm excited to see what he does with it.
Yeah, more than likely here. I mean, these are pretty solid comfort picks on a pretty decent start here. Twin Drive is hard to go wrong with. It will be Juliet here for 3Z Breezy as well. And a Dubu locking down the backfield for Sundubu Strikers with the Twin Drive. Makes Dubu exponentially stronger at holding. I think especially on Atlas Lab, Dubu with Twin Drive can hold down those bottom corner pushes so well. So well. It's very difficult to get it through just by stuffing it. So I think that's a really solid pick up against Joker's Asher, and it will be Aimi for Xianzhu here. So this is going to be interesting. I really like what Sundubu Strikers have cooked up. They're kind of rolling with what they had before. I mean, you can't go wrong with Grimilla on now. You really can't. You still have 3Z rocking the Juliet, and you have this impenetrable wall Barcode, who's basically going to sit on one barrier and hold it down forever. So it's going to be interesting. I think this Aimi might be a little bit of an X factor. I don't know. I can't say exactly how good it's going to be against this, but it's Xianzhu piloting it, so it'll at least be decently good. But I'm just curious to see how it's going to end up playing out right now. I imagine it's going to be a lot of Twin Drives coming out, maybe Stacks on some midfielders, or maybe on Grimilla. I don't know. Twin Drive's pretty good, but we'll see here. So we're jumping into game 2 in just a moment now.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure how this Aimi is going to work, because we've seen Xianzhu get some success on it, but usually I think the bigger trend is that Xianzhu loves his speed midfielders, and it's really hard to see him reach the same level of success off of those speed midfielders with stacks on stacks start, if he's able to keep stacks on stacks and he's running mag souls as well, it'll practically be like he's playing a speed midfielder, especially with Barcode, buffing him with this twin drive Mako from behind. So maybe that's some of the logic that went in here. Shianzu said, you know what, I don't need to play Kai, I don't need to play Era, the now is already gone, but I can play anything because I've got Mako buffing me and I've got, a bunch of speed from the stacks on stacks. So we'll see. We'll see if that is how it plays out, but it looks like we've correctly predicted, Lego, that both of these goalies have opted for Twin Drive just because of the sheer value of both of the secondaries on Dubu and Mako. Everyone else is going for those stacks on stacks. So we saw 3Z Breezy get quite a few KOs last game on this Juliet. If he's able to replicate that, again, high value stuff. But we do also have Joker playing essentially Juliet 2 on the Asher pick. So both of these brawlers have their dash punch potentials to really swing the tempo of this match by finding KOs out of thin air.
I wouldn't be surprised if this game ends up being one of the longer ones we see today, just because of... I mean, we do see that Showtime's goal is open at the moment, but I think a lot of these matches is going to be like what Shapeshifting's doing right now, where the melee lockdown goalie with the twin drive is literally just going to sit on this one barrier. It's going to be very difficult to stuff it through, because, I mean, even with Juliet and Asher, who are traditionally very good at stuffing, I mean, it's an unstoppable force versus an immovable object, really. And still, Showtime not able to bring down this second barrier. I imagine they're going to have significant struggle with that, but it will be Sundubu Strikers, a perfect setup here for Grimella, allows 3Z to find that dash punch for the fourth point going to them, but I'd buckle in, because I think this is going to be a long one.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think the only reason that point went so fast is because Barcode burned so many of his abilities at range and didn't have anything to respond to 3Z Breezy suddenly being up in his face. Generally, the Mako into Juliet matchup is actually pretty Mako favored. She's got a lot of tools to shut down dash punch, and she can pretty comfortably hold herself against kind of the strike onslaught, which 3Z is particularly good at chaining his abilities together to just kind of outstrike through a defense. So Barcode has a response to a lot of those things, but 3Z is just outplaying it here with Shapeshifting there to back him up, and Grimella and Shianzu both already have their stacks on stacks online here.
Yeah, Showtime losing their barriers a bit early yet again. Having some room for Sundubu Strikers to just keep the pressure on, and now it's significantly harder for Barcode to be able to defend against this open net. You have 3Z in the corner and Grimella able to rotate really, really fast and cover the open sides of the net. Meanwhile, core flip here from the Joker. Shapeshifting, burning everything. I think it's Grimella who actually got the clear there, but still holding on to the barrier either way. A pass up to 3Z Breezy, looking for the dribble. The snare drum's coming out from Barcode, and it'll just bounce back around. We head deep into this overtime. Pass to 3Z Breezy and core flip from Barcode. Down to the Joker, dashing in, but the donut's just going to drop out. Core flip from Shianzu, send it in. There's a pass putter, but a simple log. The humble log, and a pass to 3Z Breezy, who yet again gets another goalie KO and dunks it in. Sundubu Strikers off to a blazing start this game, doing exactly what they really planned to do coming into this game with this comp. It seems like Showtime are actually kind of struggling to execute.
Yeah, well, I mean, 3Z is doing such a fantastic job of punishing in the enemy goal box, right? You cannot let your guard down for a second around this guy. Like, Barcode has to have constant vigilance here against 3Z, because if he steps just a pixel too far back, 3Z is up in your face, and you are going to pay for it dearly. All four forwards now have their stacks on stacks online, though. So this is, big speed on all of the offensive players in this match. And with the help of that Mako secondary, that means Joker's just going to be able to solo 1v1 through Shapeshifting. But when you send it back to 3Z Breezy, that's a quick 3-0 set for the Sundubu Strikers. And Lego, this game might be faster than we were anticipating.
Yeah, I feel like the defense of Showtime definitely falling apart a little bit here sooner than I would have expected. Certainly looking a bit rough, and now Grimella going to get the first pick here. Looks like the Manu going over to the Now. Very solid pickup. Saw it last game. Just going to be applying huge speed boost, and I mean, when 3Z Breezy can run fast, he can do basically anything. Peak performance to this IME demo to 3Z, who's just going to be getting I mean, honestly, that's worth so much value, I think, at this point, with how quickly they're able to take down Showtime's barriers. Might for Joker, Glass Cannon for Shapeshifting, Assault, Goalie Awakening, and Hotshot here for Barcode. I gotta say, I really love what Sundubu came out of that draft with.
Yeah, I think they're feeling very strong, especially because that Might pick on Joker, I have to imagine, was mainly a deny away from Shapeshifting, who's rocking the Pauldron's Dubu this game. You really don't want to give Dubu a ton of power to the point where, you know, he can start red pouring off of those strikes. But he still comes out of it with Glass Cannon. That's still power on this Dubu, and on top of that, he gets speed. We're seeing Shapeshifting walk all the way up to the midfield here to contribute to this offense. He was doing this last set as well, but now it's just even more strong with the help of Glass Cannon. So yeah, I absolutely agree, Lego. Sundubu are absolutely getting the greater edge in that draft. I think it's going to take a little more than what Showtime are putting to the table right now to get past how cleanly Sundubu are playing in combination with the fantastic drafts they're coming out on top with.
Yeah, Sundubu, it really feels like they're coming into these games with a plan, a very clear-cut plan, and they're finding the awakenings they need, and they're playing the playstyle that they need to execute it. I mean, it's got similarities to what they did last time, but there's certainly some key differences, and it's still all coming together pretty darn well as we head into overtime. And Shapeshifting still has that single barrier, which is all that they really need to keep these rounds on absolute lockdown, because the pressure from 3Z and Grimilla is just so much that when the core gets past Joker for even a moment, they have to do everything just to hold them off, and then when they want to rotate back to offense, it's just Asher versus Dubu. And in these cases, it looks like Dubu is just kind of winning these interactions, just going to have the space and the lockdown to be able to make it out more consistently. That being said, they will be able to open up the goal here. The snare drums onto 3Z Breezy. Grimilla looking for the top side. Golan's going to be able to find it with the primary. Sundubu Strikers continuing to look strong, scoring the first point here in set 2.
It seems like they're always just one little offensive edge over top of Showtime, right? Because Showtime, they're still finding barriers. They're doing their normal explosive offense where they're able to just kind of, in the blink of an eye, take down a barrier after, you know, what seems like an eternity. But it's very often that Sundubu are able to just convert right back onto offense on the other side of that happening, right? And it's if they're getting, you know, on average 1 to 2 more offensive plays than Showtime, statistically, we said that, you know, both offensive matchups are unfavored. 3Z's not making it look that way, though. I mean, this dude is absolutely bowling over Barcode every chance he gets. But just those 1 to 2 extra offensive opportunities is going to mean miles upon miles of success for Sundubu.
And 2 core flips available now as well, as they are moving across this field at the moment. Core flip here from Joker to bring down the first barrier, but that's the problem, is it's only the first barrier, and Shapeshifting only wants to hold the bottom one, it seems like. Just burning Showtime's resources every chance that they can get, making them pay for as much as they can for every inch of ground. An immediate, almost a double. Looks like it could be a double. They're forcing it hard. The KO comes out from 3Z, and it is a double now. Shapeshifting up, gets put in jail for a bit, but Grimilla with the core, just continuing to put shots on net. Won't find the point, but always good for the Sundubu Strikers. A pass down to Shapeshifting and Grimilla as they work their way back up the field here. The KO coming out from 3Z Breezy yet again onto Barcode. And the core going right into the goal. Grimilla with the point. I mean, 3Z putting on a show here for sure. Grimilla the MVP, and up 2-0 against Showtime.
Yeah, I mean, Shapeshifting and Grimilla did a fantastic job navigating around Shianzu there. Forced out the blink and then just passed around him on the back line. And I feel it important to point out that 3Z has not had any damage awakenings this whole game. He's still not going to have any damage awakenings. He's just grabbing more size, which, I mean, I guess if you're getting kills without the damage awakenings, why do you need to pick up the damage awakenings? So fair enough, 3Z. He sees the vision here. So yeah, this dude has just been finding kills through sheer force of catching just the momentary slip-ups that Showtime are making, right? Yeah, if the previous 2 sets are any sign of how the rest of this game is going to go, I fear for Showtime's future.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they're forcing Barcode to play so far back against this open net because of the way they're just passing this core around. Like, if he moves forward at all, the core is going to slip past him. So it feels like he's kind of forced back into the net, and that's for Threesius being able to find all these goalie KOs. Nice little snipe there from Barcode and Xianzhu to pick up that first barrier here. Now it's 1-1. Both teams looking for control over this core. Threezy dashing in, getting around the bottom side again. Core flip here on the line, just punches it through all three members of Showtime. What a flex from Threezy Breezy to dunk it in. And Sundubu Strikers now 2 points away from running away with this. Threezy is already at 116 stacks. Grimilla is already at 70. Showtime, they are running out of opportunities to come back into this game.
Yeah, a big difference in this game compared to the previous one is Threezy was forced to come back on defense last game, right? That's why Barcode was getting the free Mako secondaries off, is because you needed Threezy to help clear the core off of that Inky's barrier. Here on AtLab, Grimella and Shapeshifting are making this defense look so easy. I mean, Joker's having to work so hard just to force cooldowns out from them. Then eventually they find the clear, right? There we go, another clean clear, and Joker once more finds no reward, which leaves Threezy free to go bully Barcode. Every time Barcode has been putting up this Mako secondary, Threezy has just walked over calmly, punched him with the Juliet punch. He's not doing it this time. This time he's coming back to help on defense, but for the most part, Showtime have not been getting any benefit from these Mako secondaries, which is kind of their only way to contest what's being put out by Sundubu Strikers here. And when it's a Sundubu power play like it is right now, it's not going to last much longer for Showtime.
And Threezy about to have another core flip up in just a moment here as well. Picks up the orb. And now it's available. Joker desperately trying to bring down this barrier. Is going to be able to find it here. And slipping it right in. The red core from Barcode sneaks it past all of them. Showtime finally putting a point up on the board, but feels like more of a fluky score than you would like to see on a situation like this. But a point is a point, and it does give them slightly more room to work with. One extra round of life. We'll see if they're able to capitalize on it or not. Threezy does burn the core flip a bit early here. Core flip here from Xianzhu, totally boxed in by Grimilla and Shapeshifting's creations, though. Nowhere to send that. And now Grimilla with the core pushing back up the field. The huge secondary forcing Barcode into a bad situation. The barrier's gone, and the goal, once again, is opened up on Showtime side. Threezy looking to work up the field. Grimilla on the top side here as well, though Xianzhu able to make a little breakaway and push through these barriers. Not able to find anything, though. Sundubu so quick to rotate back and just hold it down. Firewall Sentry coming out here. Get some damage onto Grimilla, but just going to heal right back up. Threezy Breezy off the black hole. Pass up to Grimilla here, but Xianzhu right there to respond. And Shapeshifting holding down that top corner so well. Still both barriers alive. As we head into overtime. Drops the Tofu Fortress. Showtime, not much it feels like they can do. Core flip here from Joker. Picks up one barrier from across the field. But they still need to find another. Can't catch up to the core in time. Xianzhu trying to send it back in, but Threezy with the flip available gets put into the jail. Taking a lot of damage while in there. If they can pick up a KO, that'd be huge, but this Juliet wants this core. Barcode has to burn the flip to try and get him out of there. Pox the recovery drone, but just going to heal right back up. And that's the trouble. You got to kill him twice, and Threezy Breezy 6 KO streak on the respawn. Brings it to the bottom and dunks it right in. This guy feels unstoppable at the moment. It is now series points for Sundubu Strikers.
Let's brag about the insane momentum that every aspect of the Sundubu Strikers had going from that point. They already had killed Joker the previous point going in, so Joker was down on stacks. They killed Xianzhu at the end of that point. It took a whole minute. We were in overtime before Showtime found their first barrier, and even then, they found that barrier through a core flip. That tells you how bad it is. When you have these top players willing to burn core flip for barrier 1, you're in trouble. But that being said, it's Sundubu in trouble right now, as it's a power play for Xianzhu, Joker, and Barcode. They managed to find Shapeshifting there, and they'll grab both barriers shortly thereafter.
Taking Shapeshifting off the map. Only a good way to pick up a point, potentially. Not able to find it here. But Threezy Breezy dribbling back up the field, has the flurries, looks for the dash punch, doesn't quite have the distance to get Barcode. But has a core flip available here, slinging into the top side. Sundubu Strikers closing it out, knocking the champs out of the lower bracket. And Sundubu Strikers, what a series from them. They will be moving on.
That's the end of the run for Showtime.
Yeah, that's crazy.
that's the end of the run. I mean, after, like you said, these guys were the reigning champs, and Sundubu just stomped them like it was nothing. It was such a... I was impressed with how handily they won in game 1, and then, I mean, this game, Showtime literally only got 1 goal, and it was that weird fluke goal that was scored by Barcode Hotshot with the Mako primary. Every single other moment of that match was completely owned by the Sundubu Strikers. We had 6 KOs on 3Z. Shapeshifting even managed to pick up 1, and Grimella demonstrating his normal midfield dominance, 175 redirects, and just 49 shots from Grimella as well, and 39 to 3Z shows how consistently they were up in Barcode's face. And Barcode had the least redirects in that match, Lego. Only 96. This dude was under 100 redirects because Grimella and 3Z were just outplaying him every step of the way. That is about as dominant of a victory as you can ask for. And when it's up against the reigning champs of the North American Strikers League, I would imagine that the Sundubu Strikers are feeling an all-time high right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they played fantastically both of those games. I think they had excellent comps, like excellent team comps, excellent drafting. They knew what they were doing. They had the synergy among characters. They had the synergy among themselves, and not only that, they executed it. They executed it really well, and we only hope that they carry that momentum into their future matches. Just to see this team make a really deep playoffs run, I think would be a lot of fun for a lot of people. So great to see them off to such an amazing start here. But that's all for this series, and that's all for us, Cloak. You have anything else you want to say before we head out of here?
No, I'm just eager to see how the rest of the season plays out, Lego. Those were 2 fantastic series to cast with you, and enjoy what we have for the rest of the night. Next week, we'll be finishing it out, and I mean, it's been one hell of a season, Lego. Can't wait to see what else happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're throwing it to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have plenty more playoffs on Mega Strikers for you guys, so don't go anywhere.
Hungry like Nephew.
And welcome back, everybody, to the North American Strikers League. You didn't think I'd miss a playoffs day, did you? I'm K-Bot, now joined by Weston for our final match of the night here for the right to go on to Championship Day. It's the Sundubu Strikers versus Return to Form. The two teams that didn't have a second life today are still on their one and only and on a collision course for one another here, Weston.
Yeah, and it's two teams who just saw each other last week as well. We had that tiebreaker game, which there was a chance it didn't matter as far as one of them being able to win the coin flip, have the priority. But RTF won it last week. It kind of shaped the matchups that we just saw in the last two games. And now here we are with the two of them. I know, in each season, I think every season, one of the 5 or 6 seed has made top 3, or at least the last 3 seasons. I know I heard that stat somewhere. And it's going to happen again no matter what. One of our 5, 6 seeds is going to be in here. So, yeah, really interesting series. And I think what we saw last week, during the season, like I think back to the Sundubu against Bun Bun game, that was Sundubu really trying to play damage. And that's something that RTF does pretty much every single game. But now last game, Sundubu obviously not really playing damage. Part of that was the matchup, but I'm really interested in how they kind of adapt their playstyle to, do they go with what the meta is, which is more playing damage, or do they stick with what's been working for them so far today? So I'm interested.
Well, hopefully the Sundubu Strikers have come to this match with something in their back pocket after having lost the tiebreaker versus Return to Form and losing their Week 3 regular season match to Return to Form. That regular season match was a 6-0 in sets. They only picked up 2 sets in one of the tiebreaker games. So this one, Return to Form probably feeling pretty comfortable on. But now as we load into our first map, we see it'll be a spark of strength and fight or flight start. Only 2 on each side opting into the spark start. And we are on Inkies to start off game 1.
Yeah, we saw Sundubu pick it last series, and I actually filled a couple of scrims for Sundubu in the last week, and they were really liking Inkies. So they I don't think they had gone for it all season, but they played it in this last series. It looked really good against Showtime, and I was thinking part of that was, Barcode, a melee goalie, that's kind of what you would target. But against this team as well, they're going for Inkies, and so I'm really interested in if that continues to work out for them. And we have Shapeshifting here on the Juno. I don't know if he's played that this season, but really interesting comps all around here.
Maybe you figure for the Sundubu Strikers, Inkies is a map where damage is not going to be that big of an issue, right? Most of the time you're going to score a goal before that stagger really starts to build, and that kind of pressure starts to mount thanks to those water cannons. Indeed, the Sundubu Strikers will strike first. Of course, RTF here not exactly playing a damage comp, but now quick barrier taken. Shapeshifting will go on the Blubbo bounce in order to pick up the core there, but looks like Return to Form might be able to keep up the pressure here, especially given by the fact that 3Z doesn't have a lot of resources, though almost has everything he can with the energy burst and the passive. Doesn't matter though, Hungry Boy will line up the piercing shot.
Yeah, Shapeshifting just a little bit too patient and let it fall down there. We have a ton of energy on the board all around, so this might be a very explosive point in here. But something I'm looking at is Moffin going for the Spark of Strength would make some sense. Also going for Strike Shot, which I think is very good on this map, but it means he's really going to be behind in speed on everyone else in the game because we got Momentum Boots or Fight or Flight on every other player. So once they get to the open goal, it's really going to be about the abilities covering and not the speed from Moffin Kui, which is sometimes what you do see with Finny as a great save from Shapeshifting there. And I'm interested just in how much of a factor that lack of speed is on the Finny here. But at this point, it's RTF with the advantage early on. They have the cannon, but don't quite convert yet.
Haven't been able to convert. Good coverage there from Grimella, placing down those drones. I will say, if there's a player to pilot Finny without the need to use a bunch of speed, it is probably a Moffin, right? Obviously known for the Kazan, more so using those abilities rather than just being able to play solid fundamentals and positioning with that extra speed given. And now, good little scoop away here to keep the barrier online. We're in overtime now on this third goal. Breezy to the corner to himself. Will be able to find it there thanks to the Blobos coming in. And now down to the Blobbo. Grimello looking to keep up the pressure here. There's the water cannon. Moffin will scoop it away. And 3Z doesn't really have a way to get involved. Now Leo Leon shutting down the top corner with the Fiery Flurry. can't come away with the goal here, and scoring pressure hasn't really felt like it's been there for return to form. Water Cannon will buy some time and space, but not much else. If anything here for return to form. Now pass down, beautifully done. Gets the energy burst in for return to form here, who go ahead in set 1.
Yeah, Sundubu able to defend through 2 water cannons in that point. They lost their barrier very early, but at least so far the open goal defense isn't looking too bad for them, but they just haven't quite been able to set up the pressure. You really need to get a hit stun on Moffinkoi to find something. I don't think he's going to let much of anything in easily, so you really have to find those hard confirms, and so far that has been a struggle, but Grimella trying to set up 3Z, and that time it's just the core speed and the speed on the 2 of them are able to set that up. 3Z now with the flip is looking for it, and just back and forth we go into the corner, but the Juliet is able to play some defense there.
Good denial by Leo, but even still, 3Z's not out of place. We'll attempt to get it into the primary, but it'll get sent away. Hungry Boy working this bottom side of the map. Leon doesn't have a ton of coverage right now on the top side. Blobos will be what scoops the core away from the barrier, and that offense will ultimately fail. Possession for the Sundubu Strikers. Grimella in the corner here. Blavo trying to keep the pressure here, but a good snipe away from 3Z causes chaos in front of the net. We're on to a 5th point.
Yeah, that was a crazy situation. The card from Moffinkoi turned around, hit it up toward him, and then he had already struck. Wasn't expecting that at all. So just a crazy circus goal there. But that does mean we're just heading to a 0.5. And, you know, none of the series today, even though within point-to-point they've been close, of course, we haven't had a series go to 3 games. We haven't had any that felt that close. But so far, this seems like a dogfight. And with not a lot of KOs happening, although maybe here with a few members low, it's just going to be about strikes, using your abilities to the advantage. It's really a core control game so far. And it looks like RTF just find the goal right as it opens, a perfect confirm, and they'll start out ahead here.
Excellent shot to the gap from Hungry Boy to put that one away. So you don't really expect that one to happen, but I dare say that obviously with the goal barrier in the corner, that kind of shot and setup is going to be easier, and rewarded with the hot shot here. Critical to deny away from this Juno that Shapeshifting is playing, although he'll pick up the 1-2 punch anyway.
Yeah, 1-2 punch and hot shot both showing up there, and Juno MVPing means very good things for them. But Moffin, being the only one who took the spark, doesn't go for it, goes for the twin drive there, which does make sense. But now Leo will try to get some spark scaling of his own, finding himself at the back of the draft. So some scaling potential found for the Juliet, but I think this is a very, very strong draft for Sundubu, maybe stronger than RTF considering that they lost. With, you know, the core speed that's going to be on Shapeshifting now. 3Z getting that dash range just makes it so much harder for Moffin to clear. And bulk up pretty much always being good, and the possibility of peak performance in there as well. I think Sundubu won this draft pretty convincingly.
We have seen a couple of plays already where 3Z was able to get into a decent position with the Oni's blade. Now, of course, has more agency and ability to do so. So I'll be watching for that, particularly out of the Sundubu Strikers brawler. Meanwhile here, solid defense played. Hungry Boy keeping possession, but even still, there's 3Z diving in. We'll find the barrier here, and now the passing play from the 2 roommates will put the core in the net.
Yeah, just making use of the open space that they created there, and the water cannon was on its way as well, so not much they could do there. And this twin drive from Moffin is going to set up some difficult situations for Sundubu, but so far they're not as much going for those hard corner confirms like you kind of saw there. They're making use of the open space really well, which is, I think, what now can excel at with the right build. But yeah, there's nothing that's like been too consistently working for either team, it feels like. It's just kind of these outplays and these mistakes that have to happen for these points to swing so quickly. But Sundubu making a lot of passing plays happen, but that time not able to get the barrier just yet.
You expect to see those kinds of passing plays out of 2 players that have been playing together for so long, and plenty of synergy both in the game and out of the game. Oh no. Juno Blavo is going to send that one towards the barrier, and we'll have open goal against both sides. Here's the water cannon. Core goes slightly wide. Grimella can't collect. And will drift down to the bottom left. Looking again here, not able to find it. There's the Blobbo as Shapeshifting tries to get involved. Not able to. Leo trying to cover the top corner and will be able to close in on the goal there. Once again, tying us at 1 goal apiece for set 2.
Beautiful coverage by Hungry Boy made it so that Shapeshifting pretty much had to send that to a 50-50 strike war to Grimella, and that's just such a hard situation to win as the midfielder right there. So great job by the midfielder who didn't end up getting credit for it. As the slime could have sent it diagonally, it just goes to Leo a little bit too quickly, and that's 2 very, very quick goals, just 11 seconds passing, and 2 goals for RTF after Sundubu looked so strong in this first point. This is how this map goes. Things can fall apart or, you know, get turned on for you so quickly, but it is 1-2 here, and RTF with a chance of taking a commanding lead in this game.
You know, it feels like when Return to Form is able to strike, they throw everything at you and they secure the goal pretty quickly. But it takes a decent bit before that happens, right? Sometimes, yeah, sure, it'll happen within 10 seconds of the opening kickoff, but other times, it takes a little bit to find that perfect positioning. Now, though, 2 energy bursts committed on this play. They look for the goal. The goal barrier is open. They can't find the securing shot. Breezy now staggered, will back away, pick up the orb, and the water cannon will buy some space for Return to Form. Destruction card goes wide of Grimella. Leon on the dribble play. Picks it up in the Flying Phoenix and Return to Form up 2 sets to 0 already.
Yeah, and Leo, you saw using the speed right there and could find even more speed here if any sparks show up. We do have 2 sparks, so that would be everything. I'm interested in what he'll go for because there is Adrenaline Rush, but it hasn't been a lot of KOs, but I think Spark of Focus here might be something to look at. They do go for the prize fighter, so not going to try to stack that speed, but instead going more for the damage here, which I think can be a win condition for them. And with the draft showing up like this, the fact that they're able to get Deadeye as well will be big. But Shapeshifting here, getting that second spark and already having strength and 1-2, he's going to have a ton of core speed. I think really everyone except for maybe Grimella got something that they're very, very happy with here because Moffin was able to catch up on speed with the glass cannon as well. Shapeshifting has a lot of core speed. So not too one-sided of a draft, but I do think Grimella maybe fell a little bit behind the 8-ball here. But we'll see what they can make happen here as they need to find a set to continue this game.
Reese's got to be playing pretty careful here, especially with Leo Leon on the prize fighter. Almost does get the KO there. Doesn't quite find it yet. Still low. Orbs have now spawned and are trying to dash for the goalie orb, but now finally the KO comes through. Meanwhile, goal gets close. Flips behind Hungry Boy there, and Grimella steps up to the plate to win the strike war, even in the man-down position.
Yeah, Slick Clicks, Flight or Flight, just so much speed there and had the cooldowns up to be able to punish that play, even though 3Z went down. So another set where they're starting out with the first point, but we'll see if they can close it out this time. They're really looking for the damage on Grimella or even 3Z there, both of them getting hit by that primary, and the Deadeye now from Hungry Boy is so much damage, but 3Z doing a great job with this dash range he found a couple drafts ago, really taking advantage of things, but nothing found from the flip or the water cannon there for Sundubu.
Not quite yet. Damage still stacking up against 3Z, taken down incredibly low. Now right over to the hands of Leo, potentially, but he also has to wait for the core. Now passing play comes through. Hold on, 3Z in the Oni's blade. Can't find the core. Slips behind him, but doesn't matter. There's the eye rush and the stun to put it away, and the Sundubu Strikers are on set point.
Yeah, 3Z making things happen in these last 2 points. The fact he got that dash range early on, I think it's kind of a necessity for a Zentaro, especially on this map where you really need to cover the space, the very wide goal barrier. And you've seen the value. Maybe didn't see it as much in that last set, but here, with the size as well, the speed, just really everything you could want in your Zentaro build. He has a little bit of it all here. Is making things happen. That dash goes wide, but it's the core speed from Shapeshifting and Grimella that set it up. 3Z not quite finding it in the corner, but they will have the jet to try to reset here, and that's what they go for.
Triple take. Keeps it out of the corner. Here's the Oni's blade. Doesn't get the core. It gets knocked away. Energy burst burned out of Hungry Boy. As 3Z looks for the core here. Passing play opportunity potentially, but the big finish is used. Shape-shifting, Blubbo bounce in. Here's Leo Leon with the fiery flurry. Everything thrown towards the net here for return to form, and they'll be able to do it with an energy burst. Again there, right? Like Leo Leon gets in the right position, and it is game over, especially once they just throw everything in the kitchen sink towards the goal. Something will find its mark.
Yeah, great positioning by Leo there, and it feels like every time they're able to get the goal open, things go their way right away. Like, they're able to score right as they're opening so often, it feels like. But it's just been that Sundubu's been playing better defense to not let those opportunities happen. But Leo will be going for it, and a lot of energy is invested right there. Threezy has a flip, and he really wants to use it before he dies, but doesn't find anything. Him and Hungry Boy both low, but whoever finds the KO might be finding the point here, and it is Leo who finds it. We'll see if they can find a return on Hungry Boy, but having to use those cooldowns for defense. Still not finding it yet in the power play, though.
Leo's prize fighter stacks are up, and you can tell with that dash into Grimella, chunking down what looked to be a quarter at least of Grimella's stagger bar. And that includes one with a bulk up awakening in hand. Leo, again, looking to be in position here, but shape-shifting, doing a great job of covering all possible angles. Muffin was trying to be involved on the top side, but now has to back away towards the goal, and the sheer coverage is here for the Sundubu Strikers. They are not letting this core get away from them for very long at all. The water cannon now is burned, trying to find a way to get this core to 3Z, but great positioning from the return to form forward duo will prevent that from happening right away. Hungry Boy now maybe looking for Leo. Core's going to get right by him. We're in overtime now, but doesn't that time. Finds the strike to the net. Now has an energy burst. Shape-shifting will use his first. The energy burst from Leo doesn't connect. Water cannon is there. Rose warp forward. Fiery flurry. Everything is there. And it is game point for return to form.
Looked like every button on everyone's keyboard was pressed right on the goal line right there. And it's Leo winning things. Just baits out the flip, waits long enough, forces out a second flip, and then is able to get it with the fiery flurry there, like you said. And here finds a beautiful timing on the dash. If he can win just 2 strike wars here, he'll get it. Not quite finding it yet, but they have the water cannon here as well to put the pressure on. And Sundubu trying to extend this, trying to scale, but RTF just 1 point away.
I'll have to look at a moment if this is the end, but Sundubu Strikers have gotten 5-6 goals, just haven't been able to close out a set, and now Leo might be doing it here. Not quite, but another opportunity. Fire Flurry is there. Threezy has to go backwards in the Oni's blade, doesn't have the offensive pressure, and Grimella will save in the lifeline. Truly does feel like a lifeline in this case, trying to stay alive in playoffs. Top corner. Maybe looking to just be patient for a moment, but Leo is right on top of shape-shifting. The piercing shot is out. Doesn't find its mark of the core. Potential top corner, but Muffin's got enough speed, and Leo comes in from the top rope, finds the KO, and a power play opportunity. The Blavos are in position here, trying to just buy some time for the Sundubu Strikers. Waiting on Threes to come back online. Energy burst, shot towards the net. Shape-shifting's got it covered. And now Threezy's back. Water cannon is out, almost catches Threezy on the back, and now Grimella has to leap backwards. The core speed is going so fast in this quarter right now. Leo can't put it away. But return to form will hold on to it for now. Shape-shifting has seen those games before. Will be able to do it. Grimella covers the top corner beautifully. Threezy looking to collect out of the corner, but can't quite get it done. And now shape-shifting walks just a little too far north, and Leo sends it home. Return to form 3-0 again against the Sundubu Strikers for game 1 on their map pick.
Yeah, some insane defense played on that last point to extend that by Shape and Grimella. All 3 of them almost died to the water cannon at one point. They had some very quick decision making with all the core speed that was happening, but it was just Leo who made everything happen in those last 2 points, especially. Was just voted as the first team all-pro brawler today, and really showing it in that game. And, you know, it felt close. It was a lot of back and forth, 5 goals for Sundubu, but it is a 3-0 overall, and that's really kind of been the story between these two teams. It's been RTF getting the better of them, and once again, now they're just 1 away from finding themselves on championship Saturday next week. But we do have 1 or potentially 2 more maps. A very close feeling one there. But yeah, and I don't have it pulled up. What map will we be headed to next?
5 goals means that 2 out of the 3 sets went to 5 points apiece. And in neither of those two were the Sundubu Strikers able to close it out. As a matter of fact, I think, well, at least in one of them, I'm pretty sure the Sundubu Strikers got there first, but wasn't able to close it out at the end of the day. Map 2 is going to be Imy's Application. So we are told is the return to form map pick. Makes a little bit of sense here, especially if you're putting a decent amount of presence on this Juliet. And then the final deciding map will be Oni Village if we need it.
Yeah, and we just saw Return to Form win, I believe, earlier on this map against EKC, who picked it. So now them going for the pick this time, Amy Zapp, something they've already played today. So they have a plan. They'll be able to try to, find that same scenario that they won earlier. But, when you think of Sundubu, typically it's, core control. Like when we saw them win at LAN, it was a lot of melee goalie and now and, core control, all that kind of stuff. And now we're going to Amy Zapp, where even more than Inkies, I think you really have to be scared of that damage. So we'll see what our start ends up being. But yeah, very interesting circumstances. A little bit scary if you're Sundubu here.
You bring in the LAN performance for the Sundubu Strikers. There has yet to be a full roster that has both won a LAN and won a season of the North American Strikers League. The Sundubu Strikers would be a team to do it if they were to win next week. But of course, that requires them winning the next 2 games versus an opponent they have not won a game off of all season this season. So it'll come down to this one here to see if they can turn around that momentum. Our start is prime time missile propulsion here for the application.
Yeah, very interesting there. I recall a game earlier this season where Sundubu, I'm not sure who they were against, but Threezy Breezy had Rasmus and took missile prop, and then it ended up kind of being a disaster. And I am curious because Return to Form went for red in the last game, and now Sundubu went for blue in this game. So Return to Form finding themselves on red again. It makes sense on this map because you have those early priority picks like Julie, Drakkar, and Rasmus that you always see. But I think here with this start, it might be Drakkar over anything else. And I think that's something that I'm not sure if Return to Form, if Leo has that in his bag or not. I don't think we've seen it this season at least. But Threezy Breezy definitely does. So I think Return to Form will be banning that. And that might mean, even though it's not necessarily the start you want, it might mean Threezy Breezy finds himself on Juliet here, potentially. And that is the pick that they just 2-0'd Showtime with. He was on that both games, and I think a lot of the time it looks like his strongest pick. So, yeah, I'm really interested in how this draft goes, because I think if you're Return to Form, that Drakkar has to be gone.
Well, we'll see whether or not they find that ban, as it looks like we've yet to get completely underway here. Of course, Weston, we were trying to hype up this league as the most competitive season, and now every match today has been a 2-0 so far, which does not bode well for our odds coming up next in this one. Certainly, if you were predicting the sweep parlay today, you would potentially have that one here, as Return to Form might be looking poised to take this one away. I feel like we're going to get started in a moment, but given by the fact that this has been up for a bit and I saw it refresh again.
Looks like we're waiting on someone on Sundubu. But I think I'm going to predict how this goes. I think Sundubu will ban Rasmus because it's a priority pick for 2 members of RTF. RTF will kind of have to ban Drakkar, and then you probably go for the Juliet, even though it's not really a great start. Because she's just so strong on this map and good for both brawlers. I'm predicting that's how this will start out. But Sundubu banning Vice also makes a lot of sense. So you might give over Rasmus or you might pick it yourself here. But Vice, being Hungry Boy's strongest pick all season, has looked fantastic on it. And obviously with this kind of start would be very strong. So that makes a lot of sense as well.
It is the first picked Juliet for Threezy Breezy here. The response likely to come in with Erasmus and something else, I would imagine, here for Return to Form. Up next, maybe Kazan too. Although I suppose we haven't seen a lot of Kazan. Picking with a Luna actually here is return to form. Interesting choice, but of course, layering on the damage is exactly what they want to do.
Yeah, and I think it's possible Gramella would have picked Luna here if they didn't. So I've seen Hungry Boy play this pick a little bit throughout the season and going for it here, and then also the Rasmus as well, which I'm not sure if Sundubu was really capable of denying there, but makes sense to pick. And now after this Juliet, I think you could go in a lot of different directions. Amy is a pick that makes a lot of sense. Estelle as well. And both of those could be on your brawler or your goalie. And there it is. It's Amy and Estelle. So we'll see what the order is. I would imagine it's Gramella on Amy and Shapeshifting on Estelle, but we'll see what it is. But for this last pick, it could be Primetime Kazan for Moffin. I'm so good at predicting this stuff. I messed up the beginning, but then I got 4 in a row. So yeah, this is
up the beginning, really.
Yeah, this
is something else.
This is really strong for return to form, I think, what they found. But Sundubu as well. You know, the Juliet doesn't really have a strong starting awakening. But I think just the way 3Z has looked on that pick, also really strong. I think everyone is pretty happy with what they're playing here. As very quickly, we're about to load in.
Getting into the application here. Again, the Sundubu Strikers now playing with their tournament life on the line. Have to win the next 2 games here, maintain their hopes. Both these teams hailing from the losers bracket today, and one of them will qualify for our top 3 taking place next week. As we load in here, it's prime time for nearly everybody. Vambrace is out for both Leo and 3Z, hoping each of them are able to stay alive a little more.
Yeah, the Vambraces are really interesting there. So it's not gonna, they're banking on not getting knockback KO'd in the middle, but potentially the damage being more of a problem, which makes a lot of sense with the Luna, especially for 3Z Breezy going for that there. And, just so much, there's a lot of explosivity on this map of it can be going all fine for both sides, and then someone dies and things just go crazy. But so far, a lot of defense being played, and Moffin with the missile prop and the pauldrons finding our first KO so far. And now the entire time, you're just going to have to be watching for that hook from absolutely anywhere, as we saw right there.
That's one of the things, Weston, we were not expecting, actually, was Moffin is the one playing Rasmus here. We mentioned it could go either way, but it's Leo's Kazan on the pitch. You would have thought when that last pick Kazan gets locked in, it's probably going to Moffin, but no. The missile propulsion here for the Rasmus makes it so that the Rasmus can still have just as much impact on the map with that death touch around the center of the map. And you see that, of course, getting taken care of here up first, but now it's the Sundubu Strikers' turn for a power play. Is able to find one. Moffin trying to hold down the fort here. Leo does have an energy burst at the ready, but the goal barrier is going to fall, and Leo's energy burst also is going to get burned. Here's the crater, and no. Flex that sad boys emoji, because that's the coping mechanism you need for a goal like that.
Yeah, unfortunately, the turret and the Luna nuke left not many options for Moffin there, and tried to get it down in time, but not quite. I'm not sure if Hungry Boy has played Luna in NASL so far this season, but I think it is a strong pick, but an unfortunate first point. But another power play found. Last time we saw a lot of power plays, and it still took a while to get the barrier, but this time Sundubu finding it very quickly, and now Shapeshifting, trying to set up Gramella, who has this flip, just going to dash in, cash it in, and use it. They'll be at an energy disadvantage, but they're up 2-0 already fairly quickly here.
A formality, so it felt, for the energy burst to get used and then sent in to the net. Now see what they're going to be able to come away with here. The Sundubu Strikers have the wind in their sails at the moment. They'll just need to try to find this one more goal. Taking a set away here, especially early, would be huge. And now you see the KO come through again, once more against Hungry Boy, and a power play opportunity here with 3Z Breezy does have the energy burst. Will use it there, and just is able to send it through. Sundubu Strikers 3-0 in set 1.
Yeah, every time 3Z's been on this Juliet, it's meant good things for them so far. And I think also you're seeing the power of that Estelle and Amy combination they found in the middle of the draft. You know, you had that hook kill from Moffin, but the Kazan and the Luna, at least so far, just have not been able to keep up with the damage that the Estelle and the Amy, and of course the Juliet can as well. And here, as we get into the draft, we have Adrenaline Rush, Hotshot showing up. You know, the Estelle trying to get that adrenaline rush down to the Amy, and does. Spark of Strength also going over to 3Z as well here. So damage found on both sides, but the adrenaline rush, I think the fact that it goes to Sundubu is the most explosive thing and the thing that's going to help you convert those power plays most consistently. So both teams fairly happy with this. As another hook KO found from the goal box there. But that adrenaline rush is something to really look for once Grimella comes back on the field here.
It's the Adrenaline Rush plus the Spark of Strength picked up from 3Z, meaning that obviously everything's going to hit a little bit harder, though almost able to basically cancel out the primetime debuff there as well. So we'll be liking that. Core goes around the backside here after the power play. 3Z looks for the goal. Moffin's able to send it away. Grimella very low on Stacker, going to run away for the moment. And now 3Z finds an energy burst for the goal barrier and the KO. Hungry Boys on the back lines here does have an energy burst. 2 energy bursts online for return to form right now. We'll use it there to try to keep this one away from Grimella. But 3Z wins the strike war in the net and will keep the drought rolling here.
Yeah, and Grimella has really found himself in the targets of Leo, Hungry Boy, and Moffin so far in that first point. Got KO'd, then got staggered, but was able to live long enough for that goal to happen. But this damage that they've found has been very scary for him in particular. And that time, it's 3Z who goes down into the back goal. Grimella taking a lot of damage here as well, but winning all of these strike wars and running down the field, not quite able to get the barrier that time, but does stall out most of that power play.
Kinds of plays that Grimella's known to make are just plenty of strikes repeatedly towards the same corner and maintaining possession along the way. Doesn't mean that the goal goes in, though, as Leo's able to steal it away and put the first one on the board here for return to form after their handful of power plays. Finally able to capitalize on one here, but Shapeshifting finds a strike shot for the early pressure, and not again, man! Oh, no!
Oh, second time for Hungry Boy, and just threaded the needle between himself and Moffin. Both times, you know, just going for the damage, and that's really been their, you know, win condition, what they're going for in this second set, and they found a lot of good damage, but just some unfortunate circumstances for 2 own goals so far. But with the flip coming out, not finding much of anything, even though the goal is open, Sundubu in a pretty strong position here with Shape having one, some damage being found on Leo. But if 3Z goes down, it could all fall apart. And, you know, those Vam Braces, just as soon as the core gets to the Brawler, they're full HP once again. And 3Z trying to find this barrier. Grimella as well on the other side. But just kind of in a stalemate here in front of Sundubu's goal.
Yeah, Leo's got plenty of pressure right now for a turn to form. Given the fact that that net is open, Grimella's opting to play a little more passively. Goal barrier found, though, and an opportunity potentially here for the Sundubu Strikers. The Firewall Sentry is out. Grimella covers the top side with the Cyber Swipe, but it's still stuck on this bottom corner. There's the Fiery Flurry, and it feels like almost every ability has been burned. The Sundubu Strikers here not able to find the goal, and now Moffin finds the KO as punishment. Power play opportunity now as Leo's got the energy burst. Doesn't even need it as the core finds a weird angle, and Shapeshifting can't get back in time. It's anyone's set for set 2.
Yeah, but 2 flips here. Both can be good for Sundubu, but also puts a target on your back. You have to use it pretty early, and Grimella does there and just gets blocked out. Almost KO'd on the edge here, and it is the flip from Leo that finds it. So that flip kind of being a curse that time doesn't let him evade twice in that period of time. And now Shapeshifting going to have to use it after the Crater Maker from Hungry Boy. So that energy advantage we had all goes away, but at least both barriers are still up here after the power play. But that Amy turret is going to set up good situation for Sundubu.
Moffin forced to use the energy burst to get the core out of there. Great work from Shapeshifting as well to keep up pressure on that play with the cross slide forwards. Now down to 3Z from Grimella. Don't find the passing play that time around. 3Z does find the KO. Power play opportunity, but no. Grimella take it off the pitch right back. Gold barrier taken in the 2v2. Shapeshifting to 3Z, trying to pass to himself. Doesn't really have enough agency to go for a large dribble play here. No real speed to his name at the moment. Firewall Sentry is out here. Beautiful setup as 3Z closes in to cover the clear angle, and it is the Sundubu Strikers up 2-0.
Yeah, just barely the punch catching it, and even if it had got out, Moffin dying to the turret's first shot there on the goal line kind of would have sealed the fate anyways. That team player, which we didn't really talk about, looking really strong for return to form. You know, they went to 5 points there, but it just hasn't been enough. And Shapeshifting now with Primetime, Hot Shot, and Heavy Impact is pretty much always going to have a primary. It's pretty much always going to red core, and it's going to make Leo Leon's life very difficult, even though he has Primetime himself. Both brawlers finding some speed here with the peak performance and the fight or flight. And otherwise, not a ton being found, although that dash range for Grimella is going to be really strong. So even though the first draft felt a little bit closer, this feels like a very good draft for Sundubu and like what they need to potentially close this one out pretty quickly here.
And close it out quickly they do for the first one in the set. You know, the first thing I was looking at in the last set was I was like, oh, kind of weird for 3Z to pick Peak over Fight or Flight, but then you remember he's at risk of getting KO'd all the time right now, so certainly makes sense to have a little bit of extra stagger, and that means that the pressure is going to be on Grimella even more in terms of first KO, and stuck between the Kazan and the Luna is not exactly where you want to be. Muffin, though, able to find 1-2-3Z with the death touch, and in the power play, the gold barrier is taken. Grimella covers the bottom side with a glitch pop here, trying to just walk up. Is able to kill a little bit of time. Doesn't get a lot done, and now 3Z on the clapback takes down Hungry Boy. Looking to the corner still, trying to just keep this one in possession. Now Shapeshifting joins the play, moving up to the midfield line. Grimella, great glitch pop, keeping this angle alive in the dream for the Sundubu Strikers here. Glitch pop out, 3Z in the corner, just a little too far away from the goal to put it in. And now Grimella has to be a little careful, low on stagger. 3Z's got the energy burst here, though. If the core gets back up to him, expect him to use it. Never mind, doesn't even need to. Actually burns it at the end of the point, but the goal goes in. Nonetheless, it's game point for the Sundubu Strikers to send us to the decider.
Yeah, and somehow he like beat his own flip there. I think that was some weird like MOBA strikes in the corner, but it ended up being a mix-up and creating it there. And the fact Shape always has his primary and has been able to step up in these last 2 points, the pressure is just always there on the clears from Moff and Kui, and it makes it so difficult for him to clear anywhere because that Estelle is just always waiting. This time having to play defense, but finding some beautiful clears. Once again winning the strike war, the barrier stays up. A KO almost found on Hungry Boy here. The pressure's on. Leo's going to have to make a lot happen with this flip, but Sundubu looking poised to take it to a map 3 here.
Power play opportunity as 3Z is able to find that KO. They don't have an energy burst online at the moment, but that'll soon come from Shapeshifting, who's moved up incredibly far. Leo will burn his to buy some time for return to form. But even still, Sundubu Strikers looking poised. Shapeshifting just not in time. The core strikes the goal barrier. Fiery Flurry is out. Muffin will use the energy burst to get it away from 3Z. Now rockets it up to Leo Leon. Shapeshifting still's got the opposing brawler covered. Now 3Z. Flying Phoenix already burned. Can't use that here as the primaries connect to the midfield line. Leo maybe on some kind of dribbling play, just continuing to just cover 3Z in all of his angles. Possible opportunity here with the Firewall Sentry out. 3Z is there and it'll clear the way for the bottom corner shot. Finally, the Sundubu Strikers have taken a game off of return to form, and it cannot have come fast enough. They still need one more, though.
Yeah, I considering we've never had tiebreakers, I imagine this is the first time that two teams have faced each other. I guess there's grand finals reset, but 6 times now in 3 series, and now this is going to be a 7th map right here between these two teams. And yeah, the record now is 1-5 for Sundubu, 5-1 to return to form. But this next one is all that matters, with how their seasons have played out. It's all onto this last one here. And yeah, Sundubu finally able to turn it around. I was a little, it was a little scary for their team going into that map, but they just found everything working for them there. And we will now be headed to Oni Village, which this season hasn't been as much of a strong point for Sundubu, I think. They've lost a few times on the map, but historically a great map for them.
Good old Sundubu Strikers on Oni Village. Got to love that. But nonetheless, from most stats perspectives here, it feels like at the end of the day, Sundubu Strikers were just more efficient in terms of being able to actually secure the goals when given the opportunities to. When they had those KOs, they were able to set up plenty of pressure. Oftentimes, 2 or 3 of those were off the back of Gramella's Firewall Sentry, as you see in the replay montage here. But, and of course, the last one is largely set up by that very ultimate. But a little more towards the core control side here for the Sundubu Strikers. They're able to come away with it. Now, of course, setting up this decider, the tournament lives on the line for both teams as we head over to Oni Village.
Yeah, and it's gonna have to be, a mix-up, I think, from both teams. You do have, this is another map where I think Rasmus and Kazan are very high priority, and Return to Form always has that kind of pressure, that wrinkle in their draft of they can always flex both of those picks, which makes it really interesting here. And 3Z, they are 3-0 when he's been on Juliet, and the one map that they lost today was when he wasn't on Juliet. So that's something to consider. But on this map, it's normally Rasmus, Zen, and Kazan. So it makes for a very interesting draft. I think a difficult one to parse, especially for Sundubu. But we have here our start. It's Orb Replicator and Built Different. No damage to be found, just size and some energy if you want it.
And the Dubu has been banned away. This Dubu has been a decent pick for the majority of the day today. Haven't seen it appear in this particular series, but having that melee goalie off the table and something that shapeshifting is also known to play, it's got to feel pretty good here for a return to form, especially Leo Leon. And now the Finny banned away here as well. So the pick 1 coming in for return to form, likely going to set a decent way of how this one will go.
Yeah, you assume it could be. Actually, they don't really have to take Rasmus or Kazan because you assume that Sundubu isn't going to take both of them. So instead, you just go for the best midfielder available on this map, which is Estelle. So I think some smart drafting there. And then Sundubu, not making us worry about it at all, just immediately locking in the Juliet. It's worked so far today, even if it's maybe not her best map, you just go for it again here. And we'll see what they pair it with. But it's going to be the Kai for Gramella, presumably Gramella here. In the midfield, and I think this is kind of a classic, 3Z and Gramella duo here. Maybe I didn't expect to see it today, but that's what they go for here.
The only thing that would make it more classic is if shapeshifting did have the Dubu, I suppose. But of course, that one was banned away. Gotta be feeling pretty good. 3Z right now just saying, all right, put the fries in the bag, give me Juliet, we're gonna move on. And it's both Kazan and Zentaro picked up here for return to form. That's right, Muffin on the signature pick, almost assuredly here of this Kazan.
Yeah, and against something like the Kazan goalie, you really have to find those stuns and those confirms because he can just manipulate the core so well to get it out of your way. And the fact that they took the Estelle with that first pick, I think makes this so much stronger. You're going to be against the Kai, which that barrage can cause troubles, the Giga Blast as well, of course. But the fact that you get to play Kazan if you're Moffin here and you don't have to play into Estelle is huge. But it looks here like it's actually going to be shapeshifting on the Kai most likely. And now here for Gramella, which also has been a great pick for him today. But I'm just a little bit worried of, they don't have super reliable hit stun other than Juliet here. So really return to form, they have to make sure that 3Z isn't getting set up for those close range punches and kicks that are, going to be the hard confirms.
I wonder if the logic and part of the now getting picked up here as well is trying to provide a little bit of extra speed for 3Z on Oni. Of course, with those secondaries out of that midfielder. I imagine that's part of the logic here, because as you kind of mentioned, this is not the map where you would generally see Juliet played, though we know that this is going to be 3Z's bread and butter. So the trade-off is kind of where you have to fall for this one, and we are loading in to this third one. It's 6 teddy bears. Everyone has picked up built different to start off here on Oni Village.
And it is Grimella actually going for the Kai and shapeshifting on the now with Strike Shot as well. I don't know if he's played now at all this season. I can't recall it. But it is a pick that you've seen a lot of success with on this map. Like I think of last year at LAN, Bozo Bunch, Reds was definitely playing this into this Sundubu team. But yeah, shapeshifting going for it here, and that does mean that Grimella is really every single time they're just going to be looking to set it up on those speed lanes with 3Z, Barrage, and then the punch for 3Z is going to be their bread and butter, their game plan every single time here. But so far, it's one barrier on each side, no goal open yet.
Good old Oni Village. Welcome to what we'll be seeing for the majority of the game here. Is one goal barrier is up on each side of the pitch. Oh, dear. Don't know exactly what happened there. Now Hungry Boy is going to be able to capitalize with a Rose Warped. But the first one on the board here for return to form. Hopefully that wasn't lag or something out of shape-shifting.
Just got out of his hands a little bit there.
Yeah.
But the fact only one of Leo and Hungry Boy had to use the flip there to find the goal is very big for them. If he would have used 2, would have been tough here. But the Reezy just really trying to find that level 2. Finds it just in time, almost finding a KO on Hungry Boy, but not finding the barrier either. So it'll be a great position here for return to form. 3Z finds it, but I think it was the Estelle secondary that killed or something there. It is 3Z going down, and the goal is open, but normally on this map, once the goal is open, that team is extremely favored, but Kazan is so good at defending that open goal that I think it'll still be a struggle here for Sundubu to score consistently.
Likely the case, and trying to work their way back up the pitch now are the Sundubu Strikers. There's the crooked leverage, pulled back. Ramella in the corner, looking to funnel this one up to 3Z. The primary from now gives it a second chance. It's not able to come away with it there, and now Leo collecting in the Oni's blade. Back to Hungry Boy. Crystallized Thorns come up just shy. Now up to 3Z. Beautiful conversion there from Shape to get it up to 3Z, and 3Z will put it away.
Yeah, and I was saying that, the open goal would be easier to defend for Moffin, but 3Z just needed one chance that time, a beautiful drivel and conversion. So we'll see if they set that up. It feels like Sundubu really has to execute well here to get the goal open and then to score as well, whereas Leo and Zentaro can just do things like that, just mix the hell out of you and find it there. But they're trying to set up 3Z here on the side lane to open this up once again. They do force the flip out from Moffin, but they get the core here to Leo, trying to set up a stun. Nothing found yet, and they do clear it out for now.
Very close to coming away with it. Was returned to form. Now back to the corner. Oni's blade, but Ramella's still there. Will find the way to get it away. And the now drone will come up just shy as well. 3Z does have an energy burst again. Last time he was KO'd for using it, but found the goal barrier in the process. This time almost able to do that, but Moffin's got the crooked leverage to pull it back in. Ramella now uses his just a little bit high on the goal barrier. The pop-up is used by Moffin to keep it away, and Shape is still able to keep the core to the corners. Not letting it go through just yet. Grimella, great punish against Moffin. Now the passing play back and forth. It does get intercepted for a moment. Leo, potential opportunity here, but Shape's got the energy burst. Top side, breezy stun. Another opportunity, pop-up used from Moffin again, and to your point, Weston, right? Very difficult with the amount of options that this Kazan has to cover, especially on a built different start, where the extra size comes through there as well. Another opportunity. Potential here for the Sundubu Strikers, and will be able to finally get it in as it comes out of the speed lane just behind Muffin's pop-up.
Yeah, and Grimella just doing a great job of controlling the midfield and not letting Leo get too many opportunities against Shape. This now, I think, does a decent job at pushing the core away, but those stuns can be very scary, and you have less options than something like the Kazan does. But so far, just controlling to not create too many of those scenarios has been the game plan so far, and it is working. The secondary from now actually helping on offense there, and now 3Z uses the flip, so does Leo, so kind of gets canceled out there. Leo finding himself a bit low. We'll see if they can actually find a KO on this map, which I don't think has happened yet this game, but the goal open once again first here for Sundubu.
Just going to need another Herculean performance from Muffin, but 3Z doesn't let that one happen this time. Comes in on the Flying Phoenix and will score for the Sundubu Strikers. They are up once more over Return to Form. Actually, like, first time in a match they have been up over Return to Form, being a set ahead at the moment.
Yeah, in their 6th map, or 7th map rather, of the season here. And no more size showing up here, so nothing to deny from the Kazan. I think that's like the biggest pressure point in this game is going to be Muffin getting even more size and built different and team player, but none of that showing up here means that Hungry Boy gets that hot shot. The prime time or the hot shot was going to him, so either one of those was going to be big. Grimella getting a lot more speed, you know, the burst of speed with the Super Surge there, and Leo finding the stacks here. These points have been going for a long time, even though they lost that set, so I think the stacks are going to be very strong here. But 3Z finding some speed of his own, pretty much everyone finding a little bit there, but Muffin being a little bit denied, going to go for the prize fighter, which you're not expecting that to get to 2 stacks at any point, but just a little bit more core speed is what you're going for there. But the Herculean performance so far has been out of 3Z in some of these scenarios, and so far he hasn't lost on Juliet, and it looks like he doesn't want to.
Certainly doesn't want to here, because a loss means you're out. And that's enough. Great passing play between Grimella and Shape to keep this core out. Muffin trying to buy some time, spread out the Sundubu Strikers, and find a way to clear this one out. Very difficult to do with the extra speed from Grimella, but now the energy burst burned by Leo means a KO on the pitch and a power play opportunity. Feels like Return to Form just not quite as quick getting to the core at the moment. Of course, you imagine the stacks will help, but don't need it when you can just skyrocket the core through the corner. Hungry Boy credited with the goal, and it's 1-up for Return to Form.
Yeah, and I said Muffin wasn't going to find a second stack, and he does in the first point right there. So a stacks update for everyone is Leo's at 106 here, 114 now. Muffin has 2 on his prize fighter, so a little bit more damage if you get close to this Kazan. And the fact that point went so long and they won it means Leo is in great position to have those stacks up for a long time, which I think is going to make Shape-Shifting's life way more difficult. But Muffin maybe pushing up a little bit too much, gets punished. That time 3Z trying to set up with the flip and doesn't even have to use it. Just found into the corner by Grimella to tie this set up.
That's the risk you play when you're moving that far forward, but you see that Muffin was trying to just be more involved on the offensive side. That just means that you are completely vulnerable, and it is very difficult to control once that core does end up getting behind you. And in that case, the Sundubu Strikers are able to capitalize. Again, just feels like they're able to react faster to wherever the core might end up going. We'll see whether or not those stacks will help Leo. Certainly they will, but to what extent, only being a set into the game, will certainly be looking for another Dash Awakening down the line. But it hasn't come up yet. 3Z, Fiery Flurry does have the Van Braces, but now basically has no abilities to his name to try to heal back up. Grimella uses the energy burst, just trying to take a cheap shot towards the goal, and now Shape-Shifting lets one through. 3Z in KO territory here. Muffin trying to find the 3rd prize fighter stack, and will find it with the crooked leverage, just barely being able to pull 3Z away. Leo in the corner here, potentially trying to get some work done, just trying to take it himself for the moment. Hungry Boy covered by Grimella. Now the energy burst used out of Shape-Shifting, but it still feels like it's possession to Return to Form. They're still maintaining their presence, and now Grimella wins the strike war, trying to snipe this one away. Snipe it he does with the Giga Blast. Almost gets over to 3Z, but the goal barrier is held by Muffin. Another passing play. Kills some time, as Leo now is the one that is in the danger zone of getting KO'd. 3Z with a couple of extra shots. Here's the energy burst from Hungry Boy. Trying to get this one back up to Leo, but Leo doesn't have a lot he can do at the moment. Grimella almost KO'd. Giga Blast comes up just shy. Oni's Blade as Leo still trying to find open space. Grimella covers on the barrage, but a nice pass up to Hungry Boy will put the core away.
And in good time, too, because Leo had absolutely no energy left and was below half health there. So with those 150 stacks, I think if they didn't find the goal right there, Sundubu is really going to try to find the KO on him there, but it doesn't. And, Moffin wasn't able to find Built Different or Team Player, but he's kind of made it on his own here with these 3 prize fighter stacks, just red coring everything in overtime already here, and they have 2 more chances to find it. So far, though, in this point, it's been Sundubu finding the pressure. They have both barriers and Shape just able to clear it down to Grimella, who now sets up the barrage, but not finding it quite yet, so it will reset once again, but Sundubu in a good position here to maybe force a 0.5.
Everyone from Return to Form back in the net, making sure that that one doesn't go in. Leo maybe with an opportunity here, but the drone will send it away. And now the core slowing down for just a moment. Grimella back in the speed lane here, exactly where he wants to be. Does burn one of his barrages. Once again, just trying to find some open space right now. Grimella has won a couple of strike wars in critical moments, so it feels, to start turning possession over to the Sundubu Strikers. Still just not able to find that connection to 3Z, at least so far in this point. Here's the energy burst, shape-shifting, denies it once. Oni's Blade out, cross up. Now it's back over to Hungry Boy, and still able to hold on. Is shape-shifting here, now through to Grimella. There's the Fiery Flurry, it's out of 3Z, maintains his energy burst, and it's anyone's set point.
Yeah, and that was like maybe the first time 3Z had touched the core in like 45 seconds, but he made great use of it there. Grimella and Shapeshifting just taking their time, not panicking, not getting impatient, just playing the defense slowly, and then they're able to set up that scenario. Risky situation there, almost double barriered, but Shape is able to keep it up now. And 3Z, they're going to try to find a KO here. A lot of flips on the board, but if 3Z can find that core flip right in the barrier, that'll be a lot of pressure, but so far having to fall back and play some defense. But Grimella and Shapeshifting have just, been playing slow, been playing cool, calm, and collected, and keeping it up so far in these last 2 points.
Need more of that to come here, especially with the chaos that continues out of Muffin's extra power, given the prize fighter. The boy steps back. Here's the energy burst. There it is. Boom. Connected to the barrier. Grimella now looking for 3Z again here out of the speed lane. 3Z drops down, and Grimella still maintains possession here despite Leo Leon covering him pretty well. Here's the energy burst now. Fiery Flurry is out. Hungry Boy tries to collect here for the Sundubu Strikers. Grimella now in position and now punishes the crooked leverage coming back. Looked like a soft spot hit from Muffin, and Grimella speeds in on that blazing pace. Let him fly, and the Sundubu Strikers now one set away from stomping their demons and making it to championship day.
Yeah, Slick Clicks and Super Surge right there, putting in a lot of work. And this time, they decided that the team player is better suited on the Kai than the Now here, because it means the Now can get Monumentalist. And I think that is going to make Leo Leon's job so difficult. Those secondaries are just going to force the core away from him before he can set up those hit stuns very consistently. So it's going to be difficult. But Muffin getting that 1-2 punch, the prize fighter as well, it's going to be a lot of core speed and potentially damage on 3Z when he's in those opportunities. But the combination of team player and Monumentalist there onto the Kai and the Now is going to be big. And I didn't see what happened, but they find a KO early on here as well.
Well, I was about to say finally a dash speed awakening, or a length awakening for Leo Leon, but immediately gets KO'd by the Sundubu Strikers, and now they capitalize and turn it around in that power play, converting both goal barriers and now converting the goal with a beautiful Giga Blast from Grimella. Gets it to 3Z, and they're just 2 goals away from being top 3 in the North American Strikers.
Yeah, and like I was saying, this extra special from Hungry Boy might be able to kind of curb the power of the Monumentalist on now, but it just feels like you have to play everything so perfectly here if you're Hungry Boy and Leo, because the now can force that core away so consistently, and 3Z, like he's been doing all day on this pick, just finding every opportunity that he gets. Grimella trying to set him up again now, winning some strike wars, but it is Hungry Boy who wins that interaction. But 2 flips for Sundubu has them in good position here. Grimella will use this one and try to set him up. The KO is found, and Shapeshifting not quite letting the core get past him, and a pass down to Grimella. Just 1 more point here for Sundubu.
Hey, Shape wants to be involved too. Let him have his fun. Moves up all the way and uses the energy burst to get that pass down to Grimella. 1 goal away. You know, for a team that has consistently been so close, that like on multiple occasions has been hyped up on playoffs day as a team to watch out for, could squeak a top 3 placement, haven't been able to do that. Grimella hasn't come in to the day today winning a single playoff series. Now on the precipice of winning 2 on his way to championship day. The North American Strikers League. The goal barriers are open now for the Sundubu Strikers. Grimella up to 3Z. Again, crooked leverage from Muffin will be able to pull it back. Leo's got an energy burst, which might have to use defensively. Closing in on the goal barrier on the other side here. There's 1 burst. Already used. Can't find the dash in now. Very low on stagger is Leo. Might have found the goal barrier, but can't really get into a good position here. Has to be playing incredibly carefully. Grimella wins another strike war. Knocks this one up to 3Z again, but the pop-up from Muffin is still there. Now Leo tries to close in on the goal. Will be looking for it. Not able to just yet. Possible opportunity here. There's the Giga Blast. Grimella on the Blazing Pace again. Just a little bit too slow for the core. Strike shot comes out. Hungry Boy meets the core with the Rose Warp. And here's the proximity drones. Laid out by Shapeshifting. Just need to find a way to get this core over to 3Z once more, but the top spin is out there from Muffin, and 3Z's burned the Fiery Flurry. Here's the barrage from Grimella, very close to putting it back, but all 3 members of Return to Form are in their own net. Here's the energy burst from Muffin, trying to buy space. Now 1 in response out of Shapeshifting. Just have to find another goal. Here it is from 3Z. No, denied by the crooked leverage. Grimella back on up to 3Z. Still gotta look for it. Barrage comes through. Doesn't connect. Here's Hungry Boy. There's the energy burst used from Leo. Stalls it out for a moment. Hungry Boy doesn't collect on the energy burst. The nerves feel like they're so high at the moment. Return to Form knows they're on the ropes and have to make a stand now. Not able to put away the goal on this one just yet. The eye rush is slightly late. Here's 3Z, another opportunity with the core speed. But it's denied again from play from Muffin. Here's the Fiery Flurry. Doesn't have the strike in time, but Grimella is there. And the Sundubu Strikers have finally made themselves a top 3 team in the North American Strikers League.
Wow, that was a crazy last point. You kept going through the whole thing. And, you know, we talked about 3Z Breezy on the Julie making use of so many of those opportunities. But Grimella, it just felt like he could not lose a strike war, could not lose an interaction there as the scoreboard comes up and you see the redirects that he had in that game, 226. And yeah, after losing 5 straight maps to Return to Form this season, Sundubu has the mental fortitude to be able to bring that series back and win it. Just a really impressive performance in that series. And, you know, enough can't be said about Return to Form. Like, they went into this season with literally without a midfielder to start. And Hungry Boy had a fantastic season. They all had fantastic seasons and find themselves in 4th place here. But it is Sundubu who wins the series. And yeah, just an awesome series, an awesome season from both teams. And it'll continue for Sundubu next weekend.
Have to be feeling pretty good right now for the Sundubu Strikers. Of course, you know, Return to Form's got to be looking back in the record books, being like, come on, really? We beat this team? Like, how many times? We still ended up losing to them in the one that mattered. End of the day, though, a lot of the maps that they played on ended up being maps that the Sundubu Strikers can play their core control style on. 3Z Breezy basically only focuses on converting those goals and able to find ways to make it happen into the net. And so they will be the ones to go up against the other two teams that have qualified, which is Hungry Like Nephew and the Bun Bun Bonanza. In the closest season of the North American Strikers League, those are the three teams that remain, Weston.
Yeah, and a couple of like legacy teams, really. It's not Sad Boys, but it is kind of Sad Boys. That's their Bun
They're
Bun
legacy
as well.
players.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, absolutely crazy. It's finally we had a close playoff series as well. Even though those maps were 3-0, at least a few of them, it felt back and forth. We had a third map there, and yeah, this season has been awesome, and it continues. And we just got one more weekend left of it.
One more week of action in the North American Strikers League to crown our sixth. No, take that back. It's our seventh champion. Forgot about that for a moment. And that we will have next week. But of course, folks, don't go anywhere because there's a post show coming up next to talk to each of those three teams that we will be seeing next week. We'll get that set up for you, and it'll be on the other side of this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Hungry like Nephew.
And welcome back, everybody, to coverage of the North American Strikers League Season 6. Our top 3 has now been set. It'll be Hungry Like Nephew, Bun Bun Bonanza, and the Sundubu Strikers playing for the best of the best as the championship will conclude next week. Grimella, I'll turn it to you first. Now, earlier today, you came on this show and you were all doomer. You were like, I've never won in playoffs. We haven't been playing very recently. This time, though, this is the go-around where the Sundubu Strikers make it through top 3. You've got to be feeling on cloud 9 right now.
Yeah, I'm happy. My cat's probably a little scared right now. But 2025 has been an interesting journey for me as a competitor and dealing with my mindset. And I've noticed over the course of the year that the most effective thing that I can do and where I found the most success is by just kind of letting it all go, like dove emoji, and just not really focusing too much on the outcome. So on the pre-show, I just like yapped and had fun because that was the goal going into today, was to have as much fun as possible and then win or lose as gracefully as we could.
Well, sometimes the power of friendship is all it takes to be in top 3 of the North American Strikers League. But shape-shifting, the Sundubu Strikers, should they win next week, will be the first team to have, as a trio, won both a LAN and an S tier. What does that mean for you to be in the running as potentially the only team to have ever done that in Omega Strikers?
It's big. And, all I got to say to that, it's time to go on.
It's time to go on.
Time to go on. Hey, man, that's it.
That's it. I mean,
okay. No other reactions to beating the team finally that has had your number all season, or that you lost to last week?
We were just scaling. We let them have those just to make it interesting, so everyone would come in doubting us. And then we even let them have the first game, raise their confidence, be like, oh, these guys are so free. And then we just 2-0 easy. I mean,
we baited them into picking the Luna, bro. We baited them into picking the Luna.
And it scored 2 goals for you, so.
Amen, it did.
You'll take those. One from each perspective, I suppose, out of the Sundubu Strikers. I'll turn now to Hungry Like Nephew. Caleb, of course, you all win over Era's Kitten Club earlier today. Has got to feel like no different task in the North American Strikers League playoffs, beating EKC. But this time around, of course, you were in the midfield slot. Now, of course, after having been one of the most winningest goalies in all of, or probably the most winningest goalie in all of Omega Strikers, you now, of course, are in this midfield slot. How does it feel now to be a top 3 midfielder?
Well, I would say I would be a top 3 goalie right now because I'm not really playing midfield anymore. But yeah, I think I was a lot worse at midfield, so Vaughn had to take a trip, and I just filled his spot. So,
is he back next week?
Who knows?
I don't think so. I don't know. I think I'm playing both weeks, so it'll be interesting.
Okay. But of course, no big deal because you've got Kainoob, right?
Yeah, I mean, this guy's freaky. You saw his 3-man. That was a clip. Weissel on Amy's app. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So question for you, how many more games would Kainoob have had to play in the regular season to be MVP again this season?
Probably 2. If he played the last series that Hug had, and then maybe one more from me, he probably would have had it.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll, of course, look forward to his performance. It's got to be one of the most impactful midseason pickups on a roster so far. So always a treat, of course, to watch him play. Liari, the Bun Bun Bonanza, also finds themselves on the winner's side of the bracket after beating Showtime earlier today. Now I realize unfortunate circumstances might have struck it on the midfielder, but you all still end up here all of the same in a very tight neck race for especially the top of the table here. How does it feel now to be on the winner side heading into the final day?
It feels great, honestly. Last playoffs that we were in, we went 0-6 in set score. Last season, we went 0-9 in the regular season. Obviously, roll swapped, but I mean, we tried our best. And now, like, we 2-0'd Showtime, which felt really good because they were one of the teams that just 6-0'd us in set score in season 4 playoffs. And I'm really excited about these matchups that we have against Hug with Kainub in the midfield. I think it'll be really interesting. Obviously in season 3 we beat Demons Raw, so like I have experience beating that guy. And I'm hoping that I can bring in like the same kind of mental that I went into today with, and just like I hope my team, like, they played so well today. I hope they like do whatever they did. And also we have Dubu and loser side, and week 5, like yeah, it was both 2-3-2 games, but like they played KO, we played core control. The fact we won that, we're so much better.
Well, question for you now, of course, because it feels like Sundubu Strikers played a little more core control today. You all, of course, known to be more on the core control sided team, and so 2 teams that favor towards core control are in our top 3 after today. Is KO weak?
Well, I think Theezy Breezy got a lot of KOs on Juliet in that last game. But sorry, I'm joking. Yeah, definitely like Sundubu and us were both more on the core control side. I personally think KO is still like the strongest this patch. We just played better than our opponents. Including Sundubu. I thought they looked like way better in their in game 3 in particular. And they also seem to like, I liked how their comps fit together more, even though I think core control is weaker than KO. I think Sundubu's comps looked like they worked together as picks better.
Fair enough. Of course, that extra synergy is always going to be important. One question before we go to shoutouts in your final case heading into the final week of competition. Go down the list. Obviously, maybe you all don't plan this far in advance. What do you think is the one ritual you're going to do next Saturday morning to prepare yourself for playoffs? Gramella, I'll go to you first. What's the one thing on your morning routine that you'll have to do before playing?
So I do this every morning. It's kind of like a religious thing for me. But every morning I get up and I curse my stupid cat Cricket. Cricket, you torment me, and you are the worst thing to ever happen to me. Just wanted to let everyone know that.
Oh man.
W Cricket Cam for the fans. W Cricket Cam. Say hi, Cricket. Every single morning. So next Saturday, just gonna make sure that I'm doing that. You know, keeping things routine, keeping things regular, and making sure that I go into that day with the same mentality I went into today.
All right. Maybe a little bit different as the true lights will be on next week. Shape-shifting to you, one thing you've got in your morning routine for next Saturday.
Well, I'll probably do whatever Threezy does for his ritual, but just because I think he always comes out with a lot of clarity. No, he comes into games with like a lot of clarity. So
yeah, a lot of mental headspace. A lot of mental headspace.
I have to follow up with whatever he does. But you know, I'll probably, if you know me, if I have the day off of work, today I came off my 10-hour shift. But if I have the day off, usually I'm in the solo queue mines before NASL. So yeah, I'll probably be in the mines queue up on Saturday morning.
All right. You already lose to you. One thing on your pre-championship day routine.
I don't know. Maybe just the same as Shape. I usually like to get ready like an hour and a half before I play. So I just have to get into the mindset, you know.
An hour and a half.
Yeah, I don't wake up that early.
Oh wow, that's a lot of headspace.
Ari, to you.
For me, it starts the night before, especially this time because I've been doing pre-show questions, and the headspace I have to be in for pre-show is like very different. Last night when I was going to sleep, I like made sure like when my thoughts would start straying to like, oh, what happens if I win tomorrow, or what happens if I lose, I kind of like refocused and just obviously I was excited about Omega Strikers. I couldn't stop thinking about that, but I thought about the game itself instead of all the narratives, and especially because of pre-show, that's hard. But yeah, it starts the night before, and that's what I'll do.
Well, my bad, Liari. Thanks for throwing together something so I don't look like a fish out of water. I will just be probably eating my usual breakfast because I prepare 6 breakfasts when I meal prep, because that's the way the batches usually work. So I have an extra one for Saturday. All right. Last one. I will give you each an opportunity to give the final case. Why should the fans root for your team next week? Grimella, I'll go down and start with you.
So there's a few reasons to root for us. One, we had the best animation. A little bit of nepotism in on that. The Kung Fu Boo went a little crazy. Thanks, Ian. At the beginning of the season, I said, Ian, I'm not gonna lie, like the Sundubu section of the pre-season like animation, it was good, but like it wasn't the best one. So this time around, like let's make sure that we're making some changes compared to the pre-season one. So that's a big reason to root for us.
Animator bias is way out of hand.
We have if you go and buy him as much Jack in the Box as I have bought him, then you can be as nepotism as I am. That's up to you to decide. Number 2, we have the best mascot in the world. We have Cricket. No one even comes close to how awesome this cat is. This cat just shows up all the time in all my streams and everything. Everyone loves Cricket. Everyone says W Cricket. They say W Cricket Cam. She's really, really just such an awesome cat. So friendly. Big fan of Cricket. Come here, Cricket. And number 3, no one's got, the mental clarity that our team has. No one has like the headspace that we have. We're always coming into games prepared. We're putting in that time just before the match to like get in the zone, and we're ready to go on to big things next Saturday. That's for sure.
All right, excellent. Shapeshifting, anything else you want to add?
No, it'd be unfair if I add anything since there's 2 of us.
Yeah,
I don't want to overpower with all my clarity.
No, you guys need more reasons. You gotta add to it. Come on.
Oh well, I'll spew some things. Well, first of all, Hug has a role swapped goalie. Like how they can't win. Like let's be real. And then Bun Bun has 209 or my bad 309 players. We only have one.
We have one.
So hey, we already know who the favorite really is.
That sucks.
All right. Well, going back to the stats and data. Caleb, to you, why should the fans root for Hungry Like Nephew next week?
You should root for Hungry Like Nephew because we have 2 players that are not on the All-Pro ballot playing.
So do we.
Yo, Sundubu doesn't have
3.
any.
We got 3.
Uh-oh.
Do your research, Caleb.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. Like we have 2, you guys have 3. Come on.
Oh, like you guys have 1.
Oh, so they did get 1 on there.
Yeah, we got 1.
So did Bun. So what's the
so that's something that'll be decided next Saturday. Okay, we can't talk about these things now.
Caleb, just move on to Liari, man.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Honestly, like just imagine how much more exciting it'll be if we win. I'm gonna go like full crash out mode on everyone. I'm gonna flame them all. Besides that, you should also root for us because we have Lily Bun, who is incredibly kind and sweet and such a caring person. And then Scyther 12, he's always really exciting and hype. And also, Lily Bun made a promise to him. He begged for this. He was so desperate in our VC just a few minutes ago. And he just wants 1 game of Fortnite with Lily Bun. And if we win Grands, he'll get that game of Fortnite. Thank you for supporting us.
Oh wow!
All right. Well,
that was
the stage.
Powerful.
The stage is now set for the finale. In 1 week, it'll be the North American Strikers League Season 6 coming to a close. same time, same place. We will see you then right here on twitch.tv/bestie in slot. Folks, that'll do it for us here tonight. Have a good one, and we'll see you then.